In this era, the sky is perpetually shrouded in a gray haze. It is not the sort of gray one associates with overcast days, but rather a denser, more oppressive gray. The official term for it is persistent, global high-density aerosol phenomenon, yet the common folk prefer to call it simply gray mist. It is said that this mist has not dissipated since the cataclysm that swept across the globe over 2 decades ago. It obstructs much of the sunlight, rendering the world cold and alien, transforming the once familiar Earth into a stranger. Nevertheless, for the majority of ordinary individuals like Lin Tian, life must continue. 20 years is ample time for a generation to be born and grow, accepting this grayness as the fundamental hue of existence, a new normal. At 5 in the afternoon, the school bell rings. Lin Tian gathers his books and joins the flow of students exiting the classroom. Outside, the mist appears even thicker than during the day. The outlines of distant buildings are blurred, and streetlights flicker on early, casting pools of dim, golden light. Through the haze, Lin Tian, the new season of Glory League kicks off tonight. Are you coming to the internet cafe for a 5-game sit-in? A roommate asks, cheerfully draping an arm around his shoulder. Lin Tian smiles politely and declines, "No, my aunt has asked me to return home early tonight. I have some matters to attend to." "Oh right, your aunt is quite strict." "Very well, we'll head out then." The roommate nods in understanding, clapping Lin Tian on the back before joining the boisterous crowd. As he watches them depart, Lin Tian feels a slight sense of relief that it is not that he dislikes spending time with his classmates. Rather, he finds solace in returning to his modest home, which, though not spacious, provides him with a sense of security. His parents perished in a car accident many years ago when he was still young. It was his resolute aunt, Zhang Huilan, who took him in, raising him as her own after running a small convenience store. His uncle had passed away even earlier, leaving her to raise Lin Tian alongside her biological son, Qin Fan, which was no small feat. Thus, Lin Tian has always been more mature than his peers, cherishing the precious familial bond he has. Riding the aging yet smoothly operating maglev bus, Lin Tian gazes out the window. The train glides along its elevated track, cutting through the thick mist. In the haze, the skyscrapers of the city loom indistinctly, many of their surfaces cloaked in luminous, corrosion-resistant materials that outline fantastical shapes in the foggy night. This is the unique urban landscape of the gray mist era. A sweet female voice crackles over the intercom, reminding passengers, the fog level has been persistently high. Citizens are advised to limit unnecessary nighttime outings. If you notice any unusual flickering, whispering, or indistinct shadows in the air, please do not approach, but rather avoid them and contact the municipal hotline. The passengers in the compartment take this in stride, most engrossed in their mobile devices or portable terminals. The news feeds occasionally contain brief bulletins about temporary restrictions due to inclement weather in certain areas or the discovery of hazardous pollution in the ruins of an old district requiring professional remediation. The lives of ordinary people unfold methodically amidst these customary warnings and restrictions. Upon alighting at the Amlin Community Station, Lin Tian enters a somewhat aged residential building. The community and the structure bear the marks of a bygone era, yet they are well maintained. He rides the elevator upstairs, and as he reaches his door, the savory aroma of a home-cooked meal wafts through the crack. He unlocks the door, and a warm ambience, along with an even richer scent of food, envelopes him. "Brother, you're back." A boisterous teenager, his cousin Qin Fan, bounces up from the sofa in the living room. "Mom, brother has returned. We can eat now. Stop shouting. I heard you," his aunt, Zhang Huilan, replies, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of greens. In her 40s, she bears fine lines at the corners of her eyes, yet she appears tidy and composed, her face reflecting both the weariness of labor and a sense of fulfillment. "Xiao Tian, go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "Xiao Fan, serve the rice." "Okay." Lin Tian responds, feeling warmth spread within him. This is his home, ordinary yet genuine. As the dishes are laid out, the three gather around the table. Zhang Huilan continuously serves Lin Tian more food, saying, "Eat up. Studying takes a toll on the brain." "The fog is thicker today. Did you encounter anything strange on your way back?" "No, it was fine," Lin Tian replies while digging into his rice. His aunt is particularly vigilant regarding the strange occurrences related to the gray mist. "That's good. The news mentioned that the fog is heavy and unsettled. You both should return home early after school and work. Understood?" She admonishes Qin Fan. "Got it, Mom. You've said 100 times." Qin Fan mumbles through a mouthful of meat. "Our school even held a fog safety drill today, which was so boring. It was just hiding in the classroom and closing the doors and windows." "Boring? Safety is paramount." His aunt shoots him a disapproving glance. "What do you know, young boy? Over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago, there was a cataclysm. I know, the world changed drastically, the gray mist descended, and the old order collapsed. Qin Fan interjects, wearing a smug expression as if he could recite it all, but that was ages ago. Now we have the purification barrier, and the city is quite safe. Zhang Huilan sighs, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead serving Lin Tian another piece of meat. Xiao Tian, keep an eye on him. He shouldn't be playing that game all day. Lin Tian nods. Yes, Xiao Fan knows what he's doing. After dinner, Lin Tian volunteers to wash the dishes. Qin Fan sneaks back to his room to play games, while his aunt organizes the inventory list in the living room. She manages the accounts of her small convenience store by herself. As the water runs, Lin Tian finds himself gazing out the window, where the heavy gray mist has completely engulfed the night, rendering the lights of the opposing building indistinct. For some reason, he has felt increasingly restless lately, especially when gazing at this seemingly unchanging gray mist. A subtle, indescribable stirring arises within him, as if something within the fog is calling, or perhaps a kindred essence resonates faintly. This sensation is delicate, fleeting, yet it unsettles him. He shakes his head, attributing it to the pressures of academia. Once the dishes are cleaned, Lin Tian returns to the shared room with Qin Fan. Qin Fan, adorned with headphones, is engrossed in a digital battle, shouting terms like tactical insertion and fire coverage. Lin Tian sits at his desk and powers on his computer, preparing to complete a report. As the screen lights up, the browser automatically logs in, displaying several local news alerts. A seemingly inconspicuous bulletin captures his attention. Breaking a brief fluctuation occurred at the periphery of the purification barrier in the Eastern District 7, which has now been restored to normal. Municipal authorities state it was due to routine equipment adjustment. Citizens are advised not to panic. Eastern District 7, not too far from their residence in Anlin Community. A fluctuation of the barrier? Lin Tian furrows his brow. Such news is rare. He instinctively touches his chest, and that inexplicable sense of unease seems to resurface. Brother, what are you looking at? You look so serious, Qin Fan remarks, having removed his headphones and peered at the screen. Oh, that? It's nothing. The news said it was a routine adjustment. Come on, help me figure out how to get past this level. I've been stuck for ages. Lin Tian is pulled into a discussion about game strategies, temporarily burying his unease. Perhaps he is indeed overthinking things. This world is governed by authorities, protected by the military, and shielded by the all-encompassing purification barrier. The forbidden creatures that exist only in urban legends and vague official warnings are far removed from the lives of ordinary people. His present task is to study diligently, secure a good job in the future, alleviate his aunt's burdens, and take care of his family. As for the Secret Bureau, he has never heard of such a name. It is a completely unknown realm, hidden beneath the calm facade of life for Lin Tian, for Zhang Huilan, for Qin Fan, and for all the ordinary people leading mundane lives that at this moment, deep within the silently surging fog outside the window, something seemed to have quietly transformed, stirred by the brief barrier fluctuation that had occurred during the day. At a faint yet bone-chilling malice, as if it had caught a whiff of something enticing, slowly turned towards the warmly lit, aged community. Lin Tian instinctively shivered, lifting his gaze to the tightly shut window with a sense of bewilderment. What's wrong, brother? Qin Fan inquired. Nothing, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. It just feels a bit cold. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly ordinary fate was on the brink of being utterly upended by this seemingly insignificant barrier fluctuation. The secret world, concealed within the mist, was drawing perilously close to him. The days seemed to have returned to their previous course. That night, an inexplicable sense of palpitations and chill was attributed by Lin Tian to the considerable pressure of recent examinations, coupled with a possible chill. He took the cold medicine prepared by his aunt, and upon awakening the next day, aside from feeling slightly restless in his sleep, he appeared to be none the worse for wear. The university courses remained as rigorous as ever. In this era shrouded in mist, educational resources have become exceedingly precious. Gaining admission to a comprehensive university for further studies signifies the prospect of a more stable and respectable career. Lin Tian cherishes this opportunity, attending lectures, taking meticulous notes, and diligently researching in the library. Yet, the peculiar sensation regarding the mist has not entirely dissipated. Rather, it lingers like a subtle background hum. As he strolls through the campus, traversing the fog-laden paths of the forest, his skin prickles with a slight goosebumps, not from the cold, but akin to a delicate touch brushing against him. When he gazes intently at the boundless gray outside the window, he occasionally perceives that the mist is not lifeless but flows with a slow, grand rhythm, as if breathing with a life of its own. He shakes his head, dismissing these absurd thoughts. Surely, it is the result of having consumed an excess of material concerning pre-catastrophe ecology, leading to fanciful musings. The authorities have long made it clear that the mist is a permanent alteration of climate and atmospheric composition due to the catastrophe, a complex phenomenon of physical and chemical nature. With no classes in the afternoon, Lin Tian plans to assist at the Huailan convenience store managed by his aunt, Zhang Huilan. The store, located on the ground floor of a residential complex, is modest in size but well-stocked, sustaining the livelihood of the mother-son duo. Upon arriving at the store's entrance, he overhears his aunt's slightly anxious voice. "Yes, Manager Li, I understand that logistics are tight lately, but this batch of purification filters and anti-corrosive paint was ordered long ago. Our inventory is nearly depleted." "Yes, primarily because our regular customers are waiting, and the air purification system's filters at home must be replaced promptly." "All right, thank you, please expedite." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huilan rubs her temples, and upon seeing Lin Tian, a smile graces her face. "Ah, Xiaotian, you've come. No classes today?" "Yes. I have no classes this afternoon. I thought I would come by to see if you needed assistance." As Lin Tian speaks, he skillfully picks up a cloth to begin wiping down the shelves. Noticing the fatigue etched on his aunt's brow, he inquires, "Aunt, has the shipment not arrived again?" "Indeed." Zhang Huilan sighs. "They say the concentration of the mist has been periodically rising, and the logistics for inner-city highways have been tightened, causing delays in the delivery of many supplies, especially these protective items, which are in high demand." She refrains from elaborating further, but her concern is palpable. In a world enveloped by mist, maintaining daily life relies heavily on various protective technologies. Every household must install high-performance air purification systems and regularly replace filters to eliminate potentially harmful minute particles present in the mist. The exteriors of buildings and the shells of vehicles also require periodic application of specialized anti-corrosive materials to withstand the long-term erosion caused by the mist. The supply of these materials directly impacts the quality of life and sense of security for ordinary people. Any delay or shortage can incite considerable anxiety. As Lin Tian assisted in tidying the shelves, he noted that recently, the sales of long-lasting emergency supplies such as canned foods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, batteries, and emergency lights had seemingly increased. Some regular customers would quietly converse with his aunt while shopping, discussing rumors about the dense fog that had engulfed the neighboring district a few nights prior, along with reports of a brief power outage and the designation of the old industrial area on the outskirts as a new restricted zone. An indescribable tension hung in the air. Although everything appeared normal on the surface, subtle changes were accumulating. In the evening, Lin Tian returned home with his cousin, Qin Fan, who was animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes from school and achievements in video games. The world of youth is often simple and direct, with a dull awareness of the adult world's underlying anxieties. "Brother, what do you think it would be like if one day the fog suddenly cleared and sunlight shone down?" Qin Fan suddenly asked, his imagination running wild. Lin Tian paused, gazing at the overcast sky, envisioning the scene of sunlight bathing the land, a sight that seemed to exist only in historical images and textbooks. He chuckled. "It would probably be blinding. But let us not dwell on such impractical thoughts. Isn't the purification barrier technology improving? Life in the city is quite pleasant." "True." Qin Fan soon lost interest and shifted to another topic. Upon arriving home, his aunt had prepared a simple dinner. At the dining table, the television broadcasted local news, primarily covering municipal project developments, the completion of a new community service center, and reminders for citizens to take care of their health during foggy weather while adhering to epidemic prevention guidelines. There had been no follow-up reports on the barrier fluctuations in District 7, as if it were merely a trivial routine adjustment. However, Lin Tian sensed that something had changed. That night, he experienced a bizarre dream. In his dream, he wandered alone through an endless expanse of thick fog, surrounded by an eerie silence, yet feeling the presence of countless indistinct shadows flitting through the mist. He felt no fear. Rather, there was a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to some primordial state. The fog coalesced around him, seeping into his body, bringing with it a chilling yet invigorating sense of power. Suddenly, a blinding light flared in the distance, resembling a colossal barrier. From within the radiance came an authoritative reprimand that dispersed the encroaching fog, leaving him with a burning sensation. Lin Tian jolted awake, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. Outside, the night fog remained thick. It was a dream, an extraordinarily vivid dream. He sat up, taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Just then, he faintly heard a sound, not from outside, but resonating directly within his mind. It was an exceedingly faint, guttural roar, as though it were filtered through heavy walls, or perhaps a nameless scraping noise. The sound was laced with chaos, hunger, and a chilling malice. The noise vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Lin Tian held his breath, straining to listen. Apart from the occasional whisper of the wind outside and his still thundering heartbeat, silence enveloped him. Was this the lingering effect of a nightmare? Yet he dared not dwell further on his thoughts. He lay back down, eyes wide open, until the horizon shimmered with a faint gray light, and sleep eluded him. An elusive sensation of being watched by some unseen force enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, just a few kilometers away, in the depths of a dilapidated building complex awaiting demolition at the junction of the 7th District and Anlin Community, municipal sanitation workers were discreetly erecting an unremarkable cordon as dawn broke. Within the boundaries of this line, several individuals clad in fully enclosed protective suits, their identities obscured, were meticulously attending to a small area. The ground and the crumbling walls there were cloaked in a thin, dark gray, viscous fungal carpet that seemed to writhe with a life of its own, emanating a faint, putrid odor. Nearby, early rising residents were subtly informed that the area had been detected with high levels of biochemical contamination and required professional deep disinfection, thus necessitating temporary closure. People accepted this information with a sense of familiarity, grumbling about yet another instance of pollution, and chose to take a detour. No one connected this to the brief disturbance that had occurred a few days prior. Even fewer would suspect the turbulent currents hidden beneath the surface of what appeared to be a mundane pollution cleanup. Lin Tian rose as usual, washed up, had breakfast with his aunt and cousin, and then prepared to head to school. Life continued along its predetermined path, yet beneath that calm facade, invisible ripples had begun to spread, and he, an ostensibly ordinary university student, found himself at the very center of these ripples. Chapter 3. Unusual resonance in the ensuing days. The peculiar sensation that lingered around Lin Tian intensified rather than diminished, swelling like a tide that slowly rose and grew clearer. He began to suffer from insomnia, though not entirely unable to sleep. His slumber was profoundly shallow, with any slight noise jolting him awake. What troubled him further was that even in the brief moments of sleep, he often perceived sounds not through his ears, but resonating deep within his consciousness. It was a low, distant hum interspersed with fragmented, unintelligible screams and sharp, abrasive sounds, brimming with chaos and malevolence. Each time he awoke, drenched in cold sweat and his heart racing, the echoes of those sounds would vanish in an instant, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. During the day, he became excessively sensitive to light and sound. The flickering of fluorescent lights in the classroom, a classmate's sudden shout, or even the crisp clatter of trays in the cafeteria would tighten his chest, provoking fleeting irritability. He realized that concentrating was becoming increasingly difficult. The professor's lectures sometimes blurred into incomprehensibility, while subtle vibrations from outside, imperceptible to the average person, pierced his awareness with startling clarity. He began to deliberately avoid crowded and noisy places, preferring to seclude himself in a quiet corner of the library or return home early. He reassured himself that this was merely a consequence of overwhelming stress and sleep deprivation leading to nervous exhaustion. On Friday afternoon, the final class was Modern History, Post-Catastrophe. The elderly professor, his hair dusted with gray, recounted the arduous journey of the Great Xia Federation in stabilizing order and establishing a purification barrier system during the early days of the catastrophe. The classroom felt stifling, and the gray fog outside appeared thicker than usual, rolling slowly. It is precisely through such sacrifice and solidarity that we have managed to reconstruct order from the rubble, isolating threats beyond our barriers and safeguarding the last embers of civilization. The professor's voice carried a weighty sense of reflection. Lin Tian struggled to keep pace with the lecture. But suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness overcame him. The words on the pages began to blur and distort, while the professor's voice fluctuated between distant and near. In its place, a familiar, resonant hum from the depths of his mind swelled, mingled with a new sound that resembled countless sharp, grating noises, closing in from all directions. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, attempting to anchor himself in reality through pain. Lowering his head, he gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" His roommate noticed his distress and whispered, "I'm fine, just a bit low on sugar." Lin Tian managed a strained smile, his voice slightly hoarse. Just then, an excruciatingly sharp shriek erupted in his mind, a sound unlike any previous noise, imbued with a distinct, ferocious aggression. Lin Tian shuddered, nearly leaping from his chair. He abruptly lifted his gaze, uncontrollably drawn to the thick, impenetrable gray mist outside the classroom window. In his perception, the source of that shriek was not far beyond the distant barrier, but rather within the very city itself, not too far from the school. A bone-chilling dread coursed up his spine. Simultaneously, the classroom lights flickered slightly, high-frequency pulses dancing erratically, while the multimedia projection on the podium momentarily displayed static interference. Most of his classmates merely glanced up in confusion, muttering about unstable voltage, dismissing it altogether. Yet Lin Tian's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. He distinctly sensed that at the moment the shriek pierced the air, an unseen pressure in the surrounding space had surged, and the flickering lights were indicative of disturbances in the electrical grid. This was no mere illusion. As the lecture concluded, Lin Tian nearly fled the classroom. He dashed to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face, the icy sensation momentarily suppressing the buzzing in his mind and the eerie awareness that enveloped him. Gazing into the mirror, he saw a pale countenance, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear, and an overwhelming sense of confusion and dread washed over him. What is happening to me? What are those sounds? What produced that piercing shriek? He recalled the news' nonchalant mention of barrier fluctuations, his aunt's concerns about tense logistics, and the residents' underlying unease. The fragments of fog that had merged with his dreams seemed to point toward a terrifying truth he dared not contemplate. Returning home in a daze, his aunt, Zhang Huilan, immediately sensed something amiss. "Xiao Tian, why do you look so unwell? Are you sick?" she asked anxiously, reaching out to touch Lin Tian's forehead. Instinctively, he recoiled. He felt tense at any sudden contact. "I'm fine, Auntie, just a bit tired." Zhang Huilan's hand hovered in the air, her concern deepening. "Have you been studying too hard? Perhaps tomorrow, during the weekend, you should rest at home and refrain from undertaking any part-time jobs." Lin Tian responded vaguely, his current state leaving him devoid of energy to offer any explanations. During dinner, he consumed very little, enveloped in an unusual silence. Even Qin Fan, typically blunt and straightforward, noticed the change. "Brother, what's wrong? You look lost in thought. Did someone defeat you in the game?" Lin Tian shook his head and forced a smile. "No, I'm just a bit tired." That night, Lin Tian lay in bed, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. The incessant buzzing in his mind was slightly diminished compared to the daytime, yet it remained, like a persistent background noise. He feared falling asleep, terrified of plunging once more into those bizarre dreams, dreading the return of that dreadful screeching sound. Quietly, he sat up, approached the window, and pulled back the curtain slightly to gaze at the desolate world shrouded in thick fog. The city's glow diffused through the mist, rendering it hazy and surreal. At that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to step outside, to walk into the fog. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Official warnings and common sense repeatedly cautioned against venturing out at night, especially during such dense fog, to avoid unforeseen accidents. Ordinary individuals typically harbor a sense of dread towards the night's thick fog. Yet, at this instant, Lin Tian felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the gray mist, as if something within it was beckoning him, or perhaps the fog itself was an intrinsic part of him. He clutched the curtain tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Rationality screamed at him, warning of danger, yet a nascent instinct deep within his being stirred restlessly. Ultimately, reason prevailed, albeit with great difficulty. He slowly released his grip on the curtain, stepped back a few paces, and returned to his bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket as though it would provide a semblance of safety. However, he understood that something had irrevocably changed. A certain awakening within him was incessantly propelling him towards that gray world, filled with peril and the unknown, of which ordinary people remained blissfully unaware. The sharp screech from within the city echoed ominously, heralding the impending disruption of his previously tranquil daily existence. Chapter 4. Silent erosion. The campus during the weekend felt markedly more desolate than usual, the persistent fog cloaking everything in a shroud of gray. Lin Tian declined his roommate's invitation to explore the newly opened commercial complex in the city, as the cacophony and chaotic lights of such an environment now felt torturous to him. He opted to remain at school, ostensibly to catch up on sleep and review his studies, but in reality, he sought a quiet refuge to untangle the increasingly chaotic thoughts in his mind. Alone, he sat in the farthest corner of the library by the window, an open textbook on advanced mathematics before him, yet his gaze lingered outside. The fog rolled slowly, resembling the chest of a slumbering giant. The incessant low hum continued to serve as the soundtrack of his consciousness, while the sharp screech from the previous night, though absent now, had embedded itself in his heart like a thorn, leaving an indelible mark of unease. He attempted to concentrate on his reading, but the formulas and symbols appeared foreign and incomprehensible. In contrast, his senses extended uncontrollably outward. He could hear the hushed conversation of two classmates in the corner of the study room from afar, and he could feel the faint tremor of the floor as the librarian upstairs pushed the book cart by. He could even vaguely catch the imperceptible hissing sound created by the friction of the mist against the edges of the building, a sound unnoticed by the average person. This amplification of perception did not bestow upon him a sense of omniscience. Rather, it became an immense burden. An overwhelming torrent of disordered information surged forth, leaving him dizzy and unable to concentrate. He felt akin to a radio overwhelmed by signals, incapable of tuning into a clear frequency and relegated to passively receiving the cacophony from all directions. In the afternoon, he resolved to return to his aunt's home, hoping that the familiar surroundings might afford him a measure of relaxation. On the bus ride home, he noticed some unusual details. On the street, there appeared to be an increased presence of vehicles from the city's Environmental Maintenance Bureau, all clad in gray uniforms and wearing respirators. They quietly parked at various street corners or residential entrances, while workers conducted some sort of testing with their instruments. Passing by a small park, he saw a section cordoned off with yellow warning tape, where several similarly attired individuals were busy, seemingly engaged in cleanup efforts. Passers-by hurried along, most merely casting a curious glance before swiftly moving on, evidently accustomed to the notion that yet another source of contamination had been discovered requiring professional intervention. Yet, Lin Tian's heart sank. He perceived more than the average person. As the bus passed the enclosed area, he distinctly sensed a faint, exceedingly uncomfortable stickiness and chill, as if an invisible web brushed against his skin, imbued with a foul odor of decay. This sensation was fleeting, yet it churned his stomach. He grasped the armrest of the front seat tightly, his knuckles whitening. This was no ordinary pollution. That odor resonated with the malevolence he had sensed in his dreams, intertwined with the ominous shriek from the previous night. Upon returning home, his Aunt Zhang Huilan was busy organizing the shelves, her brow furrowed with an unshakable anxiety. "Xiao Tian, you're back? Just in time to help your aunt." She pointed to a vacant space on the shelf where the refreshing air purification filters were, along with an efficient anti-corrosion spray. A few regular customers had just come in and nearly bought everything. This was not a good omen. Lin Tian's heart sank as he assisted in inventorying the dwindling stock. "Aunt, is something wrong?" Zhang Huilan lowered her voice. "Though there were only the two of them in the house, I can't say for certain, but this morning at the wholesale market, I heard several shopkeepers mention that things have been unsettled lately. Pets have been mysteriously disappearing in the East District at night and in the West suburbs. People have reported hearing strange noises. Others claim to have seen peculiar black shadows flitting through the mist, and these stories have been gaining traction. Moreover, logistics have been persistently delayed these past few days, leading to a shortage of protective supplies. Everyone is quite anxious." She sighed and continued, "We've lived with this fog for over 20 years. While we've grown accustomed to it, every time there is a slight disturbance, fear still lingers. Who knows what secrets lie within this fog?" She did not continue, merely scrubbing at the empty shelves with fervor, as if that could erase the turmoil within her heart. Lin Tian listened in silence, his aunt's words falling into place like pieces of a puzzle, gradually aligning with his own observations and feelings from that day. The disappearance of pets, eerie sounds, shadowy figures, a shortage of protective gear, and the Environmental Bureau's unusually frequent appearances. All of these events indicate that something far more sinister lurks beneath the surface. The horrifying conjecture resurfaced uncontrollably in his mind. The entities beyond the barrier may have already infiltrated, and perhaps they were very close, even within the confines of their city. That evening, Qin Fan was eager to play the latest motion sensing game in the living room, but was sternly halted by Zhang Huilan. "Play, play, play. All you think about is playing. Didn't you see the news? The fog density at night has been unusually high, and energy fluctuations could cause instability in electronic devices, even lead to short circuits. Do not engage with high-power appliances at night. Just stay put." Qin Fan pouted, refraining from retorting, and reluctantly retreated to his room. Lin Tian approached the window, gazing outside once more. The night fog was thicker than the previous evening, nearly obscuring everything from view. The city lights were swallowed, barely managing to emit a faint, indistinct glow. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the night sky. This time, he not only heard the persistent hum, but also felt, with greater clarity, that something was writhing and growing within the impenetrable fog. A cold, ravenous presence, filled with a desire to expand, spread like an invisible tide, silently corroding the seemingly resilient city. His hand resting on the windowsill trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a more intricate emotion of vigilance against the unknown. An acute awareness of imminent crisis, and perhaps a flicker of something deep within his veins, stirred by the scent of his kind. A sensation he himself had yet to recognize. He was no longer the naive university student. The other side of the world was unveiling a gruesome edge to him in an irresistible manner, and it seemed he was destined to be entangled in its web. Chapter 5. The Whispers of Anan University. The library of Anan University stands as one of the oldest edifices on campus. Its heavy stone exterior weathered by years of relentless mist, presenting a dark and mottled hue. For Lin Tian, the lofty bookshelves create a serene space that offers a respite far superior to the clamor of dormitories or classrooms. Here, the artificial noise is scarce, allowing him to breathe amidst the relentless backdrop. On Monday, he returned not for academic pursuits, but driven by a vague sense of inquiry. He found himself inexplicably drawn to a section he seldom frequented, the archives of pre-catastrophe history and ecology nestled in a corner of the library. The books here possessed yellowed pages, imbued with an aged aroma, chronicling a world bathed in bright sunlight, with clear seasons, unshrouded by eternal fog. He withdrew a hefty atlas, revealing the fauna of the world before the catastrophe. The vividly colored birds, the diverse creatures, and the vibrant forests and oceans were all so foreign to him, as if they belonged to another universe. As he turned to a page depicting the starry night sky, his fingers instinctively froze. The countless stars and the resplendent Milky Way represented a view completely obscured by modern urban light pollution and perpetual gray fog. A profound sense of loss and a flutter of excitement surged within him. He mourned the vibrant world that had slipped away, while the thrill arose from the realization that he felt no alienation towards the pure forms of nature depicted in the images, including some rather peculiar deep-sea creatures, but rather a strange familiarity and closeness. At that moment, an exceedingly faint yet strikingly clear gnawing sound penetrated his consciousness. It did not emanate from the book, nor from any corner of the library. The sound seemed to transcend the thick walls and space, resonating directly within his mind. The sound was abrupt and dense, imbued with an unsettling texture, brimming with greed and destructiveness. Lin Tian abruptly shut the book, his heart contracting sharply. The source of this sound was much nearer than the screams he had heard over the weekend. It seemed to be right there on campus. He forced himself to remain calm, returned the book to its place, and briskly exited the archives section. Everything in the library appeared normal. Students were engrossed in their studies, the silence only punctuated by the rustle of pages and the soft tapping of keyboards. No one looked up, no one exhibited any sign of disturbance. That terrifying gnawing sound was audible solely to him. He stepped out of the library, standing on the high steps. The thick fog still lingered, swallowing the distant teaching and laboratory buildings in a shroud of gray. The gnawing sensation became even more pronounced, carrying a chilling malice. Pointing towards the northwest corner of the campus, near the old surrounding wall, where the ecological experimental garden and abandoned greenhouse lay. His breath quickened. To investigate? This thought seductively beckoned him. A newfound instinct within him stirred restlessly, urging him to approach the source of that sound, to ascertain what it truly was. Yet reason screamed warnings. Danger. The unknown. That is not a realm you should tread. Just as he grappled with his inner turmoil, the conversation of two students drifted into his ears as they descended the steps, their tone laced with a hint of gossip-filled excitement. Have you heard? Strange occurrences in the biology department. What happened? The old ecological experimental garden. There are a few small plots enclosed for insect observation, right? This morning, the graduate student on duty discovered that one of the plots had a large hole torn in the wire mesh, something from outside, or perhaps from inside. The soil in the plot was all disturbed, and nearly all the beetles and soil organisms they had brought in for experiments are gone. Oh, was it feral cats? Not likely. They say some very strange, glistening, sticky slime was left in the soil, something never seen before. Moreover, it seems the surveillance system had some issues. The footage from that period is all static. The professors have temporarily sealed off that area, suspecting it might be some new type of saprophytic fungus or pollutant. Awaiting inspection from the environmental agency, Lin Tian stood on the steps, his entire body chilled. The sticky slime, the static footage, the peculiar gnawing sound, everything aligned. It was neither an accident nor a mere act of animal destruction. Something had infiltrated the campus last night, feeding within the ecological laboratory. He could almost conjure the scene in his mind. Under the cover of thick fog, an unseen entity, exuding a chilling, viscous substance, tore through the wire mesh, devouring the insects and soil organisms in the plot, leaving behind eerie traces that even interfered with electronic devices. Fear coursed through him like icy water. Yet amidst this bone-chilling cold, a peculiar warmth surged through his veins. Was it excitement? The tremors of confronting a fellow being? Or perhaps a longing for the unknown truth? He chose not to approach the ecological garden in the northwest corner, but instead turned on his heel and hastened towards the dormitory in the opposite direction. His steps faltered, a reflection of the turmoil within. What he needed now was calmness, contemplation, not recklessly entering a scene that had recently witnessed such a feeding event. That place was certainly cordoned off, and who could say whether that creature still lurked nearby? Upon returning to his dormitory, he found himself alone. He locked the door and slid down to the floor, leaning against the doorframe, gasping for breath. The gnawing sounds in his mind had dissipated. Perhaps the entity had departed or entered a state of dormancy. Yet the sensation of being watched, of being coveted by some intangible force, was more intense than ever before. Annan University, the seemingly tranquil ivory tower where he had studied and lived for over 2 years, was not an absolute sanctuary after all. The threat lurking beneath the gray mist had silently seeped in, right beside him. He raised his trembling hand, gazing at his palm. If these entities truly existed, what then was this increasingly apparent transformation occurring within his own body? For the first time, he vividly realized that he could no longer passively await and succumb to fear. He must take action, seek understanding, and gain mastery over this force. Otherwise, the next time those chilling gnawing sounds echoed, they might not emanate from the distant ecological garden, but from right outside his window, or even beside his ear. Chapter 6. The lure of darkness. The minor pollution leak incident at the ecological laboratory was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples across Annan University before swiftly fading into silence. The authorities issued a brief statement, reiterating that a certain unknown saprophytic microbial colony had triggered a localized ecological anomaly, which had been successfully contained and cleared, advising students and staff to maintain personal hygiene and report any unidentified slime promptly. Most students discussed the matter for a day or two before their attention was drawn to new classes, club activities, and entertainment gossip. Life seemed to revert to its original course. Yet Lin Tian knew that everything had changed. The distinct gnawing sounds and the subsequent descriptions of slime and monitoring snowflakes were etched in his memory like a brand. This was no longer a vague premonition or distant threat, but a bizarre event occurring right beside him, within reach. That entity did indeed exist, possessing the ability to infiltrate the campus, cloaked in a purifying barrier, unnoticed. Fear still lingered, but another emotion, a near-morbid curiosity and an irresistible attraction, began to flourish wildly within him. Whenever he cast his gaze towards the northwestern corner, a region temporarily sealed off, or even merely contemplated that direction, a peculiar tremor would surge from deep within his being. As though something there was summoning him, resonating with a nascent essence within him. He became somewhat unmoored. In class, he struggled to concentrate, his eyes drifting uncontrollably towards the window, attempting to pierce the dense fog and discern the stirrings of that area. At night, his insomnia intensified, the incessant buzzing in his mind seemingly a reminder of the existence of that unknown realm. He began to experience increasingly fragmented dreams, where the simple mist transformed into distorted, gelatinous dark corridors, alongside vast shadows that writhed slowly, emanating a chilling sense of hunger. He realized that he could no longer afford to wait passively. If that entity truly existed and potentially posed a threat, he at least needed to understand what it was and how to confront it. Avoidance and ignorance would not yield safety. Rather, they would leave him as defenseless as his oblivious classmates when genuine peril descended. On Thursday afternoon, after the final class concluded, the sky had darkened prematurely due to the thick fog. Lin Tian did not return to his dormitory, nor did he head to the library. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he feigned a casual stroll towards the northwestern corner of the campus. As he approached the ecological experimental garden, the strange tremor within him intensified. The air seemed suffused with a faint, almost imperceptible, sweetish odor, mingling with the damp chill of the fog, an aroma that most would overlook. Yet it caused Lin Tian's stomach to clench. He sensed a subtle shift in the ambient sounds. Amidst the low hum, more delicate, chaotic hissing noises emerged, as if numerous unseen entities were agitated. The perimeter of the ecological experimental garden was cordoned off with yellow warning tape, inscribed with the words environmental maintenance, do not approach. Several old glass greenhouses stood silently in the fog, one of which was the site of the incident, its windows obscured from the inside by opaque coverings. Lin Tian did not attempt to breach the barrier. He merely ambled slowly along the periphery, fully unleashing his perceptive faculties. He closed his eyes, striving to block out the distant sounds of students frolicking and the noise of passing vehicles, concentrating all his attention on the area within the confines of the tape. Initially, the chaotic background noise persisted. However, gradually, he began to discern something distinct. In the vicinity of the greenhouse where the incident occurred, the air retained a trace of frigid energy, akin to an invisible shard of ice, still radiating subtle vibrations outward. This sensation, while profoundly discomforting, was strangely familiar. resonating with the icy force that sometimes coursed through him during intense emotional upheavals or in dreams, though this was wilder, more chaotic, imbued with pure destructive intent. He could even vaguely perceive, not with his eyes but through his heightened awareness, minuscule dark specks left upon the soil and leaves, exuding a faint scent of decay, slowly eroding the vitality of the surroundings. At that moment, a subtle sound resembling the friction of a slick object against the ground suddenly emanated from a dense cluster of holly bushes not far behind him. Lin Tian's eyes flew open, his heart racing to the brink of his throat, and every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously. He fixed his gaze upon the thicket, his senses extending like antennae towards it. There was no sign of life, nor any evident energy fluctuations. Yet, the sound compelled him to hold his breath as he cautiously advanced a few steps closer to the bushes. The dense foliage appeared particularly ominous in the mist. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small patch of earth near the roots, unusually damp and muddy, covered by a thin layer of half-dried dark green viscous substance that glimmered faintly in the dim light. At the edges of the slime, several fallen leaves exhibited an abnormal, charred curl, as if corroded by a potent acid. The source of the friction seemed to be a small, broken twig near the viscous substance, gently swaying in the breeze and scraping against the nearby leaves. Had it been left behind by something? Had that entity once lingered here? Perhaps it was even hiding nearby. Observing him in silence, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Lin Tian retreated a few steps, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility perilously low, and the silence seemed to conceal countless pairs of watchful eyes. He dared not linger any longer. Swiftly turning to leave, nearly sprinting out of the area until he reached the well-lit, bustling main road, where he leaned against a lamppost, gasping for breath. Though it was merely a brief reconnaissance, the information gleaned left him profoundly shaken. He confirmed the presence of anomalous energy and corrosive substances at the site, possibly even discovering traces of that entity's fleeting presence. More importantly, he validated that his perceptive abilities were indeed real and effective, revealing a bizarre connection between himself and the strange energy. This time, he was not passively enduring fear and strangeness. He had taken the proactive first step toward uncovering the truth. Despite the inherent dangers of this step, it granted him a glimmer of direction amid the endless confusion. He understood that there was no turning back. This world, shrouded in gray mist, concealed dangers and secrets far beyond his imagination. And he, an ordinary university student, was being inexorably drawn toward the vortex of fate. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Fire Eyes. Since that hasty return from the outskirts of the ecological experimental garden, Lin Tian sensed that the changes within his body were accelerating. His sensitivity to anomalous energy was no longer merely a vague tremor or intermittent sound. It began to evolve into something clearer and more defined. He often felt a slight warmth in his eyes, especially when intently gazing at the mist or shadowy corners, where his vision occasionally warped for an instant, as if viewed through a shimmering heat haze. He vaguely realized that a deeper transformation was in gestation. On Friday night, Qin Fan went to a classmate's house for an overnight stay, while his aunt, Zhang Huilan, was working the night shift at a convenience store. Lin Tian found himself alone at home. In the desolate silence of the apartment, the outside world was shrouded in an even deeper, seemingly solid fog than ever before. This atmosphere heightened all his senses, rendering the buzzing in his mind particularly acute. Restless, he felt an overpowering urge to venture once more to the vicinity of the ecological experimental garden. During the day, the area was bustling with activity, and he dared not approach too closely, but perhaps at night he could perceive the hidden truths obscured by daylight. Reason cautioned him of the immense danger. Yet the tumultuous energy within him, coupled with an insatiable thirst for truth, ultimately overshadowed the warnings. He donned a dark coat and pulled up the hood, silently slipping out of his home and into the fog-drenched night enveloping Annan University. The campus was eerily quiet, the streetlights transformed into hazy pools of golden light, illuminating only the smallest patches of ground. He avoided the main thoroughfare, traversing the secluded paths like a specter, soon arriving once again at the perimeter of the ecological experimental garden in the northwest corner. Here, the night was even more foreboding than during the day. The abandoned greenhouse loomed like a massive sarcophagus, while the dense vegetation twisted into bizarre silhouettes within the mist. The faint metallic sweetness in the air seemed to intensify, and the chilling remnants of energy became increasingly palpable, stimulating his nerves. Choosing not to approach the perimeter, he instead settled on a small hillock slightly farther away, where the view was relatively unobstructed. Concealed behind a large tree, he held his breath and focused his mind, striving to expand his perception and concentrate on his eyes. Initially, He sensed only the indistinct energy and the frigid atmosphere of the area. However, this time, as he concentrated his spirit upon his gaze, that familiar warmth surged within him, becoming overwhelmingly intense. His eye sockets felt as though they were infused with two searing coals, both painful and swollen. He could hardly suppress a muffled groan, nearly closing his eyes. But at that moment, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The world within his sight began to fade, twist, and then reorganize. The dense gray fog appeared to lighten. No, not lighten, but rather, he found himself able to see through the veil of mist. The colors of the world became strange. The contours of tangible objects blurred, replaced by countless streams of energy and light. He perceived a vast warmth emanating from the distant dormitory area, a steady orange-yellow glow. The vitality of countless lives converging. He glimpsed the pale blue energy flowing within the underground pipes, the very lifeblood sustaining the city. And in the area of the ecological experimental garden he focused upon, the sight was nothing short of horrifying. Centered around the ill-fated greenhouse, large patches of dark red and purple-black tainted light splattered across the ground and clung to the plants and walls like spilled paint. These splotches twisted and writhed, exuding a potent aura of foreboding and decay, a manifestation of the chilling energy he had previously sensed. What sent shivers down his spine further was the sight of minuscule threads, resembling black silk, extending from those patches, spreading outward like a spider's web, seemingly eroding and contaminating the surrounding environment. Were these the remnants of those entities? They not only existed, but continued to emit pollution. Lin Tian's heart raced, both in shock at the sudden emergence of this extraordinary vision and in terror at the sight before him. With these eyes, he could perceive what was invisible to the ordinary gaze, uncovering the bizarre truths concealed beneath a calm facade. He suppressed the burning pain and discomfort in his eyes, shifting his focus in an attempt to see further and more clearly. When he directed his gaze towards the dense holly bushes adjacent to the greenhouse, the very spot where he had last discovered the viscous substance, his blood nearly froze in his veins. In the shadowy depths of that thicket, he discerned a presence. It was not a clear entity, but rather a vague outline, humanoid in size, composed of thick shadows and swirling purplish-black energy. It seemed to cling to the ground, perfectly merging with the darkness, emitting almost no trace of life that an ordinary observer could detect. Yet, under the scrutiny of his peculiar vision, it was utterly exposed. At the center of this shadowy silhouette were two faint, greedy, and malevolent crimson points of light, fixated intently on his direction. It has found me. This thought pierced through his mind like an ice pick. Terrified, Lin Tian felt his soul flee and instinctively severed his concentrated thoughts. The peculiar vision receded like a tide, restoring the world to its normal grayness and blur, while the burning sensation in his eyes swiftly dissipated, leaving only a severe ache and waves of dizziness. Without a second thought, he scrambled to his feet from behind the slope, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint madly down the path he had come. Not daring to look back, he sensed an intangible, icy gaze from the shadows of the bushes behind him, filled with the mockery and cruelty of a predator. He rushed home, locked the door, and slid down to the floor with his back against it, drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This time, he was no longer guessing, no longer in a haze of perception. He had seen the traces of pollution and the hunter lurking in the shadows. This sudden awakening of his piercing vision had opened the door to the real world, yet also confronted him with the suffocating terror that lay beyond. Chapter 8. The awakening of the anomaly. Lin Tian felt as if he were adrift in an endless gray sea. Countless chaotic fragments of images and sounds crashed against his consciousness like waves, distorted shadows, crimson points of light, cold slime, sharp shrieks, deep gnawing, and a pair of eyes ablaze with golden flames yet chillingly cold, watching him from the depths of the fog. He struggled amidst the infinite chaos until a warm force gradually infused him, like the light of a lighthouse piercing through dense mist, guiding him back. Xiao Tian, can you hear me? A familiar voice, tinged with tears and uncontrollable worry, pulled his fading consciousness back from the abyss. Lin Tian's eyelashes fluttered a few times as he struggled to open his eyes. The blinding white light forced him to shut them again momentarily. After a while, he slowly adjusted and began to see his surroundings clearly. He lay in his own bed, and his aunt, Zhang Huilan, sat beside him, tightly holding his hand, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept for a long time. Cousin Qin Fan stood beside him, his usual vivacity replaced by an expression of anxiety and unease. Aunt Lin Tian broke the silence, her voice rasping, as if her throat had been scraped with sandpaper. He is awake. Thank the heavens, Zhang Huilan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she helped him sit up slowly. offering a cup of warm water. "Quick, drink some water. You nearly scared Auntie to death. You know?" The warm liquid soothed his parched throat, and Lin Tian's consciousness began to crystallize. He recalled the terrifying images that had flashed before his eyes before he succumbed to unconsciousness, along with the intense headache and overwhelming weakness that followed. "What happened to me?" he ventured to ask, instinctively assessing his body. The burning pain and fatigue had largely dissipated, yet an indescribable sense of strangeness enveloped him, as though every cell in his body had been activated and restructured, rendering him more acute and insatiably hungry. Yes, it was a vague yearning for some elusive energy. "How can you even ask that?" Qin Fan interjected, his tone laced with residual fear. "Yesterday morning, no matter how much Mom called you, you wouldn't wake up. You were burning hot, and no amount of shaking could rouse you. We thought." He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Wiping her tears, Zhang Huilan, still shaken, said, "Indeed, it frightened us to death. We hurriedly called an ambulance to take you to the hospital, but curiously, after a full examination, blood tests, CT scans, MRIs, everything appeared normal. They couldn't determine the cause of your high fever and unconsciousness. The doctor suggested it might be a rare viral infection or nervous exhaustion leading to a sudden episode. After observing you for a day and seeing your temperature drop and vital signs stabilize, they finally allowed us to take you home for recuperation." Lin Tian understood the implications. This was evidently not an ordinary ailment, but rather a backlash from the excessive use of that fiery ocular ability. How could the hospital's scientific instruments possibly detect such a supernatural phenomenon? "How long have I been asleep?" "1 day and 2 nights, Zhang Huilan replied anxiously. "Xiao Tian, please be honest with Auntie. Have you encountered anything unclean? Or visited somewhere you shouldn't have?" A tightness gripped Lin Tian's heart as he realized Auntie was alluding to recent rumors. He forced a smile, downplaying the gravity of the situation. "No, Auntie. Please don't think too much. It's likely just that I've been studying too hard lately, coupled with stress and not resting well at night. It all just came to a head. I'll be more careful in the future." Zhang Huilan remained skeptical, but, seeing his pale complexion, refrained from pressing further. Letting out a sigh, "Well, as long as you're all right, that's what matters. Are you hungry? I've made you some congee and kept it warm." Lin Tian nodded. He indeed felt a profound hunger, not just for food, but for something beyond. As he sipped the congee, Lin Tian quietly conducted an experiment. He dared not fully harness that fiery ability again. Instead, he merely concentrated slightly, focusing his attention on his eyes. Instantly, the world around him seemed a touch clearer. Though far from the marvel of that night, he could vaguely discern the minuscule dust particles suspended in the air. And he even sensed the faint warm glow emanating from Auntie and Qin Fan, a representation of their vital life force. This ability has not vanished. Rather, it has become more manageable, and the backlash seems to have lessened. Is it due to some form of adaptation and adjustment during the state of unconsciousness? Simultaneously, he confirmed another matter. When he focused his mind, the low, droning background hum in his brain still persisted, but it appeared to have sharpened. It was no longer a mere cacophony of noise, but rather a discernible array of different frequencies. One particular frequency, imbued with a chilling and chaotic essence, instinctively repelled him, seemingly corresponding to those forbidden entities. Conversely, another frequency was exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible, exuding a sense of balance and tranquility, as if it were a form of protective force. Was it a purifying barrier? This refinement of perception significantly enhanced his ability to interpret the surrounding world. After finishing his congee, Lin Tian excused himself, claiming he needed further rest, allowing his aunt and Qin Fan to attend to their tasks. Alone in his room, a tumult of thoughts surged within him. His state of unconsciousness felt like a watershed moment. Previously, he had passively endured change and fear. Now, although he still knew little about that concealed world, he had at least grasped a rudimentary tool for proactive exploration, albeit with inherent risks and costs. He raised his hand and gazed at his palm. The experience of unconsciousness had illuminated the futility of evasion and denial. The power awakening within him was both a curse and potentially the key to survival in this perilous world. The hunter lurking in the shadows of the campus remained. The silent corruption eroding the world continued unabated. He could not rely on luck for every escape. He must learn to control it. Lin Tian murmured to himself, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. He needed to acquire more knowledge about the truths of this world and devise methods to train and master his fiery gaze and increasingly acute perceptions. All of this must remain concealed from his aunt, Qin Fan, and any ordinary individuals. The Lin Tian who awakened was no longer the naive and bewildered university student. A true, solitary journey of exploration and transformation was just beginning. Chapter 9. The the fire in the mirror in the ensuing days. Lin Tian took a leave of absence from school, citing his recent illness and the need for recuperation, spending most of his time at home. Although his aunt, Zhang Huilan, was concerned, she recognized that his complexion was gradually improving and could only acquiesce, finding various ways to prepare nourishing soups for him. However, Lin Tian did not truly rest. He devoted all his energy to two pursuits: attempting to control his intermittently functioning fiery gaze and seeking information regarding the gray mist disasters and various anomalous phenomena through any available channels. The process of mastering his abilities proved far more arduous and perilous than he had anticipated. He dared not exert himself as he had that fateful night. Instead, he proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring he would not faint again while conducting subtle experiments. He confined himself to his room, drawing the curtains to create a dim environment. Then, he concentrated his mind, striving to direct the cool energy within him toward his eyes. Initially, he faced numerous failures, either experiencing no response or suffering a sharp pain in his eyes, causing his vision to blur, prompting him to cease immediately. However, gradually, he began to discern a pattern. Like adjusting a finely tuned knob, he needed to exercise an exquisite precision in controlling the intensity of the output. If too feeble, it would fail to activate that peculiar vision. If too potent, it would incite a self-destructive blaze. Through relentless practice, he progressed from merely inducing a slight warmth in his eyes for a fleeting second or two, to sustaining a low-intensity state of visual enhancement for nearly 10 minutes. In this subdued state, the world before him became markedly clearer, the saturation of colors appeared heightened, and he developed a heightened sensitivity to subtle changes in light and the intricate textures of objects. More importantly, he could vaguely perceive the minuscule energy particles floating in the air, akin to fine dust. Most were inert and colorless, yet occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of faint, chilling, or chaotic particles drifting by, which served as a reminder that even in the sanctuary of his home, he was not entirely insulated from their influence. He procured a small mirror, endeavoring to observe himself. As he gently focused his ability upon his eyes, the reflection startled him. Deep within his pupils, there seemed to be a soft golden light, akin to a flickering flame, swirling slowly and subtly, bestowing his otherwise ordinary black irises with an ineffable air of mystery and an otherworldly quality. Is this the legendary fiery eye? He instinctively touched the contours of his eye sockets, feeling both alien and profoundly shaken. In addition to honing his abilities, he devoted considerable time to exploring the vast expanse of the internet. Most information from official channels was monotonous, reiterating the efficacy of purification barriers, the qualitative history of disasters, and urging the public to remain vigilant. However, he unearthed intriguing fragments within certain obscure academic databases accessible only through special permissions, as well as in highly encrypted underground forums. He encountered obscure abstracts of papers regarding anomalous geological activities in high-concentration fog regions, stumbled upon old news archives flagged as collective hallucinations or novel infectious diseases, yet described vaguely, and even discovered a few low-resolution images, allegedly of phantoms within the fog, in a long-abandoned online community. Although hazy, their distorted forms evoked memories of the shadowy silhouette he had glimpsed that fateful night. All these pieces of information pointed toward a singular conclusion. Beneath the gray mist lay not silence, but a realm teeming with phenomena and life forms that surpassed ordinary understanding. Yet, all this information was meticulously controlled, downplayed, or sealed away. He also paid particular attention to searching for cases of ocular mutations or extraordinary vision, only to find scant results, most categorized as fiction or hoaxes. This further solidified his conviction that his ability was likely exceedingly unique and rare. One evening, while Qin Fan was away from home and his aunt was busy reconciling accounts in the living room, Lin Tian sat at his desk, once again attempting to enter that low-intensity fiery eye state while browsing the web. Suddenly, an old technical report buried amidst a sea of irrelevant information, titled Comparative Analysis of Anomalous Electromagnetic Spectrum Fluctuations Before and After the Cataclysm, captured his attention. The report was profoundly technical, laden with formulas and data charts. Lin Tian's expertise lay elsewhere, rendering him utterly bewildered. Yet, as he instinctively maintained his vigilant state, scanning through a report featuring an energy distribution graph pertaining to a specific low-frequency band, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. The curves and color blocks representing the data seemed to spring to life before his eyes. Among them, a curve marked by anomalous disturbances exhibited a fluctuation pattern astonishingly akin to the cold, chaotic energy frequencies he associated with those forbidden entities. His heart raced further when, In the conclusion of the report, a bolded, seemingly routine summative statement proclaimed that this anomalous band required ongoing monitoring to avert potential risks. Under his scrutinizing gaze, several lines of faint, ethereal text emerged in the surrounding blank space, as if composed of delicate light and shadow. This text did not belong to any known language. It was twisted and bizarre, yet it imprinted itself directly onto his consciousness, conveying clear fragments of information. Monitoring outpost failure confirmed. Shadow bacteria activity heightened. Recommend increasing alertness level. Lin Tian abruptly severed his ability, nearly leaping from his chair, his heart racing uncontrollably as cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Shadow bacteria? Is this the name of that entity which leaves a slimy trail, lurking in the shadows? Monitoring outpost failure? Penetration confirmed. This seemingly ordinary academic report concealed such terrifying information through some extraordinary means. It implied that the existence of these forbidden beings had long been acknowledged, even undergoing monitoring and classification. The situation hinted at by the report was evidently grim. What he had acquired was not merely a clue but a dreadful confirmation. The so-called purification barrier was far from flawless. Penetration had been ongoing, and the situation might be deteriorating. Lin Tian slumped back into his chair, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The power of his keen sight was far more formidable and mysterious than he had imagined. It could not only perceive the traces of energy, but could also unravel the hidden contents of information. However, the more he learned, the greater his fear and pressure became. What he glimpsed was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet this fragment was already so grotesque. The reality concealed beneath the official narrative was rife with unknown dangers and complex secrets. He stowed away the mirror and closed the webpage. Outside, the gray mist lingered, silently enveloping the world. Lin Tian understood that he could no longer be content with passive observation and searching. He needed to engage more proactively, to comprehend. That ecological experimental garden, the place harboring the shadow bacteria, might conceal even more clues. A bold and perilous plan began to brew in his mind. Chapter 10. The preliminary mastery of his abilities and the acquisition of fragmented information did not bring Lin Tian much solace. Rather, it was akin to igniting a small flame in the darkness, illuminating more unsettling shadows lurking nearby. He became increasingly vigilant, as even the slightest anomaly in daily life would capture his attention. That afternoon, his aunt, Zhang Huilan, called from the convenience store, her tone tinged with anxiety. Xiao Tian, are you feeling any better? If all is well, could you come to the store and help me for a while? Xiao Wang is the college student who works part-time. Today he has failed to show up for work, and all attempts to reach him by phone or text have proven futile, as if he has vanished from existence. The afternoon is bustling with customers, and managing alone proves to be quite overwhelming. Xiao Wang. Lin Tian has a vague recollection of the senior, who always wears a shy smile and is diligent in his duties. All right, Auntie, please don't worry. I will come over immediately. Upon hanging up, Lin Tian felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. An ominous premonition quietly spread within him. In this period shrouded in fog and strange occurrences, the sudden disappearance of a young man inevitably conjures dark associations. He promptly set off for the Huailan convenience store. Along the way, he instinctively maintained a state of heightened vigilance, meticulously observing his surroundings. On the streets, vehicles from the Environmental Maintenance Bureau appeared to be more prevalent than in previous days, gliding silently along the damp roads like gray phantoms. Some alley entrances were cordoned off with temporary barriers, and personnel clad in protective gear were seen coming and going. An intangible sense of tension filled the air, causing pedestrians to hasten their steps more than usual. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Zhang Huailan was engrossed in her work, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Lin Tian swiftly took over the tasks of cashiering and restocking. Seizing a moment of respite, he casually inquired, Annie, did Senior Wang mention anything about not coming in today? Or has he seemed off lately? Zhang Huailan furrowed her brow in thought while checking the shelves. Not at all. That boy has always been reliable. Just yesterday afternoon, he was perfectly fine and even said he would arrive on time today. However, now that you mention it, just before his shift ended yesterday, the fog was exceptionally thick. He stepped out to dispose of some trash, and when he returned, his complexion seemed a bit pale. I asked him about it, and he said he was fine, perhaps just a bit tired. Who would have imagined that he would be unreachable today? Lin Tian's heart sank at the thought of Xiao Wang's pale face after taking out the trash. The back door of the convenience store led to a relatively secluded alley, a place where unusual events could easily transpire. How long had he been gone to throw out the trash? Just 5 or 6 minutes, perhaps? Not long at all. Zhang Huailan sighed. I have already contacted the school and his registered emergency contacts, but no one has seen him. This is so distressing. Let us hope nothing has happened. Lin Tian nodded silently, his unease intensifying. He excused himself to organize supplies in the storeroom and discreetly made his way to the back door of the convenience store. Outside, a narrow alley lay before him, cluttered with several trash bins, typically devoid of foot traffic. Taking a deep breath, he subtly heightened his sensory perception, cautiously examining the ground and walls near the back door. Initially, everything appeared normal. However, when he focused on the area where Xiao Wang might have lingered yesterday, his pupils constricted sharply. On the damp cement floor, near the corner of the wall, he discovered it. Several exceedingly faint remnants of dark green energy, almost dissipating. The color and aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy characteristics of the Shadow Devourer he had sensed before. Although exceedingly weak, it was undeniably present. Moreover, beside the energy residue on the wall, he noticed several minute scratches, as if the surface had been slightly eroded by some viscous substance. Could it be that Xiao Wang encountered that entity here yesterday evening? Lin Tian felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired. Had he been attacked? Or abducted? Was that the reason for his sudden disappearance? Even the loss of all communication signals? He swiftly reined in his abilities, suppressing the tempest of emotions within, and returned to the shop with a calm demeanor. He could not divulge his findings to his aunt, as it would only incite panic and leave him unable to provide explanations. As evening fell, Lin Tian arrived home and immediately powered on his computer, embarking on a fervent search for recent local news regarding missing persons. Indeed, he uncovered several inconspicuous reports, all dated within the past week. The identities of the missing varied greatly. Late-night employees, solitary elderly individuals, and even children who vanished in the blink of an eye while playing in the park. The reports uniformly suggested potential runaway cases or familial disputes, with the police having initiated investigations but so far uncovering no suspicious leads. However, to Lin Tian, these scattered and seemingly unrelated disappearances hinted at a singular, terrifying truth lurking beneath the surface. Coupled with the residual energy he had witnessed and the unusually frequent activities of the environmental agency, a dreadful hypothesis began to crystallize. The forbidden entities hidden within the fog were becoming increasingly active and audacious. They were no longer content to dwell in the peripheries, but were beginning to infiltrate the heart of the city, even commencing the predation of humans. The missing individuals were likely their victims. It was evident that the authorities were aware of this, which explained the environmental agency's heightened activity. Yet they strictly withheld information from the public to prevent societal panic. The missing cases were downplayed as much as possible. Sitting at his computer, Lin Tian felt a cold shiver run through him. The incident at the Ecological Experimental Park might merely be the beginning, a reconnaissance for a far more extensive infiltration operation. Now, the threat had escalated, encroaching upon the lives of ordinary people, even those he knew. Senior Wang's fate was uncertain. Who would be next? His aunt, Qin Fan, or perhaps himself? The piercing gaze capable of perceiving the truth weighed heavily upon him. He discerned the danger, yet felt powerless to avert it, unable to confide in anyone. This profound sense of solitude and impotence threatened to engulf him. He approached the window, gazing out at the seemingly eternal, thick fog. Within it, countless greedy eyes appeared to flicker, waiting for the next prey. The missing persons could not merely be isolated incidents. This was only the beginning. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He must grow stronger, must discover a means to safeguard those he cherished in this increasingly perilous world. Otherwise, one day he or someone close to him might also become just another statistic in the city's tally of the vanished. Chapter 11. Whispers beneath the disappearance of Senior Wang struck Lin Tian's heart like a heavy stone cast into a tumultuous lake. The faint dark green energy residue at the convenience store's back door served as a malicious brand, confirming his worst fears. Those lurking in the fog had extended their tendrils toward the unsuspecting, ordinary people. Fear did not deter him. Rather, it acted like tempered water, extinguishing the hesitation and luck that had lingered in his heart. He understood that passively waiting and observing would only plunge himself and those around him into greater peril. He had to take the initiative, striving to learn as much about his adversaries as possible before the next disappearance occurred. In the following days, Lin Tian resembled a finely tuned machine. He returned to school, yet his thoughts had long departed from textbooks. He seized every moment of leisure, systematically honing his control over the Eye of Fire, and began purposefully employing it to scan his surroundings. He was no longer content merely to perceive the remnants of energy. He endeavored to discern the age, strength, and attributes of different energy traces. The chilling, chaotic, and corrosive energy he sensed that night in the Ecological Experimental Garden, he labeled as corrosive energy, seemingly characteristic of entities like the shadow bacteria. In contrast, the steady flow of energy he perceived underground, along with the warmth emanating from countless lives in the air, belonged to a relatively neutral or orderly energy. He drifted like a specter through the neighborhoods surrounding Annam University and his home, particularly in those obscure, shadowy corners seldom traversed by others, abandoned construction sites, dilapidated underground passages, cluttered backyards, and the intricate entrances of the city's sewer system. Through the lens of the Eye of Fire, the city revealed a different visage. Most areas were enveloped in orderly or neutral energy fields, yet in certain corners, there indeed existed discordant patches of corrosive energy. Some were ancient, nearly on the verge of dissipating. Others were relatively fresh, indicating recent activity. He meticulously documented these locations, attempting to uncover patterns in their distribution. He discovered that these traces of corrosive energy often appeared in poorly lit, damp, poorly ventilated areas, or near entrances to underground spaces. They seemed to favor such environments. Furthermore, he noted a disquieting trend. The frequency of fresh traces seemed to be gradually increasing. One evening, Lin Tian pretended to wander aimlessly, arriving at an abandoned freight station a few streets away from Anlin Community. This place had long been forsaken, rusted tracks submerged in weeds, and several dilapidated warehouses loomed like silent giants amidst the thick fog. Typically, no one would venture here. When he focused the Eye of Fire on this location, his heart raced. The response of corrosive energy here was more intense and concentrated than anything he had previously encountered. Not only were there vast patches of dark green and purplish-black filth on the ground and walls, but he could even see wisps of solidified corrosive energy, like living black streams, slowly seeping from the cracks in the warehouse walls and the sunken openings in the ground, descending into the depths below. It seemed as though a concealed source was incessantly emanating this ominous energy. What sent chills down his spine was that when he concentrated deeply, he could almost capture a new sound emanating from the depths below, no longer the clear gnawing or hissing, but a low, continuous whisper. As if countless fragmented objects were writhing and coalescing in sludge, a sound teeming with a nauseating vitality. This was far more than a mere stopover for some shadow bacteria. It was highly likely that this was a nest, or perhaps a crucial nexus. Lin Tian, suppressing his discomfort and nausea, dared not linger and swiftly departed from the freight station. Upon returning home, he unfurled an old city map, one he had unearthed from his aunt's storage room, and marked all the locations of the recently discovered traces of corrosive energy using symbols only he could decipher. As he connected the dots, a vague and unsettling pattern emerged. These anomalous points seemed not entirely random, but instead subtly aligned along certain ancient subterranean pipelines or areas of geological fragility, converging towards the abandoned freight station. What lay concealed beneath that freight station? A larger shadowy entity? A breeding ground of some sort? Or perhaps a passage to deeper, more terrifying existences? Staring at the map, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming pressure akin to suffocation. What he had glimpsed might merely be the tip of the iceberg, yet the scale of that exposed fragment exceeded his imagination. These forbidden creatures were not mere stragglers. They appeared to be organized, utilizing the underground spaces of the city for some arcane activities. The disappearance of Senior Wang might simply be a trivial footnote beneath this vast shadow. Lin Tian sensed an unprecedented urgency. He could no longer be satisfied with mere surface observations. To truly comprehend the full extent of the threat, he must venture into that dark, corrosively tainted underground realm. This notion was utterly insane. Merely contemplating it sent chills down his spine. Yet he understood that if he wished to acquire the power to protect himself and his family, if he sought to prevent further disappearances, this might be an unavoidable path. He needed to prepare, to master his abilities with greater proficiency, and perhaps acquire certain tools. Thus, he began to scour the internet, delving into hidden corners for clues regarding the city's underground structures, ancient drainage systems, and potential means to counteract the anomalies, such as specific minerals, frequencies, or age-old legends. The identities of hunter and prey became obscured beneath the shroud of thick fog. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, a university student unexpectedly endowed with the gift of insight, was being inexorably drawn towards the precipice of that dark abyss, poised to confront the malevolent whispers emanating from below. Chapter 12. Mythical Beasts. The discovery of the abandoned freight station acted as a frigid key, unlocking deeper fears within Lin Tian's heart. The corrosive energies converging underground, the rustling whispers, all pointed toward a chilling possibility. What he faced might not be isolated, scattered monsters, but rather an underground ecology exhibiting some form of organization, perhaps even a rudimentary societal structure. The name shadowy mycobacterium, derived from hidden information, sounded more like a classification code than a mere legendary beast. This prompted Lin Tian to redirect his investigation towards a realm he had previously not explored in depth, those dusty, dismissed myths and ancient legends. What if the gray mist and these forbidden creatures were not an entirely sudden catastrophe, but rather a part of something older and grander? What if the annals of human history have long left behind traces of them, only to be dismissed by later generations as mere fabrications of myth? Once this notion takes root, it proliferates with fervor. Lin Tian once again casts his gaze towards the library of Annam University, a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. However, this time, his objective diverges from the rigorous scientific papers or contemporary histories. Instead, he seeks the library's most obscure corners, where dust accumulates over tomes of mysticism, folklore, and ancient mythology. The air here is imbued with the musty scent of aged paper and ink, the light dim, and the towering, cramped bookshelves nearly forsaken by all. Like a treasure hunter guided by the faint intuition bestowed by his fiery eye, an instinct that seems to filter out the superfluous information and direct him towards specific volumes, he painstakingly sifts through the vast sea of forgotten texts. He peruses the hand-bound volumes chronicling the legends of mountain spirits and water monsters, leafing through yellowed illustrations depicting the grotesque forms of primordial beasts, striving to unearth descriptions reminiscent of the corrosive entity known as the Shadow Devourer, characterized by its slime and shadows. Progress is slow and disheartening. Most legends are too vague, exaggerated, or laden with overt symbolism to correlate with the tangible threats he faces. Then, one fateful day, he inadvertently extracts a book bound in a resilient leather devoid of a title, its material strikingly ancient. It is carelessly wedged between two shelves, seemingly forgotten for ages. Upon touching the cover, a slight sting resonates in his fingertips, causing the chilling energy within him to ripple. Something peculiar stirs within him. Lin Tian, intrigued, finds a secluded nook to settle and cautiously opens the book's pages. The texture of the pages is unlike any ordinary paper. They are supple and flexible, inscribed with a series of distorted symbols he has never encountered before, interspersed with perplexing illustrations that seem to depict twisted creatures and the movements of celestial bodies. To the untrained eye, it resembles an indecipherable tome of celestial lore. Yet, as he quietly channels his fiery eye, infusing a modicum of energy into his gaze, a remarkable transformation unfolds. The distorted symbols appear to animate, reconfiguring and contorting in his field of vision, ultimately coalescing into intelligible information that becomes imprinted upon his consciousness. This book, it seems, demands a unique method of reading. The content within sends shivers down his spine, rendering his breath momentarily suspended. It does not recount the familiar mythos of humanity, but rather an entirely distinct cosmology steeped in cold, darkness, and chaos. The text describes that at the dawn of existence, and even in epochs far more ancient, there existed beings not of this material universe, ancient entities emerging from the fissures of time and space, embodiments of pure chaos and void. The book employs an array of arcane terminology to describe these entities, such as spawn of the abyss, shadows of the dark depths, and the unspeakable whispers. Some paragraphs within the text sent a chilling shiver down Lin Tian's spine. Shadows resembling living entities, amorphous and devouring light, dissolving matter into pus, leaving traces of erosion in their wake, akin to a plague spreading unseen beneath the earth or lurking within dense fog. Their sound resembled the gnawing of countless insects, a haunting melody that gradually decayed the spirit of those who heard it. Neither alive nor dead, they embodied a cancerous force of order, eroding reality and distorting logic, returning the orderly to chaos. How strikingly similar this description is to the characteristics of the shadow-devouring bacteria. It is even conceivable that the shadow-devouring bacteria is merely a lesser, more common manifestation among these terrifying beings collectively referred to as mythical creatures. The book also mentioned the gray mist, not a product of cataclysm, but rather a phenomenon known as the veil or a breach in barriers, providing a conduit or wound through which ancient ones and their derivatives could more easily infiltrate this world. Lin Tian's heart raced uncontrollably. He felt he had touched one of the deepest and most terrifying secrets of this world. What humanity refers to as a cataclysm may not be a beginning at all, but merely a significant node in a protracted process of erosion. These mythical beings may have existed for eons, often held at bay by more powerful rules or barriers, and the arrival of the gray mist has drastically weakened such defenses. He continued to leaf through the pages, and at the end of the book, he encountered a more disturbing illustration. At the center of the image was a vast, indistinct shadowy outline composed of countless twisted tendrils, eyeballs, and grotesque growths, indescribable in language. Merely gazing upon this illustration filled Lin Tian with a profound sense of mental pollution and nausea. Beneath the image, a name was inscribed in that distorted script, translated through the fire eye as the blind and foolish shadow of the thousand-throated beast. The mere knowledge of this name made Lin Tian feel as if the air around him had solidified. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct for survival, seized him, nearly choking him. He abruptly closed the book, severing the connection to the fire eye, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his garments. What manner of individual left behind this tome? Is it a record of the mad imaginings of ancient beings, or a bloody truth? If the latter is indeed the case, then what humanity faces is not merely a creature that can be eradicated by brute force, but an existence so conceptual, embodying the dark aspects of the universe, that it inspires terror. The so-called purification barriers seem utterly insignificant and fragile in the face of such monumental horror. Lin Tian sat motionless in a dim corner, unable to stir. The price of acquiring knowledge is a deepening despair. He had initially believed he was battling monsters, only to discover that behind these monsters lies a terrifying truth, one that could devour the entire world, akin to an abyss. The weight of the term mythical creatures now felt unbearably heavy upon him. Chapter 13. The Erosion Stone. The impact of that mysterious ancient tome reverberated in Lin Tian's mind like a deep-water bomb, its aftershocks lingering for an extended period. Concepts such as mythical beings, the thousand-throated beast, and the cancer of order far surpassed his previous imaginings, elevating a horrific existential crisis to a level of nearly cosmic horror. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, momentarily submerging him. Yet, the inherent resilience within Lin Tian, coupled with a generation molded by the haze of the misty era, has prevented him from succumbing to despair. Following a moment of hopelessness, a more fervent will to survive and an insatiable curiosity have been ignited within him. Regardless of how formidable his adversaries may be, passivity is simply not an option. The ancient tome indeed unveils terrifying truths, yet it might also conceal a glimmer of hope. He recalls the contents of the ancient text, which, aside from detailing unspeakable horrors, seemingly alludes to other elements, methods employed by ancient ancestors or those privy to the truth to combat and even harness the powers of these mythical beings. These passages are more obscure, resembling legends or conjectures, but to Lin, they shine like fireflies in the darkness. One particular segment captures his attention profoundly. The text mentions that in certain exceedingly dark locales, where powerful mythic entities once lingered for extended periods, the dissipated corrosive energy, described using another ancient term, yet understood by Lin to refer to the same essence, may amalgamate with the Earth's minerals, resulting in a unique crystallization. This crystal is said to encapsulate pure corrosive energy, yet its extreme instability and peril render it a substance that ordinary individuals would avoid at all costs. However, should one possess special methods of guidance or a specific constitution, it might be possible to sense threats through it or even leverage its power as a conduit. The tome refers to this crystal as the Void Tear Crystal or Corrosive Energy Stone. This description ignites a spark within Lin. He recalls the potent, converging source of corrosive energy he had sensed in the depths of the abandoned freight station. Could it be the site of this corrosive energy stone's formation? If it exists, it might serve as a pivotal object for him to comprehend and even confront those monstrosities. At the very least, it could function as a clearer beacon, aiding him in tracking their movements. Once this thought takes root, it becomes difficult to suppress. He understands the inherent danger, akin to grasping at embers. Yet, the burgeoning power within him, along with the insights bestowed by his fiery vision, emboldens him with a sliver of audacity to take risks. He must devise a plan. Directly delving into the depths of the freight station would undoubtedly be tantamount to suicide. He resolves to begin from the periphery, seeking information or remnants of the corrosive energy stone that may be scattered about or leaked through other channels. In the days that follow, Lin Tian's movements extend beyond the confines of his school and nearby home. He begins to meander purposefully through eclectic locales, such as the old goods market in the southern part of the city, the antique street in the east, and even some underground information exchange points that circulate peculiar tidings. He maintains a low profile, utilizing the subtle amplification effects of his fiery vision to observe the people and objects around him. In these venues, he indeed perceives a greater array of chaotic energy traces, occasionally interspersed with faint remnants of corrosive energy, yet these are so diluted they are nearly negligible, let alone the discovery of a fully formed corrosive energy stone. Before a stall cluttered with discarded electronics and mechanical parts, Lin feigns interest in the merchandise while his gaze sweeps across a heap of rusted metal components. Suddenly, his attention sharpens. At the bottom of the pile, an unassuming, fist-sized dark red stone, riddled with holes, captures his interest. Beneath the gaze of the fire eye, a faint yet exceptionally pure dark purple luminescence emanated subtly from within the mineral. The essence of this glow resonated with the energy of corrosion he sensed. Yet it was more restrained and stable, devoid of the aggressive nature characteristic of residual traces. "Boss, how much for that red stone?" Lin Tian inquired casually, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. The vendor, a lean middle-aged man, glanced at the mineral and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that volcanic stone. No one wants it for even a table leg. If you like it, take it for $10. Volcanic stone?" Lin Tian scoffed inwardly. Ordinary volcanic rock could not possibly exhibit such energetic responses. He paid the sum and took the mineral in his hand. It was icy to the touch and slightly heavier than typical stones. More importantly, upon contact with his skin, the cool energy within him stirred spontaneously, creating a faint resonance with the dark purple glow of the mineral. It is it. Even if it is not the complete energy-corroding stone described in ancient texts, it undoubtedly belongs to a highly related mineral. Struggling to contain the urge to examine it immediately, Lin Tian tucked the stone into his backpack and swiftly departed the flea market. Upon returning home, he secured the door and cautiously retrieved the mineral, placing it on his desk. In normal light, it appeared to be just a common, inferior red porous rock. However, when he focused intently and activated the fire eye to scrutinize it once more, the scene transformed entirely. The dark purple glow within the mineral flowed like a living liquid, and deeper still, faint black impurities resembling star points flickered within. A chilling, pure energy emanated from the stone, and although feeble, it invigorated Lin Tian's internal power. He even sensed that, within this energy field, the clarity and stability of his fire eye vision seemed to enhance. He attempted, with utmost caution, to extract a thread of his internal cold energy, delicately probing the surface of the mineral. A hum resonated. A pure and frigid energy surged back along the energy thread he had guided. Concurrently, a fleeting and fragmented vision flashed through his mind. Endless darkness, a viscous undulation, and a pair of enormous, numb, greedy compound eyes flickered past. Startled, Lin Tian severed the energy connection and retreated hastily, his heart racing, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The intensity of that moment was terrifying and chaotic. Yet amid the fear, a glimmer of insight emerged. This energy-corroding stone resembled a key or an amplifier. It could not only aid him in stabilizing and enhancing his abilities, but it also seemed capable of granting him clearer perception of the informational fields related to those mythical creatures, possibly allowing him to touch upon traces of their existence. The risks were immense, yet the potential rewards could be equally astounding. Lin Tian gazed at the unassuming red mineral on his desk, a complex expression gracing his features. He understood that he had uncovered a perilous and unknown path. This small stone might very well be his first step into the concealed world, confronting the horrors of mythology. He carefully concealed the mineral, already devising plans on how to utilize it to further explore the secrets hidden beneath the abandoned freight station. The adventure had undeniably commenced. Chapter 14. Perilous Endeavors. The fragment of energy-absorbing stone, unexpectedly acquired from a flea market, became Lin Tian's most perilous secret and the inaugural key to an uncharted realm. He meticulously concealed it within an old iron box. Each time he touched it, he could sense the frigid power it harbored resonating faintly with the energy coursing through him, a tantalizing allure accompanied by a dire warning. He understood that recklessly wielding this stone was akin to playing with fire. The vague references in ancient tomes and the terrifying visions that flickered upon first contact underscored this notion. He required a more systematic and cautious approach to his experimentation, with the primary goal of mastering his existing abilities, particularly his keen sight, while exploring whether this stone could serve as a catalyst or stabilizer for enhancing his powers. Transforming his room into a makeshift laboratory and training ground, he attended school by day and, under the pretense of studying, locked himself away in the evenings. The training was monotonous and arduous. He diligently practiced controlling his keen sight, striving to prolong its duration and attempting more intricate tasks while in its activated state, such as reading smaller fonts under dim light or attempting to discern the trajectory of swiftly moving objects, like a buzzing fly. Each session demanded intense concentration and rapidly drained his physical stamina. After several days, he made a startling discovery. When the energy-absorbing stone was placed nearby, or even merely grasped in his hand, without actively directing the energy, his ability seemed to activate more readily, and the expenditure of mental fortitude diminished, while the clarity and stability of his vision showed slight improvement. The unique energy field emitted by the stone appeared to function as a miniature amplifier and stabilizer, crafting a more conducive environment for his powers to operate. This revelation invigorated him. He began daring to experiment further, not merely observing but attempting to channel that icy energy within him to other parts of his body. His initial focus was on his hands. He concentrated, envisioning the energy flowing like a gentle stream from his dantian, the indistinct core of energy he sensed, gradually moving towards his arms and converging in the palms. Initially, there was no response, only a sensation of soreness. Yet, undeterred and aided by the energy-absorbing stone, he persistently endeavored. Finally, one fateful night, as he intensely guided the energy, a sudden, sharp sting and warmth surged in the palm of his right hand. He abruptly opened his palm, witnessing the air above it slightly warp, revealing a thread of pale blue energy, finer than a hair and nearly transparent, flickering at his fingertips before vanishing without a trace. He had succeeded. Though fleeting, he had indeed channeled the energy beyond his body. After the exhilaration came a profound fatigue. This attempt had nearly exhausted his mental reserves. Yet he realized this was a significant breakthrough. It indicated that his abilities were not confined to mere vision. Perhaps broader applications lay ahead. In the subsequent days, he continued to solidify this achievement, progressing from merely sustaining the ephemeral energy thread for a moment to maintaining it for several seconds, from a lack of control to managing its delicate undulation, much like tentacles. He even whimsically endeavored to condense it into more concrete forms, such as a thin energy membrane enveloping the surface of his palm, or attempting to forge a faint energy blade. His efforts with the energy membrane yielded some progress. When successful, pressing his palm against the tabletop, he could perceive a slight sensation of resistance, as if separated by an invisible veil. However, the endeavor to create an energy blade was fraught with challenges, as the energy was too feeble and unstable to even sever a sheet of paper. Yet, he remained undeterred. With each attempt and every small advancement, his mastery over his own power deepened. He felt as though he were fumbling with an entirely unfamiliar tool set, clumsy, yet seemingly in the right direction. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his abilities came with new side effects. He became increasingly attuned to the fluctuations of energy in his surroundings. At night, he could hear more distinctly the chaotic energy background emanating from the depths of the city, indicative of mythical creatures at play, sometimes reminiscent of distant tides, other times resembling whispers close at hand. This made slumber elusive, his mind perpetually tense. Concurrently, he began to notice subtle changes within himself. His appetite had grown, particularly favoring high-energy foods, as his body appeared to require more sustenance to support the expenditure of his powers. In dim light, his complexion occasionally assumed an exceedingly unhealthy pallor. Yet his eyes shone ever brighter, the faint golden threads in his pupils seemingly solidifying. These alterations filled him with unease. He feared he was slipping towards an inhuman fate, worried that one day he would be entirely consumed or transformed by this force. Yet, the thought of Senior Wang's disappearance, coupled with the horrifying imagery depicted in the ancient tome, compelled him to suppress such disquiet. He had no retreat. That night, Lin Tian once again grasped the energy-eroding stone, engaging in energy-guiding practice. This time, a sudden notion struck him. Could he extract a fragment of the pure energy contained within the stone, merging it with his own essence? This idea was perilously reckless, yet the insatiable thirst for power and truth within him eclipsed any warning. With utmost caution, he, as before, extended a tendril of energy to touch the stone, but this time, his intention was not mere perception but an attempt to siphon. The process proved far more arduous than anticipated. The energy within the stone was akin to a viscous gel, exceedingly difficult to manipulate. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, suddenly, a thread of dark purple energy, thinner than a hair, was painstakingly drawn forth by his energy filament. At the moment this foreign energy departed the stone, poised to merge with his own, a thunderous sensation struck Lin Tian's mind, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. A torrent of chaotic, shrill screams and malicious whispers surged into his consciousness like a breached dam. Simultaneously, a vision more vivid than before exploded before his eyes. In the endless darkness below, a vast pulsating cavity composed of slime and indeterminate organic matter revealed itself, its fleshy walls embedded with countless numb, greedy compound eyes, all turning unerringly towards him. Lin Tian let out a cry of anguish, abruptly severing the energy connection and casting the corroded energy stone away. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head in torment, as fine threads of blood seeped from his 7 orifices. The instantaneous mental shock and terrifying visions nearly obliterated his will. After what felt like an eternity, the severe headache and ringing in his ears gradually subsided. Lin Tian lay prostrate on the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water. He cast a wary glance at the corroded energy stone in the corner, for the first time contemplating its permanent disposal. Yet, in the end, he mustered the strength to crawl over, cautiously retrieving it and placing it back into the iron box. Fear continued to permeate his very bones, but this perilous endeavor had confirmed one vital truth. The corroded energy stone was not merely a source of energy. It served as both a beacon and a window. Through it, he could more clearly glimpse the horrific sights of that concealed world, perhaps even be perceived by it. Was that underground cavity a cargo station of sorts? Had it detected my presence? A chilling dread gripped Lin Tian. His audacity seemed to have attracted the attention of a predator lurking in the shadows. The path ahead promised to be fraught with danger. Chapter 15. The Blood-Red Garb. Named madness, the mental upheaval brought on by that perilous attempt left Lin Tian in a state of despondency for several days. Although the headaches and auditory hallucinations waned, the terror of being scrutinized by countless compound eyes from the underground cavity was indelibly etched into his consciousness. He became more vigilant than ever, gripped by a sense of paranoia, perpetually sensing a gaze lurking in the corners of the thick fog. He dared not touch the corroded energy stone again, burying it deeper in concealment. His daily training grew markedly cautious, primarily focusing on reinforcing his existing fire, eye, and energy guidance, shying away from any further perilous explorations. He understood that he had trespassed into a forbidden domain, attracting unwarranted attention. Life seemed to revert to a stifled tranquility until one fateful Friday evening. Lin Tian, due to his duties, left school later than usual. The gray mist enveloping the sky was particularly dense. Shortly after 6, the day had darkened to a night-like gloom. He hurried along the secluded tree-lined path that led to Anlin Community, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The streetlights struggled to cast a feeble yellow halo through the thick fog, illuminating only a small patch at his feet, while the surrounding trees twisted into ghostly silhouettes in the mist. Habitually, he maintained the bare minimum of visual enhancement, his senses fully attuned, ever vigilant of the sounds around him. This path, sparsely populated, was one he had marked under the fire eye, occasionally revealing faint traces of residual corroded energy. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, his muscles tensing as if drawn tight by an unseen force. Not far ahead, within the fog, he beheld it. A vividly defined mass of dark red corroded energy, rising like a signal fire in the night. The intensity and concentration of this energy surpassed any residual traces he had encountered before, exuding a violent, bloodthirsty aura. Moreover, it was moving at an astonishing speed, and its target appeared to be none other than himself. It has come. The creature from below, or one of its kind, had indeed sought him out. Lin Tian's heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Instinctively, he yearned to turn and flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. The oppressive aura exuded by that dark red corrosive energy rendered him momentarily paralyzed, akin to prey ensnared by a predator. At that critical juncture, a voice tinged with impatience and a hint of arrogance abruptly echoed from above Lin Tian's head. Startled, Lin Tian glanced upward, only to discover a figure perched on the branch of a towering phoenix tree, its specifics obscured by the mist and light. Vaguely, he could discern that the individual was clad in sleek black attire, with short hair and an upright posture. Without any discernible movement, the figure leapt effortlessly from the height of 3 to 4 meters, landing silently upon the damp earth, his khaki tactical boots making only the faintest impression. As he stood firm, Lin Tian finally beheld his visage, a square jaw, defined features, and a mouth that seemed to perpetually wear a subtle, nonchalant smirk. Most striking of all was the lollipop he held, its white plastic stick a hallmark of the classic Alpine confection. In stark contrast to this seemingly casual detail were his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, now gleaming with a mixture of excitement and coldness. Fixated on the unseen threat lurking within the fog. "Kid, stay back. This doesn't concern you," the man in black remarked, barely sparing Lin Tian a glance, his tone dismissive as though addressing an unwelcome bystander. At that moment, the dense fog ahead swirled violently, accompanied by a low, viscous growl, as a figure lunged forth. It was an indescribable monster, roughly humanoid in shape, but composed entirely of a dark red, semi-solid slime and writhing shadows. It bore no distinct facial features, save for a massive maw filled with sharp teeth, emanating a pungent stench and the nauseating essence of dark red corrosion. Shadow Devourer, and a more aggressive variant at that. Lin Tian recoiled in terror, pressing his back against a tree as he struggled to breathe. In stark contrast to his fear, the man known as the Madman grinned broadly, revealing teeth pressed against the lollipop stick, his eyes brimming with heightened exhilaration. "Field space," he called out vaguely, simultaneously crushing the Alpine candy in his mouth and casually discarding the plastic stick. "Open." A hum reverberated, and an invisible wave radiated from his being. Lin Tian felt the surrounding space subtly warp, the light and sound taking on an odd quality, while the encroaching fog appeared to be repelled by an unseen force, forming a relatively clear spherical space with a diameter of approximately 20 meters. Within this realm, the monster's roars and corrosive energy seemed to be isolated and suppressed. Ha! Come play with me. Wang Fengyun laughed maniacally, his right hand grasping the air as a spear materialized before him. The weapon, entirely dark red, was forged from an unknown material, its shaft seemingly coursing with viscous blood, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace and heat, an embodiment of destructive will, starkly contrasting the dark red corrosive energy of the creature. The tip of the spear glinted coldly, as if it could pierce through the void. Remember this, the town secret office, Team 026, Wang Fengyun. With a thunderous shout, he moved like lightning, brandishing the blood-red spear, transforming into a crimson and black blur, charging directly towards the dark red monster. Codenamed Madman, the spear sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek akin to tearing fabric, wherever the spearhead pointed. Even the mist was scorched and evaporated. Lin Tian, astonished, leaned against a tree, witnessing this incredible scene. This is the town secret office. This is the power responsible for dealing with these forbidden creatures, hidden beneath a facade of tranquility. The man named Wang Fengyun, rather than engaging in battle, appeared to be performing a frenzied dance. His movements were grand and sweeping, imbued with an almost maniacal sense of strength. The blood-red spear in his grasp seemed alive. Each thrust, sweep, slash, and hook carried a momentum capable of shattering the very essence of existence, forcing the dark red monster to retreat repeatedly, its slimy form being torn apart and evaporated, emitting a wretched howl. The clash of dark red corrosive energy and the malevolence of the blood-red spear created violent collisions, annihilating each other and producing shockwaves that sent tremors through the very edge of Lin Tian's realm. The battle did not last long. Seizing an opening, Wang Fengyun thrust the blood-red spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, instantly piercing the monster's core. Annihilate, he bellowed. Boom. The dark red monster let out a desperate wail, its entire form erupting with blood-red spear light from within, instantly purified and evaporated, leaving not a trace behind. Only a small patch of charred earth remained. The spatial domain quietly dissipated, and the surrounding thick fog began to close in once more. Wang Fengyun casually twirled the spear, and the terrifying blood-red weapon vanished into thin air. He clapped his hands, as if having just completed a trivial task, before turning to face Lin Tian, his sharp gaze finally resting on the pale-faced youth. He scrutinized Lin Tian for a moment, the familiar mischievous smirk returning to his lips, as he retrieved an alpine candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Oh, kid, your perception is quite keen. You surprisingly weren't overwhelmed by that corrosive spirit. Intriguing. He approached Lin Tian, step by step. Chapter 16, The Indelible Mark. Wang Fengyun, with the freshly unwrapped alpine candy between his teeth, walked towards Lin Tian with a seemingly leisurely, yet undeniably imposing stride. His sharp eyes scanned Lin Tian like searchlights, and though a habitual grin lingered on his lips, a subtle glimmer of scrutiny and doubt flickered deep within his gaze. According to standard protocol, after dealing with the corrosive spirit, his term for the dark red monster, the next step would be to erase any memories of the incident from witnesses, ensuring that the existence of forbidden beings remained unknown to the general populace to prevent panic. This was a routine operation for Wang Fengyun and his team, the town secret office's Team 026. Kid, you're quite lucky to encounter me on duty, Wang Fengyun declared, coming to a halt before Lin Tian. He retrieved from another pocket of his tactical pants a palm-sized, sleek, metallic device that glinted coldly, one end featuring a tiny lens. Gaze here, with merely a blink. You may dismiss it as a nightmarish reverie, leaving no trace in your memory, which would be beneficial for all involved. His tone bore the casualness of routine, suggesting he had executed similar acts countless times before. To him, the university student before him, seemingly paralyzed by fear, would soon forget this evening's bewildering experiences and return to his tranquil, albeit drab, daily existence. Lin Tian leaned against the frigid tree trunk, his heart racing relentlessly. Erasing memories? In an instant, he grasped the intent of his interlocutor. No, he could not forget. The disappearance of Senior Wang, the traces within the ecological garden, the terror of ancient texts, the secrets of the energy-corroding stones, and the mutations occurring within his own body. Although these memories were terrifying, they were crucial for him to comprehend the truths of this world and to safeguard himself and his family. How could he possibly forget? A profound sense of resistance surged from the depths of his being, The icy energy within him seemed to resonate with his will, becoming unprecedentedly vigorous, particularly in the areas converging in his eyes and brain, forming an invisible barrier. Wang Fengyun adeptly aimed the memory-erasing device at Lin Tian's eyes and pressed the activation button. A soft, scarcely perceptible white halo emanated from the lens, enveloping Lin Tian's visage. This was a meticulously calibrated energy wave of specific frequency, designed to gently interfere with and obscure particular memories in the short term. However, in the next moment, Wang Fengyun's habitual, cynical smile abruptly froze. The device emitted an exceedingly faint beep, and the indicator light shifted from green to a flickering yellow, signifying an incomplete operation and the presence of unusual resistance from the target. Wang Fengyun's brow furrowed instantly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He suspected a malfunction, for such devices occasionally encountered minor issues during intense confrontations. He picked up the device to inspect it. Energy levels were adequate, and it functioned normally. Strange, he muttered, refocusing the device on Lin Tian, this time with greater concentration, adjusting the output intensity, ensuring it would work flawlessly. A more solid white halo enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian sensed a gentle, yet resolute force attempting to penetrate his mind, akin to an eraser seeking to obliterate certain images and sensations. He clenched his teeth, striving to concentrate, summoning all his energy for resistance. The chilling energy surged within the depths of his consciousness, activating his fiery vision ability, which, even in an uncontrolled state, flickered to life, allowing him to perceive the energy structure of the white halo. In the depths of his pupils, faint golden threads flickered violently. The memory-erasing device emitted a beep once more, and this time, the indicator light turned a glaring red. Operation failed. The target exhibited significant mental resistance, rendering memory erasure impossible. What? Wang Fengyun was genuinely astonished this time. He set down the device, regarding Lin Tian as one might a creature of the extraordinary. Throughout his years of executing missions, he had encountered various witnesses, ranging from paralyzed ordinary individuals to resolute soldiers or adventurers, and the memory-erasing device had never failed him. At worst, it required additional time for those with particularly strong minds, but there had never been a case of complete failure. Yet the university student before him, seemingly an ordinary novice, possessed an astonishing mental resilience, rendering even the specialized equipment of the Bureau of Secrets ineffective against him. The mischievous grin on Wang Fengyun's face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness and scrutiny. He leaned closer to Lin Tian, almost pressing his face against his own, his hawk-like eyes locked onto Lin Tian's, as if seeking to pierce through his pupils and delve deep into the recesses of his soul. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine under the intensity of that gaze, yet he steadfastly maintained eye contact, striving to conceal his fear and physical unease. "Who are you, really?" Wang Fengyun's voice emerged slowly, deep and laden with an oppressive weight. No longer did he regard Lin Tian as merely an ordinary witness in need of memory erasure. A person capable of resisting memory alteration was anything but ordinary. This could imply a multitude of underlying factors: a unique innate constitution, exposure to forbidden artifacts, or perhaps a deeper connection to such entities. Regardless of the possibilities, it was evident that this young man could no longer be handled through conventional means. Wang Fengyun's gaze sharpened, becoming as incisive as a blade. He gradually retracted the now-defunct memory erasure device into his pocket, while his other hand, seemingly relaxed at his side, emanated a palpable aura of danger that Lin Tian could sense, locking onto him. The moment he made any sudden movement, the terrifying crimson spear would likely reappear. The dense fog still lingered, enveloping the recently concluded battlefield of the tree-lined path in a suffocating silence. Lin Tian's heart sank to the depths, realizing that his greatest secret might have been laid bare. What awaited him next? Chapter 17. Assessment and choice. The air along the tree-lined path seemed to solidify. Wang Fengyun's sharp eyes resembled two surgical blades, intent on dissecting Lin Tian thoroughly. He was no longer the initially carefree combatant, easily dispatching monsters. Instead, he had transformed into a vigilant and scrutinizing operative of the Bureau of Secrets. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Lin Tian felt his heart pounding wildly within his chest, cold sweat soaking through his garments. His mind raced, desperately seeking a plausible explanation. Yet any excuses involving his unusual abilities seemed feeble in the presence of this man, who had just displayed extraordinary power. He could only maintain a facade of shock, hoping the other would attribute his remarkable resistance to excessive fright or some unknown physical anomaly. I don't know." Lin Tian's voice trembled, tinged with just the right amount of quivering uncertainty. "I think I saw a red light, and then my head hurt." He attempted to conflate the effects of the memory erasure device with his own resistance. Wang Fengyun remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. He slowly raised his right hand. Its knuckles pronounced, exuding formidable strength. He did not summon the crimson spear, but there seemed to be an imperceptible energy flowing at his fingertips. He gently pressed his hand against Lin Tian's forehead. The motion was not violent, yet it bore an undeniable sense of insistence. Lin Tian's body stiffened involuntarily, instinctively wanting to recoil, but reason dictated that any rash reaction at this moment could prove fatal. He forcefully suppressed his instincts, allowing that finger, calloused yet gentle, to graze his skin. A wave of searing and domineering energy surged through the point of contact, not as an attack, but rather akin to a crude scan. This energy coursed rapidly within him, traversing his limbs and vital organs, ultimately seeming to settle in the lower abdomen, where Lin Tian vaguely sensed the core of his energy resided. Wang Fengyun's brow furrowed even tighter as he discerned a faint yet remarkably pure stream of energy within Lin Tian. This energy was unlike any cultivation system he recognized, nor was it the corrosive energy of forbidden entities. It was a cold, enigmatic force possessing a certain perceptive quality. Strangely, this energy appeared to meld seamlessly with Lin Tian's life essence, as if it were not forcibly implanted, but rather a natural manifestation born from an innate or deeply harmonious connection. Intriguing, Wang Fengyun mused, retracting his hand, his gaze intensifying with scrutiny while the sharp edge of his murderous intent slightly abated. He confirmed 2 points. First, there was indeed something within this young man. Second, this entity, at least for the moment, exhibited no overt signs of erosion or control over him, appearing instead as if it had been initially mastered by Lin Tian. A youth capable of instinctively awakening an unknown ability while remaining immune to memory retention surpassed the realm of ordinary witnesses and exceeded the handling authority of a mere combatant. Wang Fengyun retrieved an Alpen candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and let the sweetness quell his uncertainty. He produced a compact, futuristic communication device resembling a tactical tablet and swiftly entered a few lines of code and concise information, seemingly reporting the situation to his superiors. Upon completing this task, he turned his attention back to Lin Tian, his tone regaining a semblance of casualness, though his eyes remained sharp. "Young man, what is your name? Which school do you attend?" "I am a student at Annan University," Lin Tian replied honestly, not daring to conceal anything. Wang Fengyun, chewing the candy, nodded thoughtfully. "Everything you witnessed tonight, including my presence, is classified as a state secret. Ordinarily, I should take you back for an in-depth examination and processing." He deliberately paused on the phrase in-depth processing, noticing Lin Tian's complexion pale a shade further before continuing. "However, considering your apparent uniqueness and the fact that the corrosive spirit clearly targeted you, I shall offer you a chance." Lin Tian held his breath, anxiously regarding him. "I will report your situation," Wang Fengyun indicated the communicator. "Until our personnel conduct a final assessment and make a decision, you are to remain in compliance. Go about your studies and return home as usual, and do not mention tonight's events to anyone, not even your closest kin." The implications of failure to adhere to this directive were left unspoken, yet the chilling threat was unmistakable. Furthermore, Wang Fengyun added, his gaze laden with significance, "If you sense anything amiss or encounter anything peculiar in the near future, do not ponder it alone, nor attempt to engage. Contact me through this." He tossed Lin Tian an object resembling an ordinary black button. "Crush it, and I will be able to locate you. Remember, survival is paramount. Only by staying alive can you hope to unravel the mysteries that have unfolded within you." Lin Tian clumsily caught the button, its cold touch seemingly harboring a faint energy pulse. It served as both a monitor and a potential lifeline in dire circumstances. "I understand," Lin Tian murmured, tightly clutching the button in his palm. Wang Fengyun cast a final lingering glance at Lin Tian, as if imprinting his image into memory before turning away. His figure flickered and then completely vanished into the thick fog, as though he had never existed. On the shaded path, only Lin Tian remained, accompanied by the faint, lingering scent of charred remnants and a hint of alpine candy sweetness that hung in the air. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, Lin Tian's heart grew heavier. He found himself entangled in deeper secrets and under the watchful eye of the enigmatic organization known as the town's secret bureau. The road ahead, fraught with uncertainty, could either herald fortune or misfortune. Taking a deep breath of the cold, mist-laden air, he carefully concealed the button, adjusted his attire to appear more composed, and then, with somewhat unsteady steps, began his journey homeward. In the depths of the fog behind him, it felt as though countless eyes were still observing him in the shadows. Chapter 18. Undercurrents and solitude. The appearance and subsequent disappearance of Wang Fengyun were akin to a deep water bomb cast into Lin Tian's previously placid, at least outwardly, existence. Though the man, codenamed Madman, had not resorted to coercive measures, the chilling contact button and the ominous warning that awaited assessment loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, depriving him of peace. In the days that followed, Lin Tian lived like a startled bird. He consciously maintained a highly regular routine, attending school on time, returning home after classes, and assisting his aunt at her shop. Yet, every unfamiliar gaze and sudden sound sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to instinctively reach for the button in his pocket, fearing that at any moment, an agent of the town's secret bureau might appear to whisk him away. However, nothing occurred. Wang Fengyun seemed truly to be a mere phantom from his nightmares, never to return. The environmental maintenance vehicles on the streets appeared to resume their usual frequency, and the palpable tension seemed to dissipate with the obliteration of that night's crimson energy. Yet, Lin Tian knew that this was merely a facade. The energy within him remained vibrant, particularly when near the energy-consuming stone. His awareness of the faint energy in the surrounding environment had not vanished. The buzzing in his mind at night and the chaotic whispers persisted, albeit with a newfound caution, or perhaps an intentional avoidance of something. The absence of the town's secret bureau did not signify the end of the matter. It merely indicated that he had been temporarily placed on an observation list, existing in a precarious state of tacitly permitted freedom. The organization lurking in the shadows might be monitoring his every move through means unbeknownst to him. This suffocating sensation of being gripped by an invisible hand proved more stifling than direct threats. Lin Tian realized he could not remain passive. Entrusting his fate entirely to the assessment of a mysterious organization would undoubtedly be folly. He must leverage this observation period to swiftly enhance his abilities, unravel the mystery of his own condition, and seize greater control over his destiny. He became increasingly circumspect and solitary. No longer did he venture into the esoteric section of the library or browse through flea markets. All explorations that might raise suspicion ceased. Instead, he devoted all his energy to internal cultivation and the profound excavation of existing clues. At night, he still secured his door, yet his training regimen had transformed. He no longer engaged in perilous energy amalgamations, but concentrated on two pursuits. First, he sought to master control over his clairvoyance with utmost precision, aspiring for greater flexibility, prolonged duration, and minimal consumption, while also exploring innovative applications such as microscopic insights at extremely short distances or more accurate tracking of energy flow trajectories. Second, he began to attempt guiding energy within his body to construct more intricate cycles rather than merely accumulating it in one place. Relying on vague intuition and some obscure descriptions of energy channels from an ancient text, he cautiously navigated this process, hoping to enhance his energy reserves and stability. The energy-absorbing stone remained an object of trepidation, yet he kept it close, leveraging its stabilizing energy field to assist his practice. He sensed that the dark purple energy within the stone seemed to engage in an exceedingly slow and subtle interaction with the cold energy coursing through him, as if they were tentatively probing and acclimating to one another. Simultaneously, he repeatedly recalled and organized all the information he had gathered, from the traces of the ecological experimental garden to the disappearance of Senior Wang. The terrifying descriptions within the ancient text and the references to the devouring spirits and domain spaces mentioned by Wang Fengyun. He endeavored to piece these fragments together, striving to construct a clearer worldview. He became increasingly convinced that beneath the shrouded mist lay a harsh ecological chain. Humanity, ensconced within cities behind purification barriers, faced a world beyond. Indeed, even within the shadows of these barriers, teeming with taboo entities known as mythological creatures, such as shadow-consuming bacteria and devouring spirits. The Secret Bureau was humanity's clandestine bulwark against these beings. As for himself, he was an anomaly inadvertently drawn into this dark realm. His abilities remained enigmatic, neither honed through systematic training like those of the Bureau members, nor tainted by the corruptive aura of the taboo creatures. Perhaps this was why Wang Fengyun had not whisked him away immediately. His very existence constituted an unknown that warranted further investigation. This realization instilled within him a glimmer of hope. As long as he held value for study, as long as he presented himself as sufficiently controllable and promising, perhaps he could carve out a niche within the Bureau's framework rather than being summarily dismissed. On a deep night several days later, Lin Tian was endeavoring to guide energy through a small circulating cycle when, without warning, the energy-absorbing stone he had placed in the corner of his desk trembled slightly, its surface flashing with a fleeting dark purple luminescence. Almost simultaneously, he felt a stagnation within his energy flow, the cycle nearly interrupted. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the stone, which had returned to tranquility, as though the recent disturbance had been a mere figment of his imagination. Yet Lin Tian knew it was not. He distinctly sensed, at that fleeting moment, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear wave of energy emanating from the direction of the distant abandoned freight station, resonating briefly with the corroded energy stone. What events might be unfolding at that location? Lin Tian's heart raced. The warning from Wang Fengyun echoed in his mind, urging him against reckless actions. Yet, the unusual activity of the corroded energy stone and the resonance from afar beckoned him with an irresistible allure. Should he continue to remain in hiding, waiting for an uncertain evaluation that might never arrive? Or should he dare to take the risk and actively seek out clues that could pertain to his own safety and that of the city? Seated in the darkness, Lin Tian gazed through the window at the dense fog lingering outside, ensnared in a difficult decision. He understood that whichever path he chose would be fraught with peril. This time, he could not rely on the sudden appearance of a second madman to rescue him. He must face it alone. Chapter 19. The evaluation of codename Silence in the Secret Affairs Bureau, Anan City Branch, rather than being a mere government clandestine agency. It resembled a high-end cafe with a stark ambience, tucked away in a bustling commercial district. The thick glass doors shielded the interior from the external clamor and gray mist. Inside, the lighting was soft, and the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans permeated the air, accompanied by the subtle strains of jazz. Only the occasional staff member, with a steady gait and sharp gaze, and the intricately complex electronic locks on certain private booths hinted at the unusual nature of the establishment. Within the innermost chamber, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the relaxed ambience outside. There were no windows, and the walls were made of dark sound-absorbing material, with only a central metallic long table emitting a cold white light. Wang Fengyun had shed his tactical uniform, still carrying the scent of night, dew, and gunpowder, and donned a comfortable black training suit, lounging unceremoniously in a chair with his feet propped on the table, an alpine candy stick dangling from his mouth. Opposite him sat a man of entirely different demeanor. Appearing to be around 30, he wore a fitted white shirt and gray trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His handsome and composed visage reminiscent of a promising young professor at a university. He was engrossed in the data streaming on a tactical tablet, his fingers occasionally gliding across the screen, his gaze focused and calm. This was Yi Chun, the head of the Anan City branch of the Secret Affairs Bureau, and the direct superior of Team 026, known by the codename Silence. At last, Yi Chun lifted his head, his voice serene and devoid of any tremor, yet imbued with an inherent authority that commanded respect. You have not only failed to erase the memories of the student named Lin Tian, but have also detected within him an unknown, inside-endowed source of pure energy. Furthermore, you preliminarily assessed that there exists some attraction or connection between him and the aberration that appeared that night. Boss, that is essentially the case, Wang Fengyun replied, shifting the candy stick from one cheek to the other. That kid is remarkably peculiar. The memory erasure device was utterly ineffective against him. Red light. That signifies the highest level of resistance. I personally investigated, and the energy within him is chilling, distinctly different from our elemental force, and even more so from corroded energy. It's remarkably pure, yet possesses a certain, how should I put it? A quality akin to a discerning eye? Yes. It feels exceptionally bright and transparent. Yi Chun adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses profound. The energy attribute remains unknown, yet he possesses a natural high resistance to mental intrusion, making him an intriguing combination that attracts the abyssal spirits. What of the background investigation? It is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. Wang Fengyun set aside his flippant demeanor, sitting up straight. Lin Tian, a sophomore at Anan University, orphaned at a young age, raised by his aunt who runs a convenience store. His social connections are uncomplicated, academic performance average, with no records of misconduct. Until tonight, he was an utterly ordinary citizen, at least on the surface. On the surface, Yi Chun echoed softly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Why would a young man raised in an ordinary environment suddenly awaken such an unknown ability? Is it a latent ancestral bloodline? Or perhaps an undisclosed event of convergence? He accessed another encrypted file with an exceptionally high security clearance. The title of the document read, Secondary Observation List of Divine Representatives, Inactive. Yi Chun skimmed through it swiftly, ultimately pausing at a codename. The emblem of that codename depicted a simplistic outline of a monkey's head with a tightening spell, annotated with 072 series. Victorious Fighting Buddha, Conceptual Derivative. Associated Tendencies. Insight, Delusion Breaking, Combat Instinct, High Activity, High Risk. The records indicated that human cases with a representative compatibility concerning this series are exceedingly rare worldwide. each having stirred considerable upheaval. One of their distinguishing features is often the awakening of powerful visual abilities, along with a natural attraction to and hostility against ominous and bizarre entities. Yi Chun's gaze shifted between Lin Tian's photograph and the monkey codename, a trace of subtle gravity finally appearing on his otherwise tranquil face. Fengyun. Yi Chun set down the tablet and turned to Wang Fengyun. Regarding Lin Tian's situation, it is categorized as high priority. Do not implement any coercive measures for the time being. Maintain remote observation. Until he exhibits overt threats or signs of deep corruption, focus on monitoring and protection. Understood. Wang Fengyun nodded, then smirked. Boss, are you suggesting that this kid could be a representative of Sun Wukong? It is, but one of the possibilities. And a highly minuscule one at that. Yi Chun maintained his steady tone. The compatibility mechanism of divine representatives is far more intricate than we comprehend. Each case is a unique exception. Nevertheless, the emergence of a being potentially possessing the traits of the victorious fighting Buddha within our jurisdiction, regardless of its authenticity, must be approached with caution. He rose and approached the massive electronic screen on one side of the secret chamber, which displayed a real-time map of Anan City, dotted with markers discernible only to the town's secret office. Recently, fluctuations in the Vale have intensified, with the frequency and intensity of abyssal spirit activities on the rise. Headquarters predicts a new wave of tides may soon arrive. Yi Chun, with his back to Wang Fengyun, spoke in a low voice. If Lin Tian is indeed related to the victorious fighting Buddha, then his appearance may not be mere coincidence. He might be a key, a signal, or even the epicenter of the approaching storm. Wang Fengyun also shed his frivolity, his gaze sharpening. What do you need me to do? Continue with your squad's routine patrols and eradication tasks. Yi Chun turned around, granting Lin Tian a measure of space while ensuring he remained within sight. He was eager to discern Lin Tian's next actions and the evolution of his abilities. At times, Yi Chun paused, a glint of cold light flickering across his glasses, contemplating the prospect of orchestrating a modicum of reasonable trouble to gauge Lin Tian's mettle. I understand. Wang Fengyun licked his lips, his eyes reigniting with the thrill that accompanies the pursuit of an intriguing prey. I shall keep a close watch on him. Yi Chun nodded in silent agreement, redirecting his gaze to the glimmering markers on the city map, akin to a reticent chess player scrutinizing the subtly shifting dynamics of the board. Beneath the thick fog enveloping Anan City, an invisible net had been quietly cast towards Lin Tian, who remained unaware of the potential burdens he bore. The significance embodied by the codename Sun Wukong might well introduce an unpredictable golden ray of hope into this desolate world, or perhaps plunge it into deeper darkness. Chapter 20. The invitation at the school gate. The ensuing days were spent by Lin Tian in a state of heightened anxiety and anticipation. He prepared himself mentally for various scenarios, from being clandestinely whisked away to enduring round-the-clock surveillance, even envisioning Wang Fengyun's sudden reappearance in his home or at the convenience store. Yet, nothing transpired. The cold button lay quietly in the depths of his pocket, devoid of any activity. It was as if the bureau had completely forgotten him, which only deepened Lin Tian's unease. The calm before the storm often proves to be the most stifling. He forced himself to return to his routine, dedicating most of his energy to studying and honing his abilities, attempting to numb his nerves through busyness. The sole change was an increased vigilance. He would discreetly observe his surroundings while walking, particularly those areas where eyes might be concealed. On Friday afternoon, with only 2 classes remaining, the school bell rang, and Lin Tian joined the throng of students exiting the classroom building. The gray fog in the sky remained oppressive, stifling his breath. Habitually, he raised the collar of his coat, burying his head as he made his way toward the school gate. Upon stepping outside, as he prepared to cross the street to the bus station, a familiar figure languidly leaned against the lamp post beside the gate, blocking his path. Clad in the same sharp black attire, with khaki tactical boots and short, spirited hair, the individual bore the unmistakable, roguish grin of Wang Fengyun, a candy cane dangling from his mouth. His appearance was so casual, as if he were merely there to pick up a friend after school. Yet his keen eyes precisely locked onto Lin Tian, conveying a sense of "I knew you would emerge." Lin Tian's heart lurched, his steps freezing momentarily. The inevitable had finally arrived, and at the bustling school gate no less. He instinctively glanced around, anxious about attracting attention. Stop looking, ordinary people won't notice me. Wang Fengyun seemed to read his thoughts, chewing on the candy stick as he mumbled, just a little trick to disrupt perception. Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Aware that evasion was futile, he approached Wang Fengyun, lowering his voice to ask, "What do you want?" "Ah, don't be so tense, young one." Wang Fengyun stood tall, towering over Lin Tian by a small margin, emanating an invisible aura of intimidation. As he passed by, he casually engaged in conversation. He glanced around and tilted his head towards a relatively secluded alley adjacent to the school gate, suggesting a quieter venue. Lin Tian had no choice but to follow him into the alley. It was not deep, cluttered with various odds and ends, and the dim light created a stark contrast to the bustling entrance of the school, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. "Have you given it any thought?" Wang Fengyun inquired straightforwardly, leaning against the weathered wall and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tian. "Thought about what?" Lin Tian feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. "Playing coy?" Wang Fengyun scoffed. "Of course, I mean joining us, the town secret office, Team 026. You're a promising candidate, albeit a bit green. Yet your foundation is intriguingly peculiar. Following me is far more advantageous than fumbling around alone. At least next time you encounter that kind of devouring spirit, you won't tremble in fear but can confront it head-on." His invitation was both direct and forceful, brimming with a sense of power and allure. The prospect of joining an official organization, receiving systematic training, and gaining a formidable backing, thereby no longer facing the unknown horrors alone, was an irresistible proposition for any young individual newly acquainted with the shadowy aspects of the world. Lin Tian's heart raced. For a fleeting moment, he nearly nodded in agreement. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he forcibly swallowed them back. He recalled the grand terrors depicted in the ancient texts, the cold protocols of the town's secret office regarding anomalies, such as memory erasure, and the terms Wang Fengyun had used regarding assessment and handling. To join them would signify a complete forfeiture of his freedom, becoming a cog within this vast secretive machinery, with his fate no longer in his own hands. How would they treat the unknown energy within him? Would it be studied, exploited, or discarded when deemed valueless? More importantly, an instinctive resistance stirred within him. His abilities seemed to have an enigmatic connection to those mythical beings. He feared that joining would label him in a certain way, potentially branding him as a latent threat. He needed more time to comprehend himself, to unravel the truths of this world, rather than being unwittingly thrust into a conflict. Lin Tian lifted his gaze, summoning the courage to meet Wang Fengyun's scrutinizing stare. "I need time to contemplate. There are many things I have yet to clarify." Wang Fengyun raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Lin Tian's refusal, though he did not display anger. He chewed on the candy in his mouth and skillfully flicked the plastic stick into a distant trash bin. "Fine, you have a mind of your own," he acknowledged, nodding. His tone ambiguous, whether it was praise or mockery was unclear. "But let me remind you, this world is not as simple as you think. Your uniqueness is akin to a firefly in the night. Not only can we see it, but those entities can also sense its presence. Going solo can lead to a swift demise." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, laced with a chilling warning. "I'll grant you time to ponder. But it is not boundless. Should I come to seek you again, I hope to hear good news. Otherwise," he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the implicit threat resonated with more weight than any overt warning could convey. Having said that, he patted Lin Tian's shoulder with a force that was neither too heavy nor too light, then turned away, his hands tucked into his pockets. Swaying as he strolled out of the alley, quickly disappearing into the throng of the street and the thick fog, Lin Tian stood alone in the dimly lit alley, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Wang Fengyun's ultimatum weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a massive stone pressing down. To refuse would mean he would face the dual pressure from both the monsters and the town's secret bureau alone. To acquiesce, however, could plunge him into an involuntary and unknown vortex. As he exited the alley, gazing at the ceaseless crowd flowing in and out of the school gates, he felt as though he existed in two utterly distinct worlds. The gray mist enveloped not only the sky, but also obscured his future. He understood that he must make a decision swiftly, or seek a third path, one that would allow him to survive in the crevice while preserving his secrets and freedom. Chapter 21. Silent Vigil. The ultimatum Wang Fengyun presented at the school gates felt like an invisible noose tightening around Lin Tian's neck, rendering each subsequent day a torment. He felt akin to a lab mouse under observation, acutely aware of eyes watching him from the shadows, yet uncertain whether those gazes were benevolent or malicious, and unaware of when observation might morph into action. He became increasingly cautious, nearly abandoning all extracurricular activities, spending most of his time at home or in crowded libraries, attending only essential classes. He dared not venture into deep perception again, nor did he risk taking out the energy-eroding stone for study, fearing that even the slightest fluctuation of energy might summon a visit from the town's secret bureau. However, the anticipated second invitation did not arrive as expected. Wang Fengyun seemed to have truly granted him an indefinite period for contemplation, no longer appearing before him. This silent waiting proved more disconcerting than direct coercion. One evening, a few days later, Lin Tian lingered at school longer than usual, having assisted a professor in organizing materials. The gray fog in the sky had taken on an ominous dark purple hue, foretelling stronger energy fluctuations during the night. He hurried along the somewhat secluded street leading back to Anlin Community, a sense of unease gnawing at him as he instinctively reached into his pocket, gripping the cold button tightly. Just as he approached an intersection, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not far ahead, in the shadow of a narrow alley, the air suddenly warped, and a familiar, nauseating chill spread through the atmosphere. Following this, a vague silhouette composed of shadows and slime lunged forth, targeting a young girl passing by, seemingly oblivious with her headphones on. It was a corroding spirit. Moreover, it was smaller, faster, and more cunning than the last one. Lin Tian's heart nearly stopped. He wanted to scream a warning, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. He attempted to rush forward, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. The overwhelming fear and sense of helplessness engulfed him in an instant. Instinctively, he reached to crush the button in his pocket. Yet, at this critical moment, a blazing red light, akin to lightning tearing through the night, shot down from the roof of a nearby residential building. It was a blood-red spear. The long spear surged forth, penetrating the core of the devouring spirit with unparalleled precision, its ferocious power evaporating the creature in an instant without so much as a cry of anguish. Simultaneously, a shadow descended from the heavens like a great bird, gracefully landing behind the girl. Just as she turned, bewildered by the sudden breeze at her back, a hand gently brushed the nape of her neck. In that fleeting moment, her gaze became vacant. She shook her head and murmured something about feeling a bit dizzy before continuing to walk forward with her headphones on, as if the entire episode had merely been a figment of her imagination. The shadow, of course, was Wang Fengyun. He retracted his hand, scarcely glancing at the vanishing, devouring spirit. Instead, he turned his gaze, piercing through several dozen meters to land precisely on Lin Tian, who stood frozen in place. His expression remained impassive as he casually nodded in Lin Tian's direction before pivoting away, his figure disappearing once more into the shadows between the buildings, as though he had never been there at all. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, and the other pedestrians on the street remained oblivious to the brief, yet unimaginable battle that had just transpired. Lin Tian stood there dazed, his palms slick with cold sweat as the button in his grasp warmed beneath his touch. He watched the girl's serene silhouette recede into the distance, then turned his gaze towards the direction where Wang Fengyun had vanished, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Had Wang Fengyun been nearby all along? He hadn't merely been on a mission, he had been protecting that girl. Or perhaps his true objective was to eliminate any devouring spirits that might pose a threat to him. Lin Tian recalled the timing and position of Wang Fengyun's appearance, which was no mere coincidence. It seemed as though he had been shadowing them, or patrolling this very area, which conveniently encompassed the primary route Lin Tian took home from school. The man who appeared so brusque and issued ultimatums had been quietly neutralizing potential dangers. This realization left Lin Tian's emotions in a tumultuous state. While fear lingered, it was interwoven with an indescribable warmth and a deeper confusion. What exactly did the town's secret office intend to achieve? If they truly wished him harm, why go to such lengths to protect him? Was it truly, as Wang Fengyun suggested, that they saw him as a promising prospect? That evening, within the confines of the town's secret office branch, in a clandestine chamber, Wang Fengyun lounged casually across from Yi Chun, reporting, "Boss, I eliminated a little shadow devourer that had just crawled out of the sewer. It was likely drawn by that kid's increasingly discernible scent. Took care of it effortlessly." Yi Chun observed the energy readings of the recent battle on the screen, along with the street surveillance footage, which had been processed, nodding in acknowledgement. "It appears his allure to devouring spirits is growing stronger by the day. Your assessment was correct. Simple extermination or forced recruitment is not a viable strategy." Wang Fengyun shrugged. "The kid's timid, but he possesses keen instincts. If I push him too hard, he might scare himself into a breakdown. This approach is preferable. Let him know fear exists, yet also that someone is covering his back, while still allowing him space to contemplate. When he inevitably faces an insurmountable obstacle, he'll know what choice to make." Yi Chen's gaze flickered behind his glasses. "Maintain observation levels. Ensure his basic safety until he makes a decision." After a moment's pause, he gazed at the blurred image of Lin Tian on the screen, a potential representative of the legendary Buddha of battle. Even if it was merely a nascent possibility, it warranted the allocation of resources for protective observation. We must ascertain which side he will ultimately align with. Wang Fengyun grinned widely, unwrapped a piece of candy, and tossed it into his mouth. "Understood. Don't worry, boss. With a madman like me around, those lurking shadows won't dare to touch the seeds I've chosen." Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, this brief conversation about him transpired. However, The image of Wang Fengyun, who descended like a guardian angel that night and quietly departed, was indelibly etched in his mind. The true intentions of the town's secret bureau remained a mystery. Yet he had at least confirmed one thing for now. The man codenamed Madman might not be an enemy after all. This realization served as a small balm to his anxiety, alleviating some of the distress that had plagued him for days, and igniting within him a complex and ineffable curiosity about the secret world shrouded in mist. Chapter 22. The fallen leaf returns. Not Wang Fengyun's clandestine protection acted like a fleeting glimmer of light, momentarily dispelling some of Lin Tian's fears and suspicions regarding the town's secret bureau. Yet, the vast organization and its unfathomable motives behind this goodwill still left him feeling uneasy. He understood that he could not remain under the watchful eye and protection of others indefinitely. He needed to make a decision swiftly. A few days later, on yet another quiet weekend afternoon, his aunt Zhang Huilan had gone to the wholesale market for supplies, while his cousin Qin Fan had gone to the gym with classmates, leaving Lin Tian alone in the house. In this rare moment of tranquility, the turmoil within him reached its zenith. He approached the window, gazing out at the almost eternally unchanging gray fog, and instinctively extended his hand, gently breaking off a slender twig from a half-dry green plant on the windowsill. The twig bore a few leaves, their edges yellowing and seemingly on the verge of wilting. He absent-mindedly twirled the twig between his fingers, his gaze unfocused. Yet his thoughts raced. To join or to refuse. The weight of the risks and uncertainties of both paths was suffocating. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. He mechanically counted the sparse leaves on the twig, as if seeking a revelation of fate from this meaningless action. Join. Do not join. Join. When he reached the last leaf, the corresponding word was do not join. Lin Tian's fingers froze. He stared at the bare twig and then glanced at the oppressive gray sky outside, an unusual sense of calm suddenly replacing his earlier agitation. Perhaps fate had already provided an answer. Or perhaps his heart had long since made its choice. At that moment, a light yet familiar knock echoed from outside the door, its rhythm casual yet recognizable. Lin Tian took a deep breath, approached the door, and peered through the peephole to find it was indeed Wang Fengyun. Dressed in his usual black attire, a piece of candy in his mouth, his expression remained unremarkable. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tian opened the door. Wang Fengyun stepped in without preamble, as naturally as if returning to his own home. He surveyed the quiet living room and raised an eyebrow. Is it just you? Yes. My aunt and cousin are out, Lin Tian replied, closing the door and standing nervously to the side. Wang Fengyun, with a commanding presence, settled onto the worn sofa in the living room. He retrieved a piece of alpine candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth before casting his gaze upon Lin Tian, directly inquiring, Young man, it's been several days. Have you made up your mind? Spare me the suspense. Lin Tian did not respond immediately. He walked to the opposite side of the coffee table and gently placed a bare twig down. Wang Fengyun glanced at the twig, then back at Lin Tian, his eyes sharpening with understanding. Meeting his gaze, Lin Tian took a deep breath and, in as calm yet resolute a manner as he could muster, replied, Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your regard and previous protection. However, I have decided not to join. The living room fell into an instant silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of candy scraping against teeth. Wang Fengyun did not immediately express anger or surprise. Instead, he regarded Lin Tian with a penetrating gaze, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his soul. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. And the reason? I have many things I do not yet comprehend, Lin Tian began, carefully organizing his thoughts about himself and the world. I do not wish to step into a system I do not fully understand while still in a state of confusion. I require a measure of personal space and time. Wang Fengyun scoffed, shaking his head. Space. Time. Do you think this world will wait for you to grow at your own pace? He leaned forward, exuding an air of pressure, then added, Never mind. A reluctant fruit is not sweet. Since you have chosen this path, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, as you have addressed me as teacher, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge before your departure, so you do not perish in ignorance. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, then articulated in a manner Lin Tian could grasp, albeit relatively straightforward. The world we inhabit is stratified by power. Ordinary individuals reside in the realm of the mundane, wandering aimlessly, living and dying without purpose. To truly confront the entities lurking within the fog, one must cross the threshold into cultivation. Beyond that threshold, there are roughly 8 major realms. Currently, you have barely brushed against the threshold of the first realm, the awakening realm, where you have just begun to sense and gain rudimentary control over your extraordinary abilities, albeit feebly and without structure. As for me, Wang Fengyun indicated himself with a hint of pride. I exist within the second major realm, the domain realm. He snapped his fingers, and Lin Tian immediately felt the surrounding space distort slightly. The scene in the living room became somewhat hazy, as if separated by an invisible membrane, and the sounds from the outside world vanished. This is the domain space. Within my domain, I partially dictate the rules. I can isolate the internal from the external, amplify myself, and weaken my foes. Against creatures like that minor devouring spirit from earlier, once my domain is established, it becomes a mere fish in a barrel. Lin Tian was profoundly astonished. This was his first direct encounter with the hierarchy of transcendent power. As Wang Fengyun retracted his domain, the living room returned to normal. He continued, above the domain realm, there exist even more formidable beings. At the pinnacle of all realms stands what is known as the human ceiling. They are the true stabilizing force, the ultimate power against the darkest depths. His tone took on a note of reverence. As far as I know, there are currently 5 individuals recognized as the ceiling of power in the Great Xia. Among them, the highest commander of the town's secret bureau is one of them, codenamed Master. This venerable figure wields a gun, a weapon that symbolizes the stability of the realm. A sword, a knife, a master, a gun, a master. This succinct description conjures the towering figures of 5 titans in Lin Tian's mind, particularly that of the supreme leader of the organization, who stands as one of the mightiest among humanity. The magnitude of this revelation stirs Lin Tian's heart, simultaneously deepening his understanding of the profound heritage and terrifying strength of the town's secret bureau. Having said what needed to be said, Wang Fengyun rose from his seat, brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers. He approached the door, casting one last glance at Lin Tian, his expression complex, imbued with a sense of regret, a warning, and perhaps even a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation. The path you choose is your own, young man. Whether it be fortune or misfortune lies upon your shoulders. Keep that button. Should you find yourself at a dead end, on the brink of despair, crush it. Perhaps I shall arrive in time to reclaim your remains. With that, he swung open the door and departed without a backward glance, his figure swiftly vanishing into the corridor and the thick fog. Lin Tian stood alone in the tranquil living room, gazing at the bare branch on the coffee table that determined his fate, rendered speechless for a long time. He rejected both shelter and restraint, opting for the most arduous and solitary path. The road ahead is uncertain, fraught with danger, yet an inexplicable resolve burgeons within his heart. From this day forth, he must rely solely on himself, navigating through this world shrouded in gray mist, where deities and monsters coexist. Chapter 23. The Barrier of Realms. Wang Fengyun left Lin Tian's home, his hands tucked into his pockets, a newly exchanged alpenlieb candy dangling from his mouth, meandering aimlessly along the fog-laden streets. Lin Tian's ultimate choice left him somewhat perturbed, accompanied by an indiscernible sense of disappointment. Perhaps there was also a trace of irritation at this young man's apparent inability to recognize the value of his circumstances. He was accustomed to alleviating his emotions through the stimulation of combat and sugary delights, yet at this moment, both seemed rather lackluster. He veered into a shortcut leading to the abandoned industrial district on the outskirts of the city, a seldom-traveled path where the fog thickened more than in the urban sprawl, infused with an odd scent of industrial waste and damp mildew. It was a place he often frequented to clear out some of the unwary lesser corroded spirits. However, today his atmosphere felt distinctly off. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the air became. The usual chill and chaotic aura of residual corroded spirits had all but vanished, replaced by a deeper, ancient coldness imbued with an intense essence of death and resentment. A thin layer of black frost had formed on the walls flanking the streets, and the ground beneath his feet had turned alarmingly slick and viscous, as if he were treading upon some decayed organic matter. Wang Fengyun halted, the languor and irritation on his face dissipating instantaneously, replaced by acute vigilance and a hint of exhilaration. He slowly crushed the candy stick in his mouth and spat it out, his keen gaze scanning the impenetrable fog like a hawk. Oh, it seems fortune is on my side today. I have encountered something substantial, he murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into a near-manic smile. At that moment, a thick fog surged violently 100 meters ahead, gradually revealing a colossal figure. This apparition towered nearly 3 meters high, not a solid entity, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless wailing, translucent specters and a tangible, inky black malevolence, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette clad in tattered ancient armor. Its visage remained indistinct, save for 2 flickering orbs of ghostly green flame at its head, resembling eyes that emanated an eerie chill and an overwhelming sense of resentment that sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul. The terrifying pressure it exuded crashed in waves, akin to tangible ocean swells, rendering the air around Wang Fengyun almost solid. The rubble and debris on the street trembled under this oppressive force. A ghost king, moreover, a formidable being at least 3 minor realms above him. Such a taboo creature typically manifests only in heavily polluted areas far from urban centers or on ancient battlefields, rarely infiltrating the heart of a city. The Ghost King's deep, hoarse growl resonated, a cacophony of overlapping voices that echoed with an insatiable greed for the souls of the living. It lifted its enormous arm, formed from the gathered wraiths, reaching out towards Wang Fengyun. In an instant, countless shadowy tendrils of malice surged from the void, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and a soul-rending force, converging upon Wang Fengyun from all directions. Faced with this dreadfully overwhelming assault far beyond his own capabilities, Wang Fengyun's eyes shone not with fear, but rather ignited with an even fiercer battle spirit. Domain space, activate. He bellowed, his blood-red aura surging magnificently. A dark crimson spherical space, approximately 30 meters in diameter, unfurled around him, enveloping both himself and the encroaching tendrils of malice within. Buzz. Within the domain. The rules were rewritten. The external fog was severed, as if the space had become independent. As the tendrils of malice breached the domain, their speed abruptly diminished, and the frigid power they harbored was significantly weakened by the blood-red aura saturating the space. The Ghost King's twin orbs of ghostly green flame flickered unexpectedly. Sensing the anomaly, it recognized that this human's power level was far inferior to its own, yet this peculiar domain exhibited remarkable resilience, managing to diminish its assault. Roar. Infuriated, the Ghost King advanced, an even greater tide of malice surging towards the domain, attempting to crush it with sheer brute force. Boom. Boom, boom. The inky tendrils violently assaulted the dark crimson barrier, producing thunderous reverberations. The domain's luminous shield quaked violently, flickering ominously as if it might shatter at any moment. Inside the domain, Wang Fengyun's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Sustaining the domain against a power far beyond his own exacted an immense toll. Yet he held firm, his gaze fierce as a wolf. His hands clenched tightly. The blood-red spear did not materialize. Instead, he channeled all his strength into maintaining the domain. So what if your realm is higher? Wang Fengyun spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, grinning menacingly at the massive ghostly figure outside the domain. My domain is not so easily shattered by brute force. If you have the power, then let us see who can endure longer. He understood clearly that engaging in a direct confrontation was a futile endeavor. The sole glimmer of hope lies in relying on the peculiar resilience of the domain, stalling for time while awaiting reinforcements, or seeking an opportunity for retaliation. The onslaught of the Demon King intensifies with reckless fury, yet the dark red domain stands resolutely like a rock amidst tumultuous waves, swaying perilously but never yielding. A life-and-death confrontation, marked by a staggering disparity of power, unfolds silently in the fog-shrouded remnants of the abandoned district. Chapter 24. A stone's throw away as Lin Tian. Propelled by an increasingly restless pulse within and the flickering energy waves emanating from the city's outskirts, frantically raced towards the desolate street. The sight before him rendered his blood nearly ice-cold. 100 meters ahead, a dark red spherical screen, approximately 30 meters in diameter, pulsated violently like an inverted giant bowl, distorting amidst the thick mist. Within this luminous sphere, the scene blurred into obscurity, revealing countless dark, vengeful energies surging against the inner walls like frenzied dragons. Each impact elicited a mournful cry from the screen, which dimmed under the weight of its burden. Outside the screen loomed a terrifying specter, 3 meters tall, formed from vengeful spirits and dark mist, exuding a soul-chilling pressure that relentlessly eroded the precarious domain. It was Wang Fengyun. He was inside, battling a creature far beyond his capability to confront. Lin Tian's heart felt as though gripped by an icy hand, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He saw Wang Fengyun at the center of the domain, his figure appearing disturbingly frail amid the violent energy onslaught. A trail of glaring blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he persisted, his sharp eyes aflame with an indomitable spirit even in the face of despair. Teacher Wang, Lin Tian cried out, recklessly charging forward. He knew not what he could offer, but the icy energy within him surged forth with unprecedented speed. Driven by the gravity of the crisis, he only wished to draw closer, just a little closer. However, when he was merely a dozen meters from the dark red domain, an invisible, remarkably resilient barrier forcefully repelled him. It was the boundary of the domain, the final bastion erected by Wang Fengyun at the cost of his own life. severing the connection between the inside and the outside, thwarting Lin Tian's desperate attempt at rescue. "Open! Let me in!" Lin Tian frantically pounded against the intangible barrier, even attempting to channel the energy within him to strike, but all his efforts sank into oblivion. His strength appeared laughably insignificant against this steadfast domain. He felt akin to a moth trapped outside a glass window, helplessly watching the flame within flicker and threaten to extinguish. Inside the domain, Wang Fengyun seemed to sense the commotion outside. He laboriously turned his head, his gaze piercing through the undulating screen, spotting the youth futilely battering the barrier. His face a portrait of despair and madness. In that fleeting moment, a blood-stained smile barely twitched at the corner of Wang Fengyun's mouth. His expression a complex tapestry of concern, urgency, and a hint of relief, ultimately transforming into a near-calm resolve. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he directed his gaze towards Lin Tian, his lips parting as if to convey something. Despite the roar of the realms and the surge of energy that enveloped him, Lin Tian heard no sound, yet he distinctly comprehended the shape of the lips, or rather, the lingering intent that penetrated the space, indelibly etched into his mind. "Hurry." This child's entire world. No sooner had the words left unspoken than a sharp crack echoed through the entire block, reminiscent of shattering glass. The dark crimson realm, at long last, succumbed to the relentless wrath of the Ghost King, reaching its threshold of endurance, and shattered explosively. It transformed into a tempest of energy fragments, swirling like blood-red crystalline dust, instantly devoured and obliterated by the surrounding tempestuous black resentment. The shockwave from the fractured realm hurled Lin Tian violently away, crashing him heavily onto the ground at a distance. Struggling to lift his head, his vision blurred by dust and chaotic energy currents. He beheld the final sight of Wang Fengyun, stripped of the realm's protection, utterly consumed by the towering waves of dark resentment. In the fleeting moment before those shadows converged, it seemed as though a faint, resigned gaze, tinged with reluctance, was cast in his direction. Then, all fell into profound silence. The Ghost King emitted a satisfying roar. Its colossal form, fortified by the absorbed energy and souls of the shattered realm, appeared more solid than ever. Its eerie green gaze swept over the fallen Lin Tian with a hint of indifference, before it slowly sank into the ground, vanishing as though it had never existed. Only the pervasive, acrid stench of resentment lingered in the air, the charred scent of obliterated energy, and the circular, blackened scorch mark left upon the earth, a testament to the calamity that had just unfolded. Lin Tian. Several sharp gusts of wind heralded the arrival of figures clad in uniforms reminiscent of Wang Fengyun's, their formidable presence marking the arrival of Team 026 reinforcements. As they surveyed the scene before them, their expressions shifted to one of profound dismay. Yet Lin Tian could hear nothing. He sat limply on the cold ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the scorched earth, fixated on the spot where Wang Fengyun had last vanished. The echo of that silent farewell reverberated in his ears, this child's entire world. Wang Fengyun was dead, the irreverent man who had repeatedly shielded him from the shadows. The one who had granted him a final choice, the man who had urged him to flee amidst despair, had perished in a valiant effort to hold back the pursuing Ghost King, mere steps away from him. Yet he, unable to even breach the fragile barrier of the realm, was powerless to act. An indescribable chill and searing pain engulfed Lin Tian, more piercing than the resentment of the Ghost King. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Only scalding liquid, uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks, mingled with dust and blood, coursed over his icy skin. Chapter 25. The return. Wang Fengyun's death struck like a frigid meteor shower, shattering Lin Tian's already precarious world and laying upon the ruins an unyielding layer of eternal ice. In the moment the dark crimson realm shattered, in that unvoiced shape of lips, in that phrase, this child's entire world, there was carved into the depths of his soul an indelible mark, as cruel as the sharpest chisel. The members of Team 026 swiftly took control of the scene, meticulously clearing any traces and calming, or rather, delicately managing the few potential witnesses present. The entire process was executed with efficiency and composure, imbued with a numbing familiarity towards sacrifice, which sent a chilling sensation coursing through Lin Tian. He was taken back to the department disguised as a cafe. There were no interrogations, no inquiries. He was placed in a quiet lounge, where clean clothes and food were provided, yet he did not touch them. He merely sat in silence, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the wall, his attire stained with mud and dried blood, some of it his own, some belonging to Wang Fengyun. Time passed in an indeterminate flow until the door to the lounge was gently pushed open. Entering was Yi Chun, impeccably dressed in a crisp shirt and tailored trousers. his gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses as tranquil as still water, devoid of any visible upheaval. Yet Lin Tian could sense the weight concealed beneath that calm exterior. In his hands, he held a folder and a half-eaten alpine lollipop, its wrapper carefully folded beside the candy. Yi Chen took a seat across from Lin Tian, placing the folder and the lollipop softly onto the table, remnants of Fengyun. With a voice deep and steady, devoid of discernible emotion, Yi Chen continued. The analysis of the residual energy at the scene and the fragmented messages received from Fengyun indicate that the target fluctuations of that Ghost King align with your recently awakened energy characteristics with over a 73% probability. Fengyun's assessment was accurate. He intercepted the threat that was originally directed towards you. Each word struck Lin Tian's heart like a hammer. It was because of Wang Fengyun that he need not bear the burden of guilt. Yi Chen seemed to penetrate his thoughts, gently interjecting, that was his duty. And it was his choice. He safeguarded not only you, but also the countless unseen ordinary individuals behind him. This includes your aunt and your cousin. Those words struck Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the fog in his mind. He recalled the worried expression on his aunt's face, the carefree laughter of Qin Fan, and the familiar faces that frequented the convenience store. If that Ghost King were to find him, if he were unable to confront it, who would be next to be ensnared? Fear morphed from mere self-preservation into a profound and frigid sense of responsibility, mingled with the sorrow and guilt over Wang Fengyun's sacrifice, nearly overwhelming him. He lifted his gaze to meet Yi Chen's. His eyes bloodshot, yet devoid of the prior confusion and struggle, replaced by a near-desperate resolve. His voice rasped painfully, like sandpaper grating against wood, join. The simplicity of those 3 words consumed all his strength. Yi Chen regarded him quietly, showing no surprise and offering no immediate response. He picked up the half-eaten alpine lollipop, examined it for a brief moment, then gently set it down once more. The department was not a sanctuary. Yi Chen's voice remained calm, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Here, there were only warriors, no guests. Once you join, your life no longer solely belongs to you. You will confront darkness and death that far exceed your imagination. You may perish, lose your sanity, or transform into the very image you despise. Ultimately, it is possible that no one will remember your name. I understand. Lin Tian met his gaze, unwavering. Wang Fengyun had imparted his final lesson with his life. There was no retreat left for him, nor did he desire one. Yi Chen nodded and pushed a folder towards Lin Tian. This is your employment agreement and confidentiality regulations. Upon signing, you will become a temporary member of the 026 team at the Annam branch of the Secret Department, codename. Yi Chen paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Tian's eyes, which, despite being bloodshot, remained exceptionally bright. Lin Tian picked up the pen, his fingers trembling slightly from exertion. Yet the moment he began to write, his hand steadied. He inscribed his name in the designated spot. Thus, the life of the ordinary university student Lin Tian officially came to an end. Yi Chen collected the agreement and rose. Welcome aboard, Comrade Lin Tian. For now, you will safeguard Fengyun's weapon. I hope you will not disappoint him. He gestured towards the corner, where an ominous crimson spear, seemingly alive with the essence of blood, stood silently. Lin Tian approached and grasped the spear's shaft. A surge of intense and domineering energy coursed through his arm, clashing violently with the icy energy within him, causing him to grunt in pain and nearly release his grip. However, he clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to hold on tightly. The intertwining of ice and fire, the fusion of pain and power, this was the path he had chosen, paved with blood and will. He lifted his gaze towards the thick gray mist outside the window, no longer hesitating, only the cold flames of resolve burning within him. I will not. Chapter 26, Blood Dawn. The eternal spirit of the gun. There were no mournful melodies, no wreaths, no worldly condolences. Wang Fengyun's funeral took place in the solemn hall deep within the Annam branch of the Secret Department, during the darkest hour before dawn. The hall was spacious and unadorned, with a high dome and cold white light illuminating a platform made of black marble at its center. Upon the platform, there was no coffin, only a vibrant 5-star red flag laid flat, upon which rested a neatly folded set of dark green military attire, adorned with the unique emblem of a sword and shield of the Secret Department on the shoulder insignia. Above the uniform lay the training cap he seldom parted with, alongside half of an unfinished alpine lollipop encased in a transparent evidence bag. This was the testament of Wang Fengyun's existence. His body had vanished without a trace in the final confrontation with the Ghost King, obliterated along with the domain. On either side of the hall stood 2 rows of figures, all clad in the same dark green formal military attire as that on the platform. Their postures as erect as pines, their eyes resolute and mournful beneath the brims of their caps. They were the entire team of 026, along with some senior officials from the branch. Yi Chun stood at the front of the line, similarly attired, his gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses deeper and more inscrutable than usual. Lin Tian stood at the end of the line, clad in a slightly oversized new military uniform. This unfamiliar attire made him feel constrained, yet strangely instilled a profound sense of belonging. As he gazed at the uniforms on the platform and the half-piece of candy, his eyes grew warm, and he clenched his fists tightly by his side. Salute! Yi Chen's deep and powerful voice reverberated through the hall. In unison, all members raised their right arms, paying the highest military tribute to the spirits on the platform. The air was so heavy it felt as though it could be wrung out. Once the salute was completed, Yi Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over each sorrowful yet resolute face, ultimately resting on Lin Tian. Comrade Wang Fengyun, codename Madman, a core member of the Zhenmi Division's 026 team, sacrificed his life heroically yesterday evening while on patrol, in an effort to intercept and annihilate the high-risk forbidden creature, the Ghost King, to protect the safety of citizens. His voice was steady, yet imbued with immense strength, each word striking the hearts of those present. He had embodied the vow of the Zhenmi Division to guard secrets and protect the common people with his life. Through his madness, he safeguarded the normalcy of countless lives. Today, we gather not only to bid farewell to our comrade but also to inherit his will, pledging that we shall continue forward until the fog clears and peace reigns. There were no lengthy eulogies, only the most succinct facts and the firmest vows. This aligned with Wang Fengyun's character and the ethos of the Zhenmi Division. Yi Chun turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, step forward. Startled, Lin Tian instinctively straightened his chest, his voice hoarse from tension and excitement. Yi Chun retrieved the dark red spear, weeping blood, from beside the platform. The spear seemed to sense something, emitting a barely perceptible hum, its blood-colored sheen appearing even more vivid. In accordance with Comrade Wang Fengyun's wishes during his lifetime, and with the unanimous vote of the entire 026 team, I solemnly present this spear to you, Lin Tian, reserve member of the Zhenmi Division's 026 team, codename GoldenEye, for temporary custody and use of Comrade Wang Fengyun's relic, Weeping Blood. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian extended his slightly trembling hands, steadily accepting the immensely heavy spear, imbued with boundless malevolence and sorrow. The moment he touched the spear's shaft, a blazing, domineering aura surged forth once more. However, this time, amidst the repulsion and pain, he felt a faint, familiar resonance, as if the lingering fighting spirit of its original owner was scrutinizing the new bearer. He gripped the spear tightly, the cold metallic touch awakening him, the power contained within the weapon making the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders feel as heavy as a mountain. I, Lin Tian, vow with my life. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the uniforms on the platform and every senior present. Though his voice remained hoarse, it carried an unprecedented resolve, affirming his commitment to inherit Teacher Wang's legacy, to uphold the Zhenmi Division's oath, to protect what he must protect and fight what he must fight, without retreat. Yi Chen nodded and returned to the ranks. Farewell, comrade. All members once again raised their hands in salute, their gazes fixed upon the crimson flag, the military uniform, and the half-piece of candy. As if piercing through the void to behold the image of a figure, candy in mouth, gun slung over shoulder, perpetually grinning defiantly as he charged towards danger. Lin Tian stood in the ranks, gripping the sorrowful tear, feeling the faint pulse emanating from the weapon, seemingly hearing Wang Fengyun's silent injunction in those final moments. Before the realm shattered, the morning light, after much struggle, finally penetrated the heavy gray fog of the surface, filtering through a special lighting system to cast a faint glow upon the underground auditorium. In the sanguine dawn, the heroic souls found their rest, while a new bearer of arms had already embarked upon his journey. Chapter 27. The new recruits following the conclusion of Wang Fengyun's funeral. Lin Tian's life seemed to be propelled forward at an accelerated pace. He had no time to dwell in sorrow. The operations of the town's secret service functioned like a finely tuned war machine, where every gear had to be promptly aligned. He was officially assigned to Team 026, codename GoldenEye. This designation not only described his fiery perception abilities, but also harbored the hope that he would see through the mists and discern right from wrong. His military uniform was replaced with a more fitted combat attire, adorned on his left arm with a crest of a sword and shield, alongside a small 026 insignia. His dormitory was a cramped yet fully equipped single room in the underground living quarters of the division, its walls forged from cold alloy. Apart from a bed, a desk, and a storage cabinet, there was naught else. The view outside was simulated sunlight from an electronic screen, a constant reminder that he had irrevocably bid farewell to a life of ordinariness. Training commenced at 5 o'clock the following dawn. The individual responsible for his foundational training was an old member of Team 026, codename Rock. True to his name, he was taciturn and possessed a physique as formidable as a wall, his skin bronzed from prolonged exposure to harsh environments. He was tasked with imparting to Lin Tian the most basic knowledge of physical endurance, combat, and firearms, conventional weaponry. The intensity of the training far surpassed Lin Tian's expectations. High-load endurance runs, impact resistance exercises, complex tactical maneuvers, and the disassembly and shooting of various firearms left him utterly exhausted each day, his body aching as if every muscle fiber had been torn and reassembled. Yet he gritted his teeth, silently persevering. The death of Wang Fengyun acted as a relentless whip, driving him to avoid any semblance of complacency. In addition to standard training, the crucial aspect was the guidance and mastery of his unique abilities. This segment was personally overseen by Yi Chen, conducted within a specially designed training room filled with various energy sensors and protective barriers. Yi Chen's teaching style mirrored his demeanor, calm, precise, devoid of any emotion. He required Lin Tian to repeatedly demonstrate the capabilities of his golden eye, ranging from basic visual enhancement to attempts at penetrating more complex energy structures, even some rudimentary illusion masking. Your ability, at its core, is insight and the unraveling of falsehoods, Yi Chen stated, standing to the side, meticulously recording data, his tone flat. Do not merely regard it as a telescope or microscope. Strive to comprehend what you perceive, the flow of energy, the weaknesses of structures, the essence of illusions. Lin Tian made earnest attempts. Under Yi Chen's guidance, he indeed gained finer control over his golden eye, with extended durations of effectiveness. Yet he could sense that Yi Chen's gaze was imbued with a profound scrutiny, as if evaluating the efficacy and latent risks of a tool. The most excruciating and challenging aspect for Lin Tian was the acclimatization to Cry of Blood. This dark crimson spear seemed to possess a soul of its own, brimming with resistance towards its new master, Lin Tian. Each time he grasped the spear's shaft, a searing and tyrannical malevolence surged through his meridians, attempting to either assimilate or expel him. While practicing the most fundamental spear techniques, he often found himself unable to withstand the ferocious will embedded within the weapon, leading to distorted movements and even being rebuffed by the malevolent energy, resulting in his hands being jarred and his internal organs shaken. Teacher Wang's spear does not acknowledge me, Lin Tian lamented bitterly after a training session, slumped on the ground, gazing at the humming, blood-colored spear in his grasp. Yi Chen adjusted his glasses and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Cry of Blood has consumed an excessive amount of forbidden blood, and its malevolence has manifested. Fengyun resonates with it because he possesses an inherent madness and fighting spirit. Your path diverges from his. Attempting to forcibly emulate him will only yield counterproductive results. What should I do then? Lin Tian inquired. Find your own intent, Yi Chen replied, fixing his gaze upon him. Your core strength lies in insight and clarity. Utilize your perception to penetrate the essence of this spear's malevolence, rather than being intimidated by its superficiality. You must master it, not be governed by it. Lin Tian pondered deeply. He grasped Cry of Blood once more, this time refraining from employing brute force to suppress the malevolence. Instead, he quietly activated the fire eye, infusing a cool energy into his vision, meticulously observing the interior of the spear. Through the lens of the fire eye, Cry of Blood transformed from merely a weapon of slaughter. He discerned that the flowing crimson within the spear was not merely a manifestation of murderous intent, but rather a confluence of countless minuscule, indomitable fragments of fighting spirit. Among them, the most radiant and fervent strand, bearing a familiar smirk and madness, belonged to the remnants of Wang Fengyun's spear intent. This fragment of spear intent seemed to sense Lin Tian's scrutiny, subtly vibrating, conveying an exceedingly faint and intricate emotion. There was resistance, there was examination. Yet perhaps there lingered a hint of muted expectation. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He comprehended Yi Chen's meaning. He did not need to become a second Wang Fengyun. Rather, he needed to earn the recognition of Cry of Blood for his own path, a journey defined by insight at its core and guardianship as its culmination. The days of training were monotonous and arduous, yet they catalyzed Lin Tian's astonishing transformation. His physique grew increasingly robust, his reflexes sharpened, and his mastery over his abilities became ever more refined. Although the integration with Cry of Blood remained fraught with difficulties, he had at least discovered his direction. Occasionally, after late-night training sessions, returning alone to his frigid dormitory, he would retrieve the half-eaten piece of Alpina candy stored in an evidence bag, gazing at it quietly. The sweetness of the candy lingered in the air, evoking memories of that figure, candy in mouth, spear in hand, audacious yet dependable, seemingly right before his eyes. Teacher Wang. Lin Tian whispered to the empty air, his gaze resolute. I shall persevere. In my own way. The moonlight simulated by the electronic screen outside cast a cold glow within the room, illuminating the gradually resolute profile of the youth and the silent war gun that flowed with a crimson hue. The path of the new recruit had only just begun, yet the thick mist ahead remained impenetrable, stretching endlessly. Chapter 28. The discourse on realms, the rigorous foundational training and the arduous adaptation to Weeping Blood persisted for several days, during which Lin Tian underwent a visible metamorphosis, albeit accompanied by profound mental fatigue and a sense of confusion regarding his own identity. He was aware that he had crossed the threshold into the extraordinary, yet the world beyond that door remained shrouded in ambiguity. That afternoon, following the conclusion of the routine physical training, Yichen summoned Lin Tian to the special quiet room designated for ability training. Inside the tranquil chamber were merely two simple alloy stools, bathed in soft light, effectively isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. Please, take a seat. Yichen gestured for Lin Tian to sit down while he positioned himself across from him, maintaining an air of meticulous professionalism. Today, he had not brought any materials. He merely gazed at Lin Tian with calm composure. Lin Tian, you have officially joined our ranks. The foundational combat skills require time to hone. Yet certain understandings of the essence of this world must be established swiftly. Yichen spoke directly. Today, we shall discuss realms. Lin Tian immediately straightened his back, fully attentive. This was the core knowledge he was eager to comprehend. The world we inhabit, following the cataclysm, has experienced profound disturbances in its physical laws, resulting in a surge of energy activity. This has enabled certain individuals to transcend mundane limits and embark on the path of evolution, which we refer to as cultivation. Yichen's voice was steady and clear, akin to the declaration of an objective truth. This path, delineated by the depth of self-potential exploration and the levels of energy mastery, is categorized into relatively distinct realms. He raised his hand, his fingertips hovering in the air, releasing an invisible wave of energy that coalesced into a series of luminous, tiered illusions suspended between them. Currently, the secret office of Daxia Town, based on a globally shared database and its own experiences, has classified the known path of the extraordinary into 8 major realms. Each realm represents a significant leap in the hierarchy of life, with immense disparities in strength. First realm, Awakening Realm, also known as Enlightenment Realm. Yichen pointed to the lowest tier of the luminous staircase. This is the starting point of the extraordinary. Individuals begin to perceive and initially harness the unique seeds of their powers, which may manifest as elemental affinity, physical enhancement, mental mutation, or, like you, the awakening of special sensory abilities. The essence of this realm lies in self-awareness, a preliminary breaking of the shackles of mundane understanding. The vast majority of gifted individuals remain in this exploratory phase throughout their lives. He looked at Lin Tian. You currently find yourself in the mid to late stages of the awakening realm, attempting to systematically control your fiery vision and the energy within your body. Second realm, Domain Realm. The luminous staircase extended upward, with the light of the second tier noticeably more solidified. Entering this realm signifies that one can initially draw upon and harness external energy, constructing a unique domain governed by personal rules. Within this domain, one can, to a certain extent, distort the rules of reality, amplify oneself, and weaken adversaries, marking a crucial transformation in combat capability. A subtle flicker passed through Yichen's eyes. Comrade Wang Fengyun is a distinguished figure within this realm. The magnitude, stability, and strength of the rules within a realm serve as the criteria for assessing its power. Third realm, Transcendent Realm. Beyond the mundane, the essence of life begins to undergo a metamorphosis. Yichen's tone grew somewhat grave. Those who attain this realm possess a deeper energy manifestation within their physical bodies, significantly extending their lifespan. They can initially liberate themselves from certain physical constraints, such as short-range levitation and energy materialization. The primary combatants against conventional forbidden creatures predominantly reside within this realm. Fourth realm, Saintly Realm. Upon reaching this stage, the radiance shines forth like a full moon. The soul and energy are intricately intertwined, capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, wielding the might to move mountains and drain seas. Each saint is a strategic entity, capable of independently safeguarding a crucial stronghold or penetrating heavily polluted zones to execute decapitation missions. Those in this realm have begun to brush against the fringes of the rules. Fifth realm, Law Realm. Words become laws, and one masters the very rules themselves. Yichen's voice resonated with reverence. The beings of this realm transcend mere accumulation of power. embodying a profound understanding and application of the fundamental rules governing the world. They can, to a limited extent, modify the physical constants of specific areas and define causality. Their strength bordering on the mythical. The existence of the Grand Commander of the secret division of Daxia, codenamed Confucius, stands at the pinnacle of the law realm. Sixth realm, world realm within, a microcosm is birthed, or a profound resonance with the external macrocosm is established. A single thought can influence the climate and topography of the real world, even briefly creating miniature spaces. Those who exist in this realm are akin to walking natural disasters, typically remaining hidden, serving as the final bastion of civilization. Seventh realm, immortal realm having initially transcended the constraints of time and space. The physical body and soul approach an indestructible state, capable of coexisting with the heavens for eternity. Records of this realm are exceedingly rare, existing solely in the most ancient texts and legends, representing a true mythic domain. Eighth realm, transcendence realm, Yi Chun pointed toward the pinnacle of that radiant staircase, seemingly leading to an endless void, his tone ethereal. Complete liberation from the rules of this universe, traversing the myriad realms. The power to create and destroy resting solely in a single thought. This represents the theoretical ultimate, the endpoint of evolution, or perhaps the beginning. At present, it remains a conjecture, lacking empirical validation. Lin Tian held his breath, utterly astounded as he gazed at the 8 layers of luminous steps. He had initially believed that Wang Fengyun's domain was immensely powerful, yet he was unprepared for the multitude of unreachable levels that lay above. The awakening realm in which he found himself was merely the most insignificant first step on this protracted journey. The realm is not merely about the accumulation of energy. Yi Chun dispelled the illusion of the luminous steps and emphasized, it pertains more to the understanding of the essence of power, the deepening of self-awareness, and the alignment with the world's rules. Each breakthrough into a new realm requires an opportunity, insight, and even luck. To forcibly elevate one's realm without a stable foundation is akin to self-sabotage. And what of abilities? Lin Tian could not resist inquiring. Where does my fire eye fit within this classification? The ability system is intricate, yet it can be roughly categorized. Yi Chun elucidated that the prevalent classifications include elemental systems, manipulating water, fire, wind, thunder, etc., enhancement systems, physical, mental, sensory augmentations, unique systems, rare attributes such as space, time, and causality, summoning systems, communicating with and commanding beings from other realms or conceptual entities, as well as variants like your own rule system or concept system, which encompass insight and deconstruction. These pertain to the perception and intervention in the essence of information and energy, as well as the loopholes within rules. While possessing immense potential, they are fraught with peril, exposing one to the backlash of rules or mental corruption. He cast a profound glance at Lin Tian, stating, "Your path is destined to be extraordinary. Do not rush for achievements. Solidify the foundation of your awakening stage and master your vision. This is your most pressing task. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lin Tian nodded emphatically. Yi Chun's explanation illuminated a lighthouse on the fog-laden path ahead of him. He discerned the direction clearly and became acutely aware of his own insignificance and the weight he bore. The road was long, yet retreat was no longer an option. Chapter 29. Initial patrol. As the theoretical knowledge imparted came to a close, Lin Tian embarked on his inaugural practical experience as a reserve member of Team 026. Engaging in an outer patrol. The task of patrolling did not solely involve combat with forbidden creatures. It was more about deterrence, reconnaissance, and immediate response. Within the relatively stable urban zones protected by purification barriers, large-scale incursions by high-level forbidden beings were infrequent. However, some weaker, nascent entities or those infiltrating through unique means would lurk in the shadowy corners of the city. The purpose of the patrol team was to detect and eliminate these entities before they could inflict tangible harm. Joining Lin Tian were an experienced soldier codenamed Rock and a female team member named Su Wan, codenamed Qing Wan, who excelled in speed and reconnaissance. The trio traveled in a cleverly disguised black SUV, whose windows appeared ordinary from the outside, but provided a clear view of the surroundings from within. Enhanced by a special energy filtering layer, the vehicle glided silently through the fog-enshrouded streets, clad in a fitted black combat uniform. Lin Tian had his blood-crying, long rifle secured at his side with a specialized magnetic clasp. The cold touch of the rifle and the faint aura of menace served as constant reminders of his transformation. He sat in the back seat, his body slightly tense. As the fire, I maintained a low-power operational state. The world before him faded from its usual hues, revealing only the flow of energy and stark contrasts of light and shadow. The city retained its identity, Yet in Lin Tian's eyes, it manifested a wholly different visage. He could perceive the pale blue city energy coursing through the underground pipes, akin to veins. He noticed the remnants of faded corrosive stains on the walls of some aged buildings, resembling scars. He could even occasionally catch sight of a few low-grade shadow worms. Their energy so faint they were nearly imperceptible, hiding behind trash bins. As they sensed the vehicle's passage, they would retreat in panic to the depths of darkness, emitting an invisible deterrent. "Do not be anxious, rookie," Rock reassured, gripping the steering wheel as his steady gaze scanned the streets. His voice came through the built-in communicator. "The internal city is mostly safe, much like tidying a room, primarily focused on clearing away these inconspicuous specks of dust." Qing Wan sat in the passenger seat, seemingly possessing a unique talent for keenly perceiving the faintest energy fluctuations. Occasionally, she would call out a few coordinates, prompting the driver, Pan Shi, to steer the vehicle closer. Lin Tian observed as Qing Wan's fingertips released delicate blades of wind, silently obliterating the lurking low-level shadow worms or the nascent resentment spores that had just begun to coalesce. The entire process was efficient and hushed, akin to a precise surgical operation. Lin Tian silently absorbed the lessons before him. He realized that the work of the secret department was not always characterized by grand battles. More often, it entailed this monotonous yet crucial daily maintenance, upholding the fragile tranquility of the mundane world. The patrol route encompassed the vicinity of Anlin Community and parts of Anan University. As the vehicle glided past the Huilan convenience store, Lin Tian spotted his aunt, Zhang Huilan, busily arranging shelves within the shop, while Qin Fan was likely in the back room completing his homework. An indescribable emotion surged within him, warm yet bittersweet. He was so close to them, safeguarding their existence, yet he found himself trapped between two worlds. "Pay attention to the 3 o'clock direction, that alley," Qing Wan suddenly remarked, her tone slightly taut. Lin Tian immediately focused his thoughts and followed the sound. It was a dead-end alley cluttered with debris. Through his fiery vision, he detected an abnormal blockage and murkiness in the energy flow deep within the alley, manifesting a dark yellow hue and exuding a stench of decay, significantly stronger than the previously eradicated shadow worms. "It's a rotting demon, recently formed, preferring to hide in damp, filthy places to disperse its corrupt spores. Inhalation by ordinary individuals could lead to severe illness," Pan Shi quickly assessed, parking the vehicle in the shadows of the alley's entrance. "Jing Jing, describe the energy form and intensity you observe." Lin Tian inhaled deeply, concentrating, and softly articulated, "Energy conglomerate, dark yellow, approximately the size of a basin, unstable shape." With core oscillation frequency, he endeavored to translate the information he perceived into tangible parameters, assessing the intensity as nearing the peak of the awakening realm, yet with a loose structure. "Very good," Pan Shi acknowledged, indicating Lin Tian's observational skills were satisfactory. "Qing Wan, expedite the cleansing to prevent spore dissemination." "Understood." In an instant, Qing Wan vanished from the vehicle like a specter, reappearing at the alley entrance the next moment. She formed hand seals, conjuring an invisible whirlwind within the alley, precisely enveloping the dark yellow energy mass poised to release its spores, compressing it until, with a soft pop, it was entirely purified. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Lin Tian watched intently from the vehicle, gaining a more vivid appreciation for the capabilities of the official team members. He also recognized that his fiery vision afforded him a unique advantage in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. The patrol continued. They addressed a few other minor energy anomalies, yet encountered no further targets requiring Qing Wan's direct intervention. For the most part, the interior of the vehicle remained tranquil, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine and the occasional dispatch directives emanating from the communicator. As dusk descended, the hue of the mist grew increasingly somber. The patrol task approached its conclusion, just as the vehicle was about to return to the division. Lin Tian's maintained fiery vision suddenly detected an exceedingly brief, yet unusually sharp energy fluctuation emanating from the distant edge of the city. The disturbance bore a chilling familiarity, a heart-pounding sense of chaos that, though fleeting, caused every hair on Lin Tian's body to stand on end. "What is the matter?" Pan Shi immediately sensed his unease. Lin Tian gestured toward the source of the disturbance. It emanated from the old industrial district, where a strong corrosive energy response had sharply dissipated. Qing Wan and Pan Shi exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Pan Shi swiftly reported the situation. The communicator relayed Yi Chen's calm voice, acknowledged. "Record the coordinates. Mission concluded. Return immediately." The vehicle turned around and accelerated toward the division. Lin Tian cast a backward glance at the area gradually engulfed by thick fog, a sense of foreboding rising within him. During his first patrol, he had witnessed a glimpse of the town's secretive daily life, reaffirming the undercurrents swirling beneath the city's tranquil facade. That fleeting, sharp disturbance felt like an ominous omen, heralding that the true storm was perhaps not far off. Chapter 30. Letters and red envelopes. Having concluded his inaugural patrol, Lin Tian returned to the cold, underground dormitory, his mind in turmoil. The day's experiences, particularly the piercing disturbance from the old industrial district, pricked at his heart like a thorn. Yet, he understood that with his current abilities, recklessly probing would be tantamount to courting death. More importantly, having seen his aunt bustling about in a convenience store during his patrol, he realized he needed to provide his family with an explanation. His abrupt disappearance and prolonged absence would undoubtedly raise his aunt's concerns and suspicions. The identity and tasks of the town's secret service were classified, and he could not reveal a single detail. But he also could not allow his family to live in a state of unease. In the dead of night, Lin Tian sat at his desk, unfurling a sheet of ordinary stationery. The glow of the desk lamp illuminated his weary yet resolute profile. He held the pen, pondering for a long while before he began to write slowly. Dear Aunt, I hope this letter finds you well. By the time you receive this, I will have left Nan City. Please forgive my sudden departure. It was unexpected, and I had no time to bid farewell to you and Xiao Fan in person. I have enlisted in the military. You need not worry. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. For years, I have watched you tirelessly support our family, raising both me and Xiao Fan, and it has weighed heavily on my heart. I am now of age, and it is time for me to shoulder some responsibility, contribute to our country, and lighten the burden on our home. The military is a great crucible. It will hone my character and allow me to acquire a skill that will help me secure stable employment upon my discharge. The military's management is strict, and training is demanding. It may become difficult to maintain regular contact, let alone return home. Please take good care of yourself and don't overexert. If the convenience store becomes too much, consider hiring someone to assist you. As for Xiao Fan, please encourage him to focus on his studies and not get lost in gaming, so he can aim for a good university in the future. Enclosed is 20,000 yuan, a portion of my savings and relocation funds. Use it to support the household or purchase study materials for Xiao Fan. Do not hesitate to spend it. I am well provided for in the military and will not need the money. Do not worry or fret. Lin Tian, date. The letter was simple in its composition, crafted to reflect the fervent spirit of a young man making a sudden decision to serve his country. He refrained from detailing too much, fearing that excessive words might lead to misfortune, and he was even more cautious not to reveal too much emotion, lest his aunt detect any underlying clues. He suppressed his profound guilt, reluctance, and anxiety beneath the mundane words he penned. Once the letter was completed, he meticulously folded the paper and placed it into a plain envelope. From the depths of his nearly empty locker, he retrieved a thick envelope containing a fresh stack of cash, exactly 20,000 yuan. This represented his first stipend and part of the relocation fee since joining the town's secretarial office, a sum he had not touched. He enclosed the letter and the money together, carefully inscribing his aunt's name and the convenience store's address on the envelope, leaving the sender's address blank. The following morning, before the early morning exercises, Lin Tian approached the administrative staff responsible for external communications and entrusted the envelope to him, requesting it be sent via secure civilian channels. The staff member, evidently experienced in such matters, asked no questions, silently accepted the envelope, and nodded. After completing this task, Lin Tian felt as if he had shed a heavy burden, yet he was also engulfed by a different kind of emptiness. He understood that this letter and this modest sum could never compensate for the debts he owed to his family. However, this was all he could do. From that moment onwards, his safety, his experiences, and the terrifying darkness he faced would become secrets he bore alone. He turned towards the training ground, where the morning light, albeit simulated, poured through the high skylight, casting harsh shadows on his dark green uniform. In that moment, the silhouette of the youth appeared somewhat more upright and resolute. The letter home had been sent, and the path ahead was set. He was no longer the boy seeking his aunt's protection, but rather a young man poised to confront the abyss. Chapter 31. A brief letter home. A few days later, on an ordinary dusk, gray mist lingered in the sky, rendering the setting sun into an unhealthy, sickly hue. Zhang Huailan was in the Huailan convenience store, tallying the day's earnings and calculating the meager profits. Weariness etched on her brow from the daily grind. Qin Fan sat nearby on a stool, swinging his legs while munching on bread and watching cartoons on the terminal, occasionally bursting into carefree laughter. The bell above the door jingled. Without lifting her head, Zhang Huailan instinctively welcomed the visitor, continuing her calculations. Ms. Zhang Huailan, you have a registered letter. A man in a postal uniform, his cap pulled low, stood at the counter, his voice calm. Only then did Zhang Huailan look up, somewhat surprised. In this day and age, aside from various bills and advertisements, it was rare to receive physical letters, especially registered ones. She wiped her hands and accepted the slightly heavy envelope made of craft paper. The sender's address was blank, bearing only the indistinct label of internal mail. Thank you, she muttered to herself as she paid the small postage fee. The postal worker nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave, his figure quickly vanishing into the dense fog outside. Mom, whose letter is it? Qin Fan inquired curiously, leaning closer. I don't know, it's rather strange. Zhang Huailan ripped open the envelope, and two items slipped out, a thin sheet of letter paper and an ordinary savings card. She first picked up the letter, unfolding it. The familiar handwriting, belonging to Lin Tian, caught her eye. A faint smile unconsciously graced her face. What could possibly compel this child to write a letter instead of simply communicating through the terminal? However, as her gaze traversed the brief lines, the smile on her face froze, and her fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. Enlisting? Special conscription? Long-term absence? Incommunicado? Each word struck her heart like a hammer. A wave of shock and panic seized her instantaneously. How could this happen so suddenly? There were no signs whatsoever. What kind of army would be so strict as to prohibit the use of terminals? Was there danger lurking? Mom, what's wrong? What did the letter say? Qin Fan noticed his mother's distress and set down the terminal to inquire. Zhang Huilan did not respond immediately. She repeatedly scrutinized the short lines as if hoping to glean more information from the spaces between the words. The tone of the letter was calm, even somewhat rigid, entirely unlike how Xiao Tian usually spoke. Yet, the handwriting was undeniably his. She forced herself to regain her composure, picking up the savings card. On the back, written in ballpoint pen, were 6 simple digits representing her Gregorian birthday. An indescribable pang of sorrow and worry surged within her. 20,000 yuan. Where could this child have acquired such a sum? Was it a relocation fee from the army? What military unit offered such a high relocation allowance? Had he perhaps engaged in something particularly perilous? A torrent of unsettling thoughts swirled through her mind. In this era of gray fog, although a semblance of order was maintained, rumors about border conflicts, secret units, and high-risk missions had never ceased. She dared not ponder further. Mom. Qin Fan raised his voice, growing anxious. Zhang Huilan took a deep breath, carefully folding the letter and clutching the savings card tightly in her palm, as if it were the sole link to her son. She turned around, mustering a reassuring smile for her son, though it was a smile more painful than tears. It's nothing. Your brother. He has joined the army. It's a good thing. The military has strict regulations, so we might not be able to communicate often. Her voice quavered, yet she endeavored to maintain her calm. This money is his allowance sent back for us to use. Join the army? Qin Fan's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and a youthful instinctive admiration for the military igniting within him. Is he really that impressive? What unit is he in? Is it cool? I'm not sure. The letter didn't specify. Zhang Huilan shook her head, her mind a tangled mess. She approached the window, gazing out at the gray world and the hurried passers-by below, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and dread enveloping her. Xiao Tian had grown up and developed his own ideas. That was a good thing. Yet, why must it be the army? And such a mysterious one at that? She understood all too well what enlisting meant in this world. The 20,000 yuan, now in her hand, felt searingly hot. Silently, she tucked the letter and card away into the bottom drawer of the counter, pressing them down with her ledger. This simple act seemed to drain her of all strength. Xiao Fan, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will cook for you. She turned, attempting to dilute the anxiety within her with mundane matters. Outside, the gray fog flowed silently, swallowing light and hope. Inside, beneath the warm glow of the lights, the woman buried her immense worries deeply, continuing her ordinary yet resilient life. From that day forth, a heavy, unspoken concern took root in her heart, lingering silently in the misty mornings and dusky evenings as she gazed into the distance. Chapter 32, The First Cry. At precisely 8 o'clock the following morning, in the briefing room of Team 026, the atmosphere was tense and somber. Lin Tian, clad in a fitted black combat uniform and bearing the weapon known as Weeping Blood, stood at the end of the line, his heart racing with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. This marked his inaugural formal engagement with the team, albeit in an observational capacity. Captain Yichen stood before an electronic sand table, impeccably dressed in a crisp shirt and trousers, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, the stalwart Pancher. Standing like an iron tower, the poised and sharp-eyed Qing Wan, and 2 other team members, a doctor responsible for battlefield first aid and biological analysis, and a blacksmith, an expert in heavy firepower and demolition, whom Lin Tian was less familiar with. At last, Yi Chen's eyes rested on Lin Tian for a brief moment. The mission briefing commenced. Yi Chen activated the sand table, revealing a three-dimensional schematic of the abandoned cargo station in the eastern sector of the city. A particular area, located deep underground, was highlighted in red, designated as the target zone. It was confirmed that a high concentration of corrosive energy was accumulating there, suspected to be signs of an incubating shadow bacteria colony. The energy response had escalated to a level B threat, necessitating immediate eradication to prevent further spread. A level B threat. A chill ran through Lin Tian. This indicated that what lay beneath possessed considerable danger and potential for proliferation, far surpassing the scattered corrosive spirits he had previously encountered. Mission objective: to thoroughly purify the energy node and eliminate all active corrosive entities. Operation codename: Scavenger. Yi Chen's voice was cold and authoritative. Pan Shi would lead the front. Qing Luan would scout and flank. The blacksmith would provide fire support and breach obstacles, while the doctor would monitor the environment and offer assistance. His gaze turned to Lin Tian. Your task is to accompany Qing Luan, activating your abilities throughout the operation to identify all energy nodes, potential traps, and weaknesses of high-value targets. Sharing real-time updates to the Team's tactical network. You are not to engage in direct combat without permission. Understood? Understood, Lin Tian replied firmly, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He recognized that this was not only a test of his abilities in real combat, but also a pivotal evaluation of his integration into the team. Let us move out. Two camouflaged black armored vehicles emerged from the cafe's underground parking lot, merging into the sparse morning traffic as they sped toward the eastern district. Silence reigned within the vehicles, broken only by the faint sounds of weapon checks and the weighty breaths of the team members. Lin Tian gripped the handle of Weeping Blood, its cold touch keeping him alert, as he quietly circulated energy within his body, maintaining a low-consumption state of readiness in his eyes. The perimeter of the cargo station had been discreetly sealed off by local law enforcement under the pretext of a hazardous chemical leak. The Team's vehicles drove directly into the depths of the abandoned factory area, halting before what appeared to be the collapsed entrance of a garage. Action commence. Yi Chen's command resonated through the encrypted channel in each member's ear. Pan Shi let out a low growl, his muscles taut, skin glistening with a faint metallic sheen, as he forcefully pushed open the rusted iron door, charging into the darkness like a tank. Qing Luan slipped in like a wisp of smoke, utterly silent. The blacksmith followed closely, shouldering a uniquely designed launcher, while the doctor wielded a scanner, swiftly assessing the environmental parameters at the entrance. Lin Tian took a deep breath of the air, thick with the stench of mildew and an acrid energy. A glimmer of pale golden light flickered in his pupils as he activated his keen sight. In an instant, his vision transformed. The previously pitch-black underground passage revealed an eerie tableau. A faint green mist of corrosive energy pervaded the air, while the walls and floor were marred by spiderweb-like dark red energy, stains that pulsated faintly, reminiscent of blood vessels. In the distance, a nauseating rustling and the slithering echo of slime reached his ears. The passage was secure, yet the concentration of corrosive energy was on the rise. 50 meters ahead, a sharp left turn revealed a strong life sign. The icy voice of Qing Luan resonated through the channel. Lin Tian immediately focused his mind, honing the insight of his keen sight. In his line of vision, at the end of the left turn, the energy response glowed like a campfire in the night. 3 lurking shadow-biting bacteria. They appeared more solid than those previously encountered, their surfaces coated in a viscous, luminescent slime, radiating a potent thirst for blood. Target locked. 3 mature, shadow-biting bacteria. Lin Tian lowered his voice, striving for clarity in his report. The energy core was located in the lower side of the slime sac on their chests. With energy flow impeded at the joint connections, attacks could induce paralysis. His information was instantly marked on the shared tactical map. Received, came the dull reply from Pan Shi, who did not hesitate and charged around the corner. Roar. Sensing the presence of intruders, the 3 bacteria emitted a hoarse roar, brandishing their slimy tendrils in an assault. Qing Luan appeared like a wraith on the flank, her hands gesturing as invisible blades of wind sliced precisely towards the joint weak points Lin Tian had identified. Simultaneously, the launcher on the blacksmith's shoulder spewed forth a blinding white flame, not to attack the bacteria, but to envelop the area before them, creating a wall of intense heat that obstructed their movements and purified the air of corrosive spores. Pan Shi stood firm like a true rock, absorbing the splattering slime, his massive fist encased in a yellowish energy glow, crashing down upon the joint of one bacteria weakened by the wind blades. Crack! A piercing shatter echoed, and the bacteria howled as it collapsed. The battle erupted and swiftly approached its climax. Lin Tian closely followed Qing Wan, his heart racing. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. He continuously reported new findings. There was energy leakage in the right wall, possibly concealing small individuals. The slime on the ground was corrosive, avoid it. To the left front, energy was anomalously gathering in the bacteria, suspected to be preparing to spray acid. Each of his warnings allowed the team members to preemptively evade danger or respond optimally. The trio worked in harmony, their efficiency remarkable, within 2 minutes. The 3 mature bacteria were completely purified. Well done, rookie, the blacksmith gruffly acknowledged as they pressed forward. Lin Tian exhaled, his back soaked with cold sweat. Yet a peculiar sense of accomplishment surged within him. His eyes could truly aid the team. As they delved deeper, the resistance encountered grew increasingly fierce. Incubating egg sacs, small individuals lurking in the shadows, and even mutated entities capable of releasing mental shocks emerged. Lin Tian's focus intensified, with his keen sight operating at its peak. He not only identified weak points, but also discerned illusions and warned of energy traps, his mind functioning like a high-speed processor. Amidst an onslaught of numerous diminutive bacteriophages, an exceptionally agile entity breached the defenses of the stronghold, darting towards the doctors stationed at the rear. Just as the corrosive, slimy tendrils approached the protective suit of one of the physicians, a warning cry erupted. Lin Tian instinctively sprang into action. Without a moment to ponder, the resonance with weeping blood, long suppressed, erupted in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, the spear surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, striking precisely at the most vulnerable point of the bacteriophage's compound eye. The shot was swift, accurate, and merciless, imbued with a hint of the formidable malevolence he had yet to fully master, emanating from weeping blood. With a splatter, dark green ichor erupted. The bacteriophage was instantly pierced at its core, convulsing before disintegrating into ash. A moment of silence enveloped the channel. "Thank you, Jin Jing," came the physician's calm voice. As he resumed his arduous task, Lin Tian, gripping the slightly trembling, weeping blood, panted heavily. That shot had nearly drained him of most of his stamina. Yet the backlash from the spear felt a fraction less intense. "Stay vigilant. Proceed forward." Yi Chun's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of elation or anger. Ultimately, the team reached the deepest recesses of the underground, a vast nest replete with slime and incubating egg sacs. At the center of the nest, a pulsating, dark red tumor radiating a malevolent aura was continuously expanding and contracting. It was the energy node. A fierce battle was inevitable. Yet this time, Lin Tian was no longer a mere observer. His keen sight firmly locked onto several shifting, weak points on the tumor, as weeping blood emitted a deep, resonant hum, as if yearning for combat. Though its initial cry was tender, it resonated with the power of awakening. Chapter 33. The Resurrection of the Demon King. Deep within the lair, the dark red tumor throbbed violently, exuding a nauseatingly evil presence, akin to a heart of a demon on the verge of hatching. It was the nucleus of this subterranean corrosive domain and the ultimate target of the Team's mission. Blacksmith, prepare the siege hammer. Qing Wan, disrupt its energy field. Rock, brace for potential counterattacks. Jin Jing, lock onto the core's weak points. Yi Chen's cold and swift commands rang out within the encrypted channel, as precise as a scalpel. The blacksmith let out a low growl. The menacing launcher on his shoulder began to charge, emitting a deep hum as brilliant white light coalesced at its muzzle. Qing Wan formed hand seals, an invisible force field rippling outward, attempting to disrupt the tumor's energy flow. Rock stood firm as a mountain at the forefront, his muscles taut, a solid shield of earthy energy enveloping his form. Lin Tian held his breath, urging his keen sight to its utmost, firmly locking onto the most chaotic and unstable energy nodes on the tumor's surface. There were 3 core weak points, arranged in a triangular formation, with intermittent lags of 0.3 seconds in the energy flow at the lower left node. He quickly reported and shared the data. Everything was set, awaiting the decisive strike. However, just as the blacksmith was about to pull the trigger, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying pressure, indescribable and far surpassing that of the tumor, surged forth like a tangible tsunami from the depths of the passage behind them without warning. The entire underground space trembled violently, the slime and egg sacs upon the walls bursting forth, spewing forth a noxious liquid. The air was thick with corrosive energy, boiling in a chaotic frenzy. A warning echoed through the chamber. Super high-intensity energy reaction detected. Approaching Class A threat. The device in the doctor's hand emitted a piercing alarm, its screen flashing erratically, teetering on the brink of overload. It was it. Lin Tian's pupils constricted in horror as he gasped in disbelief. In his keen vision, deep within the passage. An endless darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, not a void, but a manifestation of pure, unadulterated resentment and corrosive energy. A colossal, twisted figure, forged from the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits, was stepping forth from the shadows. The two orbs of ghostly green fire atop its head burned with an icy, murderous intent, fixating menacingly on the team. The Ghost King, the very entity they had presumed perished alongside Wang Fengyun in the abandoned district. It was not dead. Moreover, its presence seemed even more solidified and terrifying than before. It had evidently followed some trace to this location, perhaps drawn by the energy of its lair or driven by a thirst for vengeance. Target changed. Highest alert. Ghost King. Yi Chen's voice trembled slightly for the first time, then swiftly regained its icy composure, abandoning their original objective. All personnel, defensive formation, retreat to the exit in shifts. Without hesitation, the blacksmith redirected his weapon, unleashing a blazing beam of energy that shot toward the entrance of the passage like a wrathful dragon, attempting to hinder the Ghost King's advance. However, the torrent of energy, potent enough to vaporize a mature body, was effortlessly engulfed and extinguished as it neared the dense darkness surrounding the Ghost King. A deafening roar erupted from the Ghost King, its sound waves carrying a mental shock that struck each soul like a hammer. Lin Tian felt darkness cloud his vision, a sensation akin to being pierced by countless steel needles, nearly causing him to faint. The doctor quickly released a gentle healing aura, desperately stabilizing the team's spirits. Rock, positioned at the forefront, roared as he summoned the strongest shield, a brilliant ochre glow emanating from him, valiantly absorbing the brunt of the sonic assault. Yet, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the shield trembled violently, clearly straining under the immense pressure. Qing Wan flickered rapidly, unleashing a flurry of wind blades upon the Ghost King, but they merely grazed the surface of its spirit armor, inflicting no significant damage whatsoever. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. This is futile. We cannot hold them back. Our retreat route is blocked. The blacksmith gazed at the encroaching Ghost King, a terrifying embodiment of the abyss. His voice tinged with despair. The grotesque bulges deep within the lair seemed to sense the impending threat, pulsating wildly and emitting chaotic energy waves that further intensified the turmoil. With danger lurking ahead and behind, the team found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Yi Chan's gaze behind the lenses flickered rapidly, calculating countless scenarios in an instant. Yet each outcome pointed toward total annihilation. Faced with a Ghost King of near-legendary strength in such a confined and unfavorable terrain, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Could the 026 team be destined to meet the same fate as Wang Fengyun today? Just at that critical moment, Lin Tian suddenly shouted, "Its target is me." Under the watchful gaze of the Fire Eye, he distinctly perceived the two balls of eerie green ghostly flames emanating from the Ghost King, traversing past all others, ultimately fixating intently upon him. In that gaze lingered a raw, insatiable greed, akin to that of a hunter targeting its prey, accompanied by a familiar malice. Was it due to the awakening of the power associated with the victorious fighting Buddha that resided within him? Or was it the lingering hatred stemming from Wang Fengyun's near sacrifice to protect him? Lin Tian remained unaware of the answer. Yet he recognized the imperative to shield his entire team from harm. A wave of unprecedented resolve surged within him. He fervently channeled all the energy within into the blood-weeping spear he wielded. This time, he sought not to control, but to resonate, to summon. "Teacher Wang," Lin Tian silently implored in his heart, "aid me." Buzz. The blood-weeping spear seemed to sense its master's desperate will and the flicker of battle intent shared with Wang Fengyun within Lin Tian, emitting an unprecedented, intense hum. The dark red shaft of the spear blazed with a sanguine glow, unleashing a ferocity and fervor far greater than before, soaring into the heavens. In the periphery, a fleeting phantom with a cheeky grin and wild eyes, clutching a candy, momentarily flitted across the spear's surface. The Ghost King hesitated slightly, the eerie green flames flickering, as if instinctively wary of this sudden outburst imbued with a familiar threat. Now was the moment. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with golden light, summoning all his strength and will, forcefully merging the Fire-Eye's insight with the blood-weeping spear's ferocious aura. Locking onto the core of resentment concentrated within the Ghost King's chest, a potential source of its power, perhaps an unhealed wound. This was the only hint of discord he had captured the instant the Ghost King materialized, thanks to the Fire-Eye's perception. "Kill!" he roared in a discordant cry, gripping the blood-weeping spear not to stab, but as if hurling a javelin, expending every ounce of strength to cast this spear, ablaze with blood flames, towards the heart of the Ghost King, wagering everything on this singular throw. The blood spear transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, tearing through the darkness with a relentless ferocity. Aimed directly at the Ghost King, this shot drained Lin Tian of all his strength, igniting the last flicker of hope. Chapter 34. The Silent Blade of Light. The blood-weeping spear, cast with all of Lin Tian's strength, morphed into a blood-colored streak that cleaved the darkness. Imbued with an unyielding will, striking with precise accuracy at the core of resentment in the Ghost King's chest. This shot not only crystallized Lin Tian's awakened energy and the Fire Is insight, but also evoked the undying battle intent belonging to Wang Fengyun within the spear, its power far surpassing his usual capabilities. The Ghost King's eerie green flames suddenly contracted, evidently taken aback by the fierce strike emanating from what it considered a mere ant. It emitted a low growl, laced with both anger and uncertainty, as its colossal claws, steeped in boundless resentment, instinctively shielded its chest, attempting to swat away the spear that displeased it. Boom! The blood spear collided violently with the ghostly claw. A tempestuous shockwave erupted in a circular explosion, lifting the debris and dust from the subterranean space. With a sorrowful cry, Lin Tian ultimately fell short in power, struck by the enraged Demon King. Sent hurtling back to embed deeply into the rocky wall, the gun's bloodlight dimming, its hum incessant. Yet, the Demon King was not unscathed. The destructive aura contained within the gun's tip clashed violently with its core of resentment. Although it did not shatter directly, it momentarily hindered its movements, causing the surrounding dark malevolence to become briefly chaotic. This fleeting pause, almost negligible, was more than sufficient for a true master. In the electric flash between the Demon King's waning strength and the birth of new power, Yi Chun, who had remained silent at the rear of the formation, as if calmly observing and directing, finally moved. His actions appeared deliberate, even imbued with an unusual rhythm. There were no cataclysmic bursts of energy, no dazzling displays of light. He merely took a single step forward. Yet this step seemed to compress space, instantly crossing the ready boulders to appear at the Demon King's side. Unbeknownst to him, his gold-rimmed glasses had been removed, and his usually deep, tranquil eyes now radiated an icy chill akin to ancient glacial ice, devoid of any human emotion. In his right hand, he grasped a weapon that was not standard issue from the Bureau of Secret Affairs, but rather an exceptionally archaic straight blade. The blade, approximately 3 feet in length, was dull and unpolished, seemingly crafted from a raw black stone, lacking any adornments save for a faint, soul-freezing white cold gleam emanating from its edge. Yi Chun raised his hand and swung the blade. The movement was succinct, direct, and devoid of embellishment. Akin to brushing away a speck of dust, there was no sound, no radiant light effects, just a subtle, nearly imperceptible grayish-white thread extending from the blade's edge, silently slicing through the Demon King's colossal form, composed of resentful spirits and darkness, and traversing the core of malevolence that had just been struck by Lin Tian. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The boulders advancing, the Azure Phoenix preparing for the next wave of disruption, the blacksmith urgently loading his tools, and Lin Tian, who had just collapsed to one knee, panting heavily from exhaustion, all stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene. The Demon King's body froze in place. Its 2 ghostly green flames flickered violently, brimming with sheer terror, disbelief, and utter bewilderment. In the next instant, from the point where the grayish-white thread had passed, the Demon King's massive form, along with the dense darkness surrounding it, began to dissipate silently, as if a sand sculpture scattered by the wind. It was neither shattering nor vanishing, but rather a complete erasure from the realm of existence. There was no energy dissipating, no remnants left behind. It gradually transformed into the most fundamental particles, disappearing into the air. In less than 3 seconds, the Demon King, which had once exuded overwhelming ferocity, nearly plunging the entire 026 squad into despair, utterly vanished, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. In the underground lair, only the pulsating dark red mass remained, coupled with a profound silence. The ancient, unadorned sword that Yi Chun had sheathed had mysteriously vanished. He replaced his golden spectacles, his countenance returning to its customary, tranquil demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task moments ago. He did not even glance back at the spot where the Ghost King had disappeared, instead directing his gaze towards the embedded Qishua in the rock wall and the exhausted Lin Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. Doctor, assess the state of Jin Jing. Pancher, Qing Wan, remain vigilant. Blacksmith, prepare to execute the original extermination task. Yi Chun's voice remained steady as he issued commands, as though the earth-shattering strike had never transpired. Yet, each member of the team gazed at Yi Chun with an expression filled with ineffable shock and profound reverence. They were aware of their captain's strength, yet they had never fathomed it could reach such an astonishing level. What power lay within that sword? Lin Tian sat slumped on the ground, staring at Yi Qin's silhouette, his mind a void. That strike had completely transcended his understanding of power. It was not a contest of realms, nor an exchange of energy. It was an obliteration at the level of rules. To what extent had Captain Ye's true power ascended? It is merely temporary overexertion, with excessive consumption of mental energy and some disturbance in the meridians. A few days of rest should suffice, the doctor quickly reported after examining Lin Tian. Yi Qin nodded, approached the rock wall, and drew forth Qixue. The spear was remarkably docile in his grasp, its dim crimson glow seemingly brightening slightly. He walked over to Lin Tian and returned the spear to him. That was a critical strike, invoking the spear's spirit. Well done. Yi Qin regarded Lin Tian and, in a neutral tone, remarked, however, the control of power was coarse, and the follow-up was lacking. Remember the sensation of this moment, but also the price of exhaustion. Lin Tian accepted Qixue, feeling the faint resonance from the spear, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He felt a sense of relief from surviving the ordeal. Astonishment at Yi Qin's might, dissatisfaction with his own weakness, and an indescribable surge of motivation. Yes, Captain Yi. He gritted his teeth, striving to rise. Yi Qin pressed a hand on his shoulder, commanding, rest in place. The upcoming cleanup is entrusted to them. Soon, under the formidable explosions from the blacksmith and the meticulous clearing by Qing Wan and Pan Shi, the fleshly tumor deep within the lair was utterly eradicated. The mission was accomplished. Within the armored vehicle on the return trip, silence reigned once more. However, this silence was distinctly different from that of their arrival. Each person bore indelibly in their hearts two vivid images: Lin Tian's earth-shattering throw of the spear, and Yi Qin's unassuming yet terrifying sword light. Lin Tian leaned against the vehicle wall, wearily closing his eyes. He understood that from this day forward, his perception of the organization he belonged to and the hidden powers within this world had undergone a profound transformation, and his journey had only just begun. Chapter 35. Shadows in the campus. On the third day following the Ghost King incident, Lin Tian was engaged in restorative training within the training room. Although his body still felt somewhat feeble, the resonance with Qixue had notably intensified. Yi Qin's earth-shattering strike had not only resolved the crisis, but had also cleaved a new perspective within him, elevating his understanding of power to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the red warning light in the training room flickered silently, and simultaneously, his tactical wristwatch vibrated, relaying Yi Qin's succinct command: briefing room, emergency assembly. Lin Tian felt a jolt of apprehension and promptly halted his training, swiftly organizing his gear before heading to the briefing room. Upon his arrival, all core members of Team 026 had gathered. Yi Qin occupied the central position, and the electronic sand table no longer displayed the underground structural diagram, but rather the campus layout of Annan City's number 12 middle school, specifically the high school section. The atmosphere was significantly more somber than during the previous eradication mission. 10 minutes prior, an urgent report had been relayed from headquarters. Yi Qin bypassed any pleasantries and delved straight into the matter, his tone steely. In the past 5 days, 5 students have gone missing from the high school section of Annan number 12. The reports indicate that disappearances occurred between the end of school and the evening study period, with locations scattered across various areas of the campus, and no signs of forced entry or struggle were found at the scenes. As he narrated, 5 red markers illuminated on the sand table, corresponding to the relevant locations: the stairwell on the west side of the teaching building, the back door of the old library, the equipment room in the gymnasium, the chemistry preparation room in the experimental building, and the art studio on the top floor of the art building. Initial investigations revealed no physical clues. However, the internal security system's energy residue detection devices had identified faint, unidentifiable abnormal energy fluctuations at the last 2 disappearance sites. The waveforms bore some resemblance to known erosion energy spectra, yet were more elusive and specifically directed. Yi Qin adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Given the nature of the incidents and the potential risks involved, this case has been taken over by headquarters, assigning our department to intervene in the investigation. The keywords, campus, students, consecutive disappearances, struck Lin Tian like a hammer. He immediately recalled the earlier disappearance of Senior Wang, the eeriness of vanishing without a trace resonating ominously. Could it be that those entities had extended their reach into the sanctity of a campus, a place that should be under strict protection? The mission objective was clear: infiltrate the number 12 middle school, conduct a discreet investigation into the truth behind the disappearances, ascertain whether there were any forbidden biological activities, assess the threat level, and if necessary, eliminate it. The priority was to ensure the safety of the students and faculty while avoiding societal panic. Yi Chun's gaze swept over the assembly, eventually settling on Lin Tian. Jin Jing, your abilities are vital for this mission. You must uncover traces that elude the naked eye and conventional instruments. Understood, Lin Tian replied gravely, feeling the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Shan Shi and Qing Wan, you will be responsible for perimeter security and emergency support. Doctor, carry the portable high-precision energy analyzer and assist Jin Jing in the on-site investigation. Blacksmith, be on standby, prepared for any potential strong assaults or breaches. Yi Chun swiftly allocated tasks, designating this operation with the codename Clean Garden. They were to assume their disguised identities and enter the campus in 1 hour. An hour later, 3 seemingly ordinary sedans drove into Annan No. 12 Middle School. Yi Chun transformed into the head of a special supervisory team dispatched by the Municipal Education Bureau, while Lin Tian and the doctor posed as his assistant and technician, respectively. Leveraging their expertly forged credentials and prior arrangements, they successfully entered the temporary office assigned by the school, conveniently located on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Providing a broad view, the principal and several directors appeared anxious as they introduced the situation, their words laden with confusion and panic. Yi Chun, portraying the composed leader, calmly reassured them, indicating that the higher authorities were taking the matter seriously and would conduct a thorough investigation. He requested the school to cooperate, temporarily sealing off the locations where incidents had occurred and providing recent surveillance footage of the campus, although its utility was acknowledged to be limited. After the meeting concluded, only 3 individuals remained in the office. Let us begin, Yi Chun said softly. The doctor swiftly retrieved intricate instruments from his briefcase, initiating a scan of the office environment to establish a foundational energy baseline. Lin Tian approached the window, gazing down at the somewhat desolate campus. The waning rays of the setting sun filtered through the gray mist, casting an ominous dark yellow hue over the grounds. He inhaled deeply, a faint golden glow swirling within his pupils. Fire Eye awakened. In an instant, the world before him faded and reorganized. The ordinary campus scene blurred, replaced by a multitude of flowing energy trajectories. The life auras emitted by the students and faculty resembled scattered lights, while the energy flows within the underground pipelines appeared as faint blue veins. Amidst this normal backdrop, he acutely detected several discordant hues. These remnants of energy were exceedingly tenuous, nearly transparent, yet exuded a chilling, viscous quality, akin to the damp traces left by a snail's passage, so weak that they were almost imperceptible, yet under his unique vision, they were unmistakable. These traces began at the school gate, sporadically leading to the 5 locations of the disappearances. What tightened his chest further was the sensation he felt at the end of these traces, particularly in the direction of the old library and the art building, a deeper, almost sentient sense of lurking and observation, like a serpent concealed in the shadows, cold and patient. Have you found something? Yi Chun's voice resonated behind him. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. There are remnants, very faint, but they undeniably exist. The energy characteristics are peculiar, exhibiting a strong capacity for concealment, seemingly evading areas populated by people. He paused, gesturing towards the old library and the art building. Those 2 locations give me a very unsettling feeling, as if something is hidden within. Yi Chun nodded, his gaze sharp. Indeed, this is not a random act, it is a targeted hunt. The likely targets are students possessing specific potential or in particular mental states. He looked at Lin Tian. After dark, we shall pay a visit to those 2 buildings. Outside the window, the last vestiges of daylight were devoured by the gray fog, and the campus gradually succumbed to the embrace of night, an unsettling oppression permeating the silence. A hunt and counter-hunt against unknown shadows within the ivory tower was about to unfold. Chapter 36. Threads of Clue. Nightfall had completely enveloped Annan No. 12 High School. The once boisterous campus fell into a profound silence, with only a few dimly lit street lamps struggling against the dense fog, casting distorted patches of light. The teaching building loomed like a silent beast, and the corners where incidents had occurred appeared even more sinister in the dark. Yi Chun, Lin Tian, and the doctor moved like phantoms from the temporary office, silently weaving through the shadows of the campus. Their first target was the art building, which Lin Tian sensed to be the most foreboding. The art building was an aging 5-story structure, its walls weathered and peeling, overrun with desiccated vines, appearing particularly dilapidated amidst the night and mist. The entrance was secured with a rusted iron lock, adorned with seals left by security personnel. Qingluan's silhouette emerged from the shadows. She had already surveyed the surroundings. The lock was new, the seals intact, yet there were subtle indications that a latch on a second-floor window had been recently manipulated. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor retrieved a palm-sized device, scanning the door lock and its vicinity. Residues of organic matter were detected within the lock cylinder. Complex in composition, containing chitin and a peculiar mucus protein that did not match any entries in the known biological database. The residual energy in the air was more active than what had been detected during the day, exhibiting characteristics of a web-like structure. The term web-like sent a chill down Lin Tian's spine, conjuring unsettling associations. Let's proceed inside, Yi Chen stated succinctly. Qingwan, as nimble as a cat, ascended to the second floor, silently opening the tampered window. The three infiltrated in succession. The interior of the art building was even colder than outside, saturated with the scent of paint, dust, and an indescribable, faintly sweet metallic odor. The corridors were lined with closed art studios and piano rooms, shrouded in darkness. Lin Tian immediately activated his vision enhancement. Within his sight, the entire corridor was entwined with densely packed, nearly invisible strands of energy. These filaments were exceedingly fine, almost translucent, weaving into an immense, imperceptible net that enveloped all passageways. The strands bore faint residual energy, carrying a viscous, chilling quality. Any contact could potentially trigger an alarm, or worse. Be cautious. There are energy webs. Lin Tian whispered urgently, swiftly relaying the distribution of the webs to the team's tactical visors. Indeed, they were the work of a weaver. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. Doctor, analyze the composition and structural weaknesses of the threads. Jing, seek out the nodes and source of the web. The doctor delicately collected a nearly invisible strand of energy using tweezers, placing it into a portable analyzer. The structure was exceptionally resilient, with excellent energy conductivity, and emitted faint signals of potent mental paralysis and corrosive toxins originating from the upper levels of the building. Lin Tian focused intently, his sight penetrating through layers of flooring. In the direction of the largest skylight studio on the top floor, he discerned a powerful, pulsating dark purple energy source. Surrounding this energy core was a denser web, and he vaguely perceived several weak human life signs within the studio, as if ensconced in cocoons, their vital signs alarmingly diminished. Top floor studio. There is a potent energy source, and there are survivors. Their lives are in peril. Lin Tian reported urgently. Action plan revised. Yi Chen commanded immediately. Qingwan, eliminate the web traps along the way and clear a safe passage. Doctor, prepare the emergency response. Jing, follow me up. Panshur, seal all exits of the art building. Ironworker, be ready for a forceful assault. Qingwan's fingertips emitted nearly imperceptible energy blades, akin to the most precise scissors, as she began to carefully sever the intangible energy strands. Her movements were light and precise, avoiding any disturbance. Yi Chen and Lin Tian followed closely behind. Lin Tian gripped, weeping blood, feeling a slight tremor through the gun, as if reacting instinctively to the surrounding malevolent energies. He maintained his enhanced vision with all his might, guiding their path, while vigilantly scanning the environment. In the shadowy corners thick with cobwebs, he discerned more chilling details. Desiccated corpses of insects and small creatures ensnared in the silken threads, their life force utterly drained. Sporadic patches of slick, luminescent slime glimmered on the walls. All these signs pointed to a lurking predator, adept at weaving webs and siphoning life. As they ascended to the uppermost level, the frigid, avaricious atmosphere grew more palpable. The stairwell's cobwebs had nearly formed solid walls, necessitating Qingwan to forge a path. The air was saturated with a cloying, metallic sweetness that was dizzying. At last, they arrived before the heavy wooden door of the top-floor studio. The crack of the door was entirely sealed by a thick, viscous white filament. Within, a dark purple energy source pulsed like a heartbeat, exuding an oppressive sense of suffocation. Lin Tian peered through his fiery eyes, clearly perceiving the scene behind the door. In the vast studio, a massive cocoon, resembling a small hill, was ensnared by countless pallid silk threads. The surface of the cocoon flickered with vascular-like purple energy veins, while several faint human life signals were ensconced within its confines. Above the cocoon hung a blurred shadow, emanating a formidable corrosive energy, seemingly siphoning something from the cocoon while delivering something else through the silken strands. Target confirmed. Lin Tian's voice was hoarse, tinged with shock. The studio housed a colossal spider cocoon containing surviving students. The spider essence hung inverted above the cocoon. The energy intensity approached the pinnacle of the domain realm. A cold glimmer flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as his right hand slowly gripped the hilt of the ancient straight knife at his waist, ready to assault. Chapter 37. Shadows of the studio. The moment Yi Chen's hand pressed against the hilt of the straight knife, the pulsating dark purple energy source within the studio abruptly halted. The shadow suspended above the giant cocoon seemed to awaken, unleashing a sharp, malicious mental wave that pierced through the heavy wooden door, violently stabbing at the consciousness of the three outside. Guardian! Yichen uttered a low shout, and a cool, tranquil mental field radiated from him, dissipating much of the malevolent assault. Yet Lin Tian still felt a sharp pain in his temples, as if countless fine needles were pricking him. A testament to the ferocity of the mental attack from within. They had been discovered. A strong assault. Yichen decisively commanded. Qingwan swiftly waved her hands, directing several invisible wind blades precisely towards the silken barrier sealing the door. However, the viscous white web proved exceptionally resilient, emitting a jarring sound akin to metal scraping as the wind blade struck, leaving only shallow marks, failing to sever it completely. Allow me, Lin Tian roared, stepping forward. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he fully activated the fiery gaze, instantly locking onto several critical nodes where the energy flowed within the web. These were the most vulnerable points in the silk structure. The nodes were in the upper left, lower right, and directly in the center of the door crack. Qingwan understood the signal. The wind blades immediately redirected, hitting the spots Lin Tian indicated with pinpoint accuracy. With a tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped apart, a large hole was torn in the web sealing the door. Almost simultaneously with the web's rupture, Yichen sprang into action. His form was like lightning as he crashed through the wooden door, the first to surge into the studio. Lin Tian and Qingwan followed closely behind. The scene within the studio was so astonishing that even the prepared Lin Tian could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The vast space was nearly consumed by a ghastly, pallid cocoon, intricately woven from countless strands of spider silk. The surface of the cocoon was adorned with dark violet energy veins that pulsed like a heart, exuding a nauseatingly sweet stench and a formidable psychic pressure. Within the cocoon, faint outlines of 4 or 5 humanoid figures were discernible, their life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Suspended ominously above the cocoon was a grotesque creature, retaining a distorted human form, yet its limbs transformed into sharp, scythe-like appendages of ebony. Its back was encased in a hard exoskeleton, embellished with bizarre patterns. While where a head ought to be, there was an enormous insectoid maw, bristling with compound eyes, incessantly opening and closing, dripping corrosive slime. Most bizarrely, countless nearly transparent energy filaments extended from its abdomen, tightly entwined with the cocoon below, seemingly siphoning the life energy from within and returning it to sustain some form of existence, an eerie symbiosis, or perhaps a living reservoir. This was the spider spirit, an enigmatic and forbidden creature merging the essence of substance and energy. Hiss! Detecting the intruders, the spider spirit emitted a piercing shriek, its compound eyes flashing with cruelty and rage. It violently whipped its abdomen, unleashing a barrage of nearly invisible energy threads imbued with a paralyzing toxin, raining down upon the three like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, its scythe-like appendages sliced through the air with a mournful shriek, targeting Yichen, who stood at the forefront. Purification field. The doctor swiftly activated a portable energy barrier at the entrance, managing to block most of the threads, though the barrier quaked violently. Clearly unable to endure for long, Qingwan moved like the wind, deftly navigating the limited space, unleashing blades of wind from her hands to precisely sever the approaching threads, creating an opportunity for Yichen and Lin Tian. Faced with the descending scythe, Yichen did not flinch or evade, merely shifting slightly to the side, his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, while his left hand, fingers poised like a blade, struck like lightning towards the joint of the appendage. The concentrated energy at his fingertips erupted in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, and the spider spirit cried out in pain as the appendage was forced askew. However, several other appendages were already launching an assault from different angles. Its core lies at the intersection of the third segment's pattern on its back. The energy flow is intermittently weakening. Lin Tian shouted with all his might as he maintained the fire eye. He discerned that most of the spider spirit's energy converged beneath the thickest part of its exoskeleton. Yet the energy flow there was not flawless, revealing a fleeting periodic fluctuation. A glint of determination flashed in Yichen's eyes. Just then, the spider spirit appeared infuriated, opening its maw to unleash a thick, foul-smelling ball of purple-black slime, propelled forth with astonishing speed and a potent tracking ability. Be careful, Lin Tian exclaimed, sensing the horrifying corrosive power and psychic contamination contained within the slime. Yet, Yichen seemed to have anticipated this moment. He swiftly lowered his stature, narrowly evading the main body of the viscous orb. However, a few droplets of the foul substance still splattered onto his sleeve, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded small holes into his combat suit. An opportunity. Lin Tian's pupils constricted, In the split second following the spider demon's expulsion of the slime, he discerned through his fiery gaze a distinct delay in the energy flow at the core of its dorsal shell. That weakness was exposed. Now was the time. The core on its back. Lin Tian nearly shouted. Almost simultaneously as he spoke, Yi Chen sprang into action. With a sharp clang, a clear sound of a blade echoed. As the unadorned yet ancient straight sword finally emerged from its sheath, there was no overwhelming aura, only a refined, grayish-white blade radiance, seemingly capable of slicing through light itself. Disregarding spatial distance, striking with unparalleled precision at the weak point Lin Tian had indicated. Swift. Inexpressibly swift. Accurate. Inexpressibly accurate. The spider demon let out a shrill, heart-wrenching wail. Its multifaceted eyes filled with disbelief and terror. It attempted to evade, to shield itself with its appendages, but it was all in vain. With a piercing sound, the grayish-white blade radiance effortlessly pierced through its hardened carapace, striking the energy core. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next instant, the massive body of the spider demon convulsed violently, the energy core beneath its shell flickering like a shattered light bulb, culminating in a muffled explosion that obliterated it completely. Its inverted form lost all strength, plummeting from the giant cocoon to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, its appendages twitching feebly before falling silent. The suffocating sense of oppression within the studio dissipated in an instant. Had the battle concluded? So swiftly? Lin Tian gazed in disbelief at Yi Chen's back as he sheathed his sword, his heart reverberating with astonishment. The strength of Team Yi was simply unfathomable. Doctor, rescue the survivors. Qing Wan, inspect the surroundings to ensure there are no lingering traps or egg sacs. Yi Chen's voice remained calm, as if he had merely swatted a fly moments before. Qing Wan and the doctor immediately sprang into action. The doctor swiftly approached the giant cocoon, carefully using specialized tools to cut into its body, preparing to rescue the students trapped within. Lin Tian also exhaled in relief, just as he intended to assist. A sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over him. The energy expended to maintain his fiery gaze had far exceeded his expectations. He staggered, quickly bracing himself against the ground with weeping blood. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The spider demon's corpse, which had seemingly lost all signs of life, suddenly swelled violently in its abdomen before bursting forth with a resounding pop. A dense, spectral form made entirely of pure malice and corrosive energy screamed as it shot out. Astonishingly fast, heading straight for the doctor, who was diligently cutting through the cocoon. This was evidently a malicious final strike left by the spider demon before its demise. Be careful, Lin Tian and Qing Wan exclaimed in unison. The doctor reacted swiftly, immediately sidestepping to evade, but the spectral form appeared to have locked onto her, shadowing her every move. Just as the apparition was about to collide with the doctor's back, a searing, purging golden-red light surged forth, akin to an arrow released from a bow, striking the spider phantom with pinpoint accuracy. It was Lin Tian. In a state of vertigo, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, forcibly merging the cool energy within him with the malevolent aura of crying blood. With the precision of his fiery gaze, he hurled the spear in his hand. This strike encapsulated a fragment of the profound truth awakened within his fiery sight. A sharp sound, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, resonated as the golden-red brilliance collided with the illusory figure of the spider, which screamed in agony before swiftly dissolving and evaporating, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The crying blood spear clattered to the ground in the distance. Lin Tian, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yi Chen glanced at the dissipating illusion, then at the exhausted Lin Tian, his gaze shifting slightly, yet he remained silent, simply instructing the doctor to continue assisting the injured. Qing Wan swiftly approached, retrieving, crying blood, and returning it to Lin Tian, her eyes betraying a hint of approval. Well done, rookie. You saved the doctor's life. As Lin Tian accepted the spear, he felt a faint warmth emanating from it, as if it recognized him, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. This first direct confrontation with a forbidden creature, though brief, was fraught with peril and made him acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world and the worth of his own abilities. The immediate crisis in the art studio had been averted, yet outside the artistic building, the dense fog remained oppressive. Why did the spider spirit choose this place? Was this its sole lair? Were all the missing students confined here? A larger mystery was just beginning to unfurl. Chapter 38. The secret nest of the old pavilion. The crisis within the art studio had been temporarily resolved. With Qing Wan's assistance, the doctor meticulously rescued the 5 students ensnared within the massive cocoon. Fortunately, they were all alive, albeit deeply paralyzed by the spider spirit's unique toxins and energy strands. Their vital signs feeble, and their minds suffering immense trauma, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. The swiftly arriving logistical support team urgently transported them to the secret medical facility of the town for treatment. The toxin's composition was intricate, exhibiting potent properties of mental suppression and energy extraction. As the doctor organized his instruments, he reported the preliminary findings to Yi Chun, indicating the need for specialized detoxifying serums and prolonged psychological rehabilitation. Even if these students were to awaken, they would likely bear severe psychological scars. Yi Chun, expressionless, nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the disarrayed art studio before settling on Lin Tian. "How is your recovery?" Lin Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the fatigue and subtle pain coursing through his meridians from the overexertion of his abilities. Standing tall, "I'm fine, Captain Yi. Although the combined strike with crying blood drained most of my strength, it also provided me with new insights into my abilities and my resonance with the spear, allowing for a quicker recovery than anticipated." "Excellent." Yi Chun turned to Qing Wan, who was meticulously examining the remnants of the spider spirit and the surrounding webs, and to the recently arrived rock, who had completed his environmental scan. "What have you discovered?" Qing Wan delicately grasped a small fragment of dark purple eggshell, found within the ruptured abdomen of the spider spirit, her expression grave. "Captain, this is no ordinary spider spirit. It contains unhatched eggs, and their energy reactions are peculiar. They seem capable of parasitizing energy bodies and even mental forces." She pointed to the spot where the vengeful apparition had lunged at her moments ago, now vanished. Pancher indicated subtle traces on the ground and walls, signs of frequent activity, yet it had not remained in this place consistently. These filaments resembled conduits of energy, or rather, channels of information. Most of the traces pointed in a singular direction. He paused, casting his gaze toward the old library, a dilapidated edifice looming ominously amidst the thick fog outside. All eyes were drawn to the old hall, which appeared in the night like a silent behemoth. Lin Tian activated his keen vision, feeling a weight settle in his chest once more. The concentration of corrosive energy emanating from the direction of the old library far exceeded that of the art building, and it was denser, heavier, as if something were lurking within, breathing, exuding a distressing sense of oppression. Countless delicate strands of energy radiated from the old library like a neural network, even faintly connecting with the remnants at the art building. The art building served merely as a feeding ground or a secondary nest. Yi Chen's voice was cold as he rendered his judgment. The true main nest lay within the old library. These incidents of disappearance were merely the tip of the iceberg. The main nest must be eradicated swiftly, or more students would fall victim, potentially leading to an uncontrollable catastrophe. "Doctor, take the first batch of evidence and preliminary analysis report back to the division immediately. Coordinate the development of the antidote and request a database comparison for this spider demon's variant information from headquarters." Yi Chen swiftly issued commands. "Pancher, Qingwan, Jing, accompany me to the old library." "Understood." The group responded in unison. The doctor wasted no time, promptly departing with crucial samples and data, escorted by the support team. Yi Chen, along with Lin Tian and the others, moved like a stealthy cheetah through the night, hastening towards the old library. As they approached, the air grew increasingly thick with a sweet, putrid odor, the fog seeming to congeal further. The surrounding insects had fallen silent, an eerie stillness enveloping them. The old library was a brick and stone structure over a century old, its exterior cloaked in withered vines, many windows shattered like gaping black mouths. The main entrance was barred with heavy timber, adorned with long faded seals. Yet, Qingwan soon discovered a cleverly concealed vent for a basement on the shaded side of the building. Its grating rusted, the darkness behind it exuding an even more potent stench of decay. "The entrance is here. There are recent signs of frequent comings and goings," Qingwan whispered. "I'll go in first." Pancher growled, his muscles taut, skin glistening with a metallic sheen. He grasped the rusty bars, applying slight force to silently rip them apart, creating an opening just large enough for a person to pass through. A chill, laden with the heavy scent of mildew and the unique stench of spiders, hit them. Yi Chen gestured. Pancher was the first to bend down and enter, followed closely by Yi Chen, with Lin Tian and Qingwan bringing up the rear. The passage was engulfed in darkness, damp and slick, the ground covered with thick dust and some viscous secretion. Lin Tian immediately activated his keen sight, revealing a webbing that was densely woven, even more robust than that of the art building, with a far stronger energy response. The intricate webs not only obstructed the passage but also clung to numerous small creatures, including the desiccated remains of lesser devourers, their life essence fully siphoned away. "Beware. The webs grow denser, laden with potent corrosives and neurotoxins," Lin Tian cautioned softly, sharing his perspective. Qing Wan deftly maneuvered her wind blades, meticulously clearing the path ahead. Yet her pace noticeably slowed. The webs here exhibited remarkable resilience and seemed to possess a certain vitality. Once severed, they twitched slightly, attempting to reconnect. The corridors sloped downward, delving deeper underground. The air grew increasingly tainted, and a sense of oppression intensified. After traversing several dozen meters, they encountered a relatively spacious area resembling an abandoned subterranean library. However, the scene before them caused even the seasoned Rock and Qing Wan to gasp in horror. The vast expanse was entirely enveloped in thick, viscous, white webs. Layer upon layer of webs formed an immense, labyrinthine nest. Countless cocoons, varying in size, dangled within the webbing. Some cocoons were empty, others contained the carcasses of animals. But the majority housed humans. Judging by their attire, they were the recently missing students. They were ensnared in the webs like macabre art pieces. Their faces mottled with cyan and purple, unconscious, as faint life energy was slowly siphoned through the threads connecting them to the depths of the nest. At the center of the lair stood a colossal throne constructed from innumerable bones and viscous slime. The throne was barren, yet a chilling aura of dread emanated from the darker recesses of the nest, instilling a profound sense of terror. This is its feeding ground and incubation chamber. Lin Tian's voice cracked, a shiver coursing through him. The spider demon had transformed the underground of the old library into such a horrifying and malevolent lair. Just then, a rustling sound, reminiscent of creeping dread, echoed from the webbed passages surrounding them. In the darkness, countless crimson lights flickered to life. Small yet equally menacing spider demons emerged from the shadows of the lair, their eyes gleaming with hunger and madness, encircling the four companions. The guards of the main nest had been stirred. In the underground lair, the atmosphere tensed to an extreme. Dozens of smaller, yet equally ferocious spider demons surged forth from the surrounding webbed corridors, their scarlet compound eyes locking onto the intruders, sharp appendages scraping against the ground and the webs, producing a chilling cacophony. The air became thick with the pungent scent of blood and an aura of impending violence. Form a defensive formation. Rock, hold the front line. Qing Wan, maneuver and eliminate. Mark the weaknesses, Jin Jing. Yi Chen's voice was as calm as ice, issuing commands in an instant. As he positioned himself at the center of the formation, his gaze piercing, scanning the entire lair while directing his attention toward the oppressive darkness from whence the dread emanated. Clearly on guard for an even more terrifying presence. With a roar, Rock unleashed a thunderous cry, his body radiating a hue of earthy yellow, standing resolutely at the forefront. Arms crossed, he forcefully knocked aside two of the first spiders that lunged at them. However, his powerful strike merely thudded against the spider demon's hardened exoskeleton, producing a dull sound, and astonishingly, failed to deliver a fatal blow. The defensive capabilities of these lair guardians were evidently superior to those of the one encountered in the art building. The figure of the Qing Wan flitted like a specter through the dense web of silken threads, wielding her wind blades with precision to sever the vulnerable joints and compound eyes of the spider demon, inflicting continual harm. However, the sheer number of spider demons was overwhelming, and their viscous silk, imbued with potent corrosive properties and neurotoxins, severely restricted her mobility. Lin Tian, enduring the mental fatigue and discomfort, exerted all his effort to maintain the fiery gaze. In his vision, the chaotic and perilous energy flow within the lair was palpable. He scanned swiftly and called out, "Third on the left, the energy node in its abdomen is dim. The one above to the right, its mandibles are coalescing venom. The energy convergence point is in its throat sac. The Rock, be cautious of the frontal assault. The core power emanates from the energy glands along their dorsal midline." His guidance greatly enhanced the attack efficiency of Qing Wan and the Rock. Yet, the multitude of spider demons seemed to possess a certain synergy in combat, relentlessly shooting webs in an attempt to entangle and divide the squad's formation. One particularly cunning spider demon stealthily descended from the overhead web, evading Qing Wan's wind blades, and aimed a concentrated jet of purplish-black venom at the back of the Rock's neck, who was blocking a frontal assault. "Watch out above." Lin Tian's pupils constricted as he urgently warned. The Rock, alerted by the warning, crouched and turned aside just in time to narrowly evade a fatal blow. But the venom still grazed the edge of his left shoulder armor, splattering ominously. With a hissing sound, the corrosive venom instantly eroded a small pit into the specially forged alloy shoulder guard. More alarmingly, tendrils of purplish-black gas slithered into his body through the seams of the armor, and the pores expanded by his vigorous movements, as if they possessed a life of their own. Ugh! The Rock emitted a muffled groan. His left shoulder rapidly darkened to a deep purple. and the discoloration visibly spread towards his chest and neck. A chilling, penetrating numbness and excruciating pain coursed through half of his body, rendering his movements stiff and sluggish, while the earthy glow on his surface fluctuated violently, dimming significantly. Damn it! It's a neurocorrosive toxin. It spreads exceedingly fast. Though the doctor was stationed at the rear of the formation, monitoring the entire battlefield, he turned pale upon witnessing the scene. He immediately hurled several glimmering green nanosilver needles, precisely targeting the acupoints around the rock's left shoulder in an attempt to stem the toxic spread. However, the effect was minimal. The toxin appeared almost sentient, devouring the purifying energy injected by the doctor and racing along the meridians toward the heart and brain. The rock's complexion rapidly darkened to a bluish-black, his breathing became labored, and his massive form swayed precariously, on the verge of losing his combat efficacy. Should the strongest defensive point collapse, the entire squad would be engulfed by the sea of spiders in an instant. Team Yi, the toxin is too insidious. My conventional methods cannot contain it. The doctor exclaimed urgently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. He could sense the rock's life force waning rapidly. The antidote must be administered immediately. Yet, he excelled in battle and found himself at a loss regarding such a bizarre biological toxin, particularly one exhibiting active corrosive properties. Just then, Lin Tian shouted vehemently, "Let me try. I can see the flow of the toxin." Without waiting for Yi Chen's response, Lin Tian dashed to the side of the rock, disregarding the imminent danger. He placed his right hand firmly on the rock's dark left shoulder, his pupils flashing with golden light. The ability of his fiery eyes was pushed to its utmost limit, even surpassing its previous threshold. In his vision, the condition within the rock was alarming. It was not mere toxic liquid, but rather a web-like parasitic entity composed of countless fine, active strands of violet-black energy. These strands were spreading rapidly along his veins and bloodstream, proliferating as they went, devouring life energy, distorting and blocking neural signals, and causing tissue necrosis. This was not poison, but a living energy parasite. They were consuming the vitality of the rock and constructing their nest. Lin Tian shouted hoarsely, having spotted the core where these strands converged, moving towards the rock's heart to form a new control node. Where's their weakness? The doctor urgently inquired. Lin Tian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his brain induced by excessive perception, firmly locking onto the frantically writhing energy strands. They are vulnerable to intense light, especially purifying energy light. Their structure is fragile, but their proliferation is alarmingly rapid. The core is in the densest part, near the heart. The purifying light from my highest frequency spectrum can only temporarily suppress them, not eradicate them. The doctor quickly retrieved a flashlight-like device from the medical kit and pointed it at the rock's chest, pressing the switch. A gentle yet potent white beam of light enveloped the rock's torso. The spreading black strands seemed to be scalded, emitting a silent shriek, their speed of proliferation noticeably slowing. Yet they did not dissipate. Instead, they twisted and struggled even more violently. This won't do. The intensity is insufficient. They have become more active in response to the stimulation. The doctor's face turned pale. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the writhing mass of black energy. His fiery eyes not only pierced through illusions, but also seemed to possess an extraordinary perception of the essence of energy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he shouted, "No. It's not pure light. It's the frequency. They have an extremely subtle resonant frequency in their energy fluctuations. If we can find that frequency, we can disperse them using resonance." Resonant frequency? The doctor was taken aback. Then a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. I need a more precise energy spectrum analyzer. But the equipment is at the division. We cannot rely on distant aid in this urgent moment. Seeing the rock's condition deteriorate rapidly, Lin Tian steeled his resolve and called out to Yi Chun, "Team Leader Yi, give me 10 seconds. Complete stillness. Doctor, maintain the white light suppression." Yi Chun gave Lin Tian a deep look, refraining from further questions. "Qing Luan," he called out softly. "Understood." Qing Luan instantly grasped the captain's intent. With a flicker of her figure, she abandoned the skirmish, unleashing a multitude of wind blades with her hands, forming a dense wall of tornado around the three, temporarily blocking the spider demon's assault. Yi Chun then stepped forward, his sword still sheathed, merely using the hilt to touch the ground. An invisible force field emanated, enveloping Lin Tian, the doctor, and the rock, isolating them from the majority of external energy interference and physical impact. Lin Tian closed his eyes, immersing his entire being in the profound insight of the fiery eye, disregarding the surrounding cacophony of battle. All his senses converged upon the frenzied, writhing mass of black energy within the rock body. He ceased to observe its form and instead tuned into the sound of its energetic vibrations, seeking to feel the subtle, unique rhythms of the myriad threads of energy. In the span of seconds, the sound of the spider spirits colliding with the wind barrier resonated like a drum, while the breath of the rock became faint as a wisp. As time progressed, Lin Tian's temples throbbed, blood trickling from his nose. Suddenly, in a moment of clarity, he opened his eyes wide. Golden light radiated from them like two miniature suns. He raised his trembling right index finger, gathering a minuscule yet precisely calibrated cool energy that resonated in perfect harmony with the frequency of the parasitic black energy. Now, he shouted hoarsely, directing his finger towards the heart of the rock. Without hesitation, the doctor focused the purifying light to its maximum intensity. Lin Tian's feeble gesture arrived first, striking at the center enveloped in white light. A peculiar resonance, not a thunderous roar but a profound hum that penetrated the depths of the soul, echoed forth. The rock's body trembled violently. Within it, the core of the condensed black energy parasite rippled as if a stone had been cast into still waters, sending out waves. Subsequently, all the threads of energy ignited like a lit fuse, violently vibrating, disintegrating, and vanishing from the heart outward. The rock suddenly expelled a jet of dark, toxic blood, its complexion shifting visibly from ashen black to pale. Yet, the chilling, numbing sensation receded like a receding tide. Weakly, he swayed, supported by the doctor. Is the toxin eliminated? The doctor gazed in disbelief at the rapidly improving readings on the life monitor, then turned to Lin Tian, who was slumped on the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Astonishment filling his eyes. This energy resonance therapy, precise to the molecular level, was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Tian sat on the ground, gasping for breath, devoid of the strength even to raise a finger, his mind throbbing as if being crushed, yet a faint, relieved smile graced his lips. He had succeeded. His fiery, I could not only vanquish foes, but also save lives. Yi Chen sheathed his sword, and the encompassing force field dissipated. Qing Yuan exhaled in relief. But the shrieks of the spider spirits beyond the wind barrier drew near once more. Retreat with the rock to the entrance passage and establish a defense. Yi Chen commanded calmly, his gaze once again drawn to the ominous darkness deep within the lair. The master of this domain was about to emerge. As if in response to his words, the air within the cavern seemed to solidify. The webs ceased to tremble. The cries of the smaller spider spirits abruptly halted. And even the nauseating stench hung, suspended in the air. A profound and ancient silence enveloped everything, save for the oppressive force emanating from the depths of the lair, rising like an inexorable tide, suffocating in its intensity. Upon a throne constructed of bones and viscous matter, the space shimmered and rippled as if disturbed by unseen waves. Gradually, a colossal silhouette materialized from the void, transitioning from obscurity to clarity. What manner of being was this? Its upper half bore the semblance of a human female, her skin pallid and devoid of color, resembling wax that had languished for millennia. A visage of breathtaking beauty, yet eerily chilling. Her exquisite features were accentuated by tightly shut eyelids, long lashes veiling her eyes, reminiscent of a slumbering fairy. However, from the neck down, she was grotesquely connected to an immense spider abdomen, adorned with dark purple, bizarre patterns. 8 limbs, honed to a sharpness akin to obsidian, plunged deep into the throne, supporting her vast form. Her fingers, elongated and elegant, bore nails as dark as ink, resting delicately upon the armrests of the throne. Most disquieting was the fact that though her eyes remained closed, an overwhelming, icy-cold psychic field enveloped the entire nest, akin to invisible tendrils, keenly observing the 4 intruders. Before this psychic force, the spider spirit of the art building appeared as juvenile as an infant. This was the Spider Empress, an entity at the pinnacle of the domain realm. A languid, husky voice, imbued with endless allure and a chilling malice, resonated directly in the minds of the 4, transmitted not through the air, but boldly invading my nursery, slaughtering my offspring, and injuring my drone. Her psychic energy swept over the remnants of the spider spirit slain by Yi Chen, an unfathomable fury piercing through the souls of the gathered. Lin Tian let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his brain had been struck by a heavy blow. Darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. Qing Yuan and the weakened rock also turned pale, while only Yi Chen remained unmoved, his gaze still icy. Yet, the Empress's voice suddenly took on a note of amusement, her psychic energy focusing on Lin Tian, presenting an intriguing morsel. Such a pure insight into the essence is indeed a rare delicacy. Consuming you may grant me a glimpse into the true mysteries. Her psychic energy slithered like a cold serpent's tongue. caressing Lin Tian's consciousness and evoking a visceral sense of nausea and dread from the depths of his soul. This empress had effortlessly discerned the nature of his abilities. Then, her gaze shifted to Yi Chun, her tone imbued with a weighty curiosity and insatiable greed. Your soul bears a most distinctive flavor, cold, powerful, infused with fragments of the law. It is astonishing that this barren world can birth an existence such as yours. By consuming you, I may perhaps break free from the shackles of this realm. Yi Chun, expressionless, slowly raised his right hand, resting it once more upon the hilt of the straight blade at his waist. This simple gesture abruptly altered the pressure within the entire lair. A blade intent, sharp and unmatched, surged forth to rival that of the Empress, cleaving a pathway through her psychic oppression. Humph! The Empress emitted a displeased snort, questioning the audacity of a mere novice in the domain realm to brandish a blade before her. Very well, allow me to demonstrate what true dominion entails. As the words hung in the air, the Empress abruptly opened her tightly shut eyes. Those were eyes devoid of pupils, their sockets swirling with a profound, dark purple vortex. Within that vortex, countless struggling and wailing souls flickered in ghostly reflections. Buzz, a colossal dark purple domain, centered around the Empress, unfurled instantly, enveloping the entire underground lair. Within this domain, the very fabric of reality was rewritten. The air thickened, becoming as viscous as glue, while immense gravity bore down upon everyone, causing both Qingluan and Panshir to experience immediate inertia. The surrounding webs seemed to come alive, writhing and proliferating madly, ensnaring them like a multitude of tentacles. Even more terrifying were the countless whispers, steeped in malice and temptation, that echoed directly in their minds, assaulting their sanity with fervor. Panshir, who had just purged the toxins from his body, found himself nearly immobile under this overwhelming pressure. Qingluan's wind blades grew heavy and sluggish, making it exceedingly arduous to slice through the webs. Lin Tian felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmarish trap, his body weighed down, his mind in chaos. Even the maintenance of his fiery gaze becoming a daunting challenge. In my Dreamweaver spider domain, you are merely lambs to be slaughtered. The Empress cackled with triumph, raising a massive black limb, poised to cleave down upon Yi Chun, who appeared to be the most severely suppressed by the domain. At that critical moment, a calm voice resonated. The domain is not to be wielded in such a manner. Yi Chun stood resolute, confronting the limb capable of splitting mountains, neither dodging nor blocking. He simply grasped the hilt of his straight sword. Clang! The blade had not fully emerged from its sheath, revealing merely an inch of its edge. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an invisible, intangible, yet remarkably refined and domineering gray-white domain erupted fiercely around Yi Chun. This domain, though limited in scope, encapsulating merely a 10-meter radius around the quartet, possessed a density that far surpassed the Empress's seemingly vast spider domain. Where the gray-white domain traversed, the viscous air was displaced, the crushing gravity negated, and the encroaching active webs withered and broke apart as if encountering their nemesis. The insidious whispers tormenting their minds were utterly severed from their consciousness. Yi Chun's domain radiated an aura of absolute tranquility and sanctity. Boom! The Empress's limb struck the boundary of the gray-white domain with a thunderous crash. The dark purple corrosive energy clashed violently with the gray-white annihilative energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of blinding light and a terrifying energy storm that sent the surrounding smaller spider spirits flying. As the energy tempest subsided, Yi Chun remained steadfast, unyielding, with the gray-white domain as solid as rock. To their astonishment, a minuscule crack appeared at the tip of the Empress's limb. The languor and arrogance vanished from the Empress's face, replaced by an overwhelming shock and fury. Impossible. How can your domain be so refined? Who are you? Yi Chun offered no reply, slowly drawing his sword completely from its sheath. The blade, ancient and dull, radiated an intent of obliteration that caused the temperature within the lair to plummet. Your domain is ostentatious yet hollow, riddled with flaws. Yi Chun raised his blade, directing it toward the Mother Empress, his tone unadorned yet imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. Today, you shall witness the essence of the blade of the severing domain. The battle was on the precipice of eruption. Beneath the sanctuary of Yi Chun's realm, Lin Tian felt a significant alleviation of pressure, enduring discomfort. He activated his fire eye once more, gazing upon the vast arachnid domain of the Mother Empress. Through the lens of the fire eye, the seemingly flawless dark purple domain revealed numerous nodes where energy flowed sluggishly, their structures relatively fragile. Notably, the junction between the Mother Empress and her domain, along with the area recently struck by Yi Chun's blade intent, exhibited visible fissures. Captain Yi, Her domain has vulnerabilities. Lin Tian hastily shared the information he had gleaned. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Chun's eyes as his form instantaneously vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, he had already materialized above the Mother Empress's domain, his straight blade transforming into a gray-white lightning bolt that tore through space, descending fiercely upon the most significant weakness Lin Tian had indicated. The Mother Empress, consumed by a blend of fury and shock, unleashed her 8 appendages in a frenzied dance. Dark purple energy surging toward Yi Chun like a tsunami. The true climax of their confrontation had commenced. Chapter 41. The web of earth veins. Yi Chun's blade light collided violently with the dark purple tempest of the Mother Empress. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an agonizing screech, a result of energy being exquisitely compressed and annihilated. The gray-white blade aura sliced through the condensed energy of the Mother Empress like a red-hot iron penetrating solidified grease, cleaving through without losing momentum. Heading straight for the domain node Lin Tian had pointed out, the Mother Empress emitted a piercing shriek, her colossal form shuddering violently as her 8 appendages dug deep into her throne, forcibly stabilizing her position. The area of her dark purple domain that had been struck by the blade aura splintered like glass under impact, intricate cracks spreading forth. Although they began to mend instantaneously, the overall stability of the domain had undeniably diminished. Effective. Captain Ye's attack can genuinely harm the core of her domain. Lin Tian felt a surge of exhilaration within him. Ants, you have enraged me. The Mother Empress, fully consumed by wrath, reopened her previously closed eyes, revealing swirling abysses that spun wildly. The entire web of her lair writhed violently as more energy coalesced from all directions, infusing her domain, swiftly closing the cracks. I shall extract your souls and torment you for eternity. More dark purple energy tendrils emerged from the domain's light curtain, akin to frenzied serpents, assaulting Yi Chun from various angles, while an overwhelming mental pressure surged anew, attempting to breach the protective barrier of Yi Chun's realm, directly crushing the consciousness of Lin Tian and his companions. Rock and Qing Luan found themselves under tremendous pressure, valiantly resisting the encroaching energy tendrils and the harassment of smaller spider spirits at the edge of Yi Chun's domain, their situation precarious. GoldenEye, continue searching. Identify the source of her energy and the operational patterns of her domain. Yi Chun's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, calm and composed. He moved like lightning, weaving through the myriad of tendrils, each swing of his blade accurately severing several tendrils, all while seeking opportunities to strike at the domain's weak points once more. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his mind from the excessive use of his heightened perception, pushing the fire eye to unprecedented limits. His vision penetrated the ethereal veil of the Mother Empress's domain, delving deep into the intricacies of its energy structure. No longer merely seeking static nodes, he endeavored to comprehend the entire trajectory of energy flow and its supporting framework within the realm. The sight before him drew a sharp gasp. Under the profound gaze of the fiery eye, it became evident that the Mother Empress's Dream Weaver domain was not solely sustained by her own energy. Countless exceedingly fine, nearly imperceptible strands of energy, akin to the roots of a plant, emanated from beneath the throne of the Mother Empress, piercing through the library's foundation and deeply embedding themselves into the city's subterranean energy network. These strands were silently siphoning the fundamental energy that sustained the operations of Annam City from the underground pipelines. Though each strand extracted a negligible amount of energy, the convergence of thousands of such strands formed a stable and inexhaustible source of energy, supporting the consumption and repair of the Mother Empress's domain. Furthermore, Lin Tian observed that these threads, penetrating the Earth's veins, were not merely stealing energy. They seemed to be weaving an extensive, invisible network of surveillance and transmission. Through this web, the Mother Empress might perceive energy fluctuations throughout the city and even transport her eggs or avatars discreetly to other locations. This was the true reason for her choice of the old library as her main nest, its proximity to a node of the city's energy veins. Yi Team, her domain's energy draws from the Earth's veins. She is siphoning the city's energy to sustain herself. Moreover, these strands resemble an immense net, potentially spanning many locations. Lin Tian hastily shared this astonishing revelation. Yi Chun, wielding his blade, severed a cluster of tendrils, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it is as such. Is it possible to sever her connection to the Earth's veins? Lin Tian focused his gaze. Those main threads connecting to the energy veins were remarkably resilient, buried deep underground, and the energy flow was bidirectional. A forceful attack could provoke a backlash of the Earth's energy or even cause a leak, with disastrous consequences. While the main threads were difficult to sever, Lin Tian's eyes darted rapidly, suddenly locking onto a point, a conversion node. Approximately 5 meters beneath the throne, all the siphoned energy from the Earth's veins converged, transformed, and was then transmitted to the Mother Empress. Attacking that node could temporarily disrupt her energy supply. Position coordinates. Yichen stated succinctly. Lin Tian swiftly shared the three-dimensional coordinates he sensed through the tactical scope. Qingluan, Pancher, cover me for 3 seconds. Yichen commanded, his figure abruptly blurring. And in the next moment, he surged forth, breaking free from the protective boundary of his domain, appearing as if teleporting directly above the Mother Empress's throne. Clearly caught off guard by Yi Chen's audacity, the Mother Empress, in a fit of rage, unleashed all her energy tendrils and mental assaults towards the diminutive yet lethal figure in the air. Not a chance. Qingluan cried out fiercely. Her hands clasped together as torrents of energy swirled around her, forming a massive whirlwind barrier that barely deflected most of the tendrils. Pancher, too, roared, channeling his remaining strength into the earth beneath him, raising a wall of soil to block the residual mental shockwaves. Both individuals bled from the corners of their mouths, clearly having paid a tremendous price. High above, Yichen remained indifferent to the tumult below, his entire focus concentrated on the straight blade in his hand. The blade glimmered with an unprecedented brilliance, a grayish-white radiance that was blindingly intense. With a resolute breath, he thrust the blade downward, not with a cleaving motion, but akin to launching a javelin, directing the tip towards the coordinates provided by Lin Tian, piercing the air with a single thrust. Whoosh! A finely honed, hair-thin stream of grayish-white blade energy, imbued with terrifying penetrating power, detached from the blade's tip, disregarding the vast distance, and instantly embedded itself into the earth beneath the throne. There was no sound, no explosion. Yet in the next moment, a chilling howl erupted from the Mother Empress, the most anguished and terrified cry since the onset of battle. Her colossal form convulsed violently, the dark purple field surrounding her dimming at a visible rate, rippling as cracks rapidly expanded across its surface, resembling a shattered mirror. The tendrils siphoning energy from the Earth's veins appeared to be severed in an instant, the flow of energy abruptly ceasing. Her domain was beginning to collapse. Now, Yichen descended to the ground, his complexion slightly pale, clearly drained from the previous strike, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, aimed directly at the Mother Empress, who had momentarily stiffened due to the energy disruption. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 42. The shattering spear. The Mother Empress's domain quaked violently. In the instant her energy supply was severed, she was engulfed in unprecedented panic and rigidity. This was a rare chance. Attack! Yichen's voice resonated through the lair like shattering ice. Although he was slightly breathless from the earlier strike, the murderous intent in his eyes solidified into something palpable. As he raised the blade once more, targeting the core vulnerability exposed by the backlash of her domain, Qingluan and Pancher summoned their final reserves of strength. Qingluan's wind blades and Pancher's heavy fists simultaneously struck at the relatively vulnerable, jointed limbs and abdomen of the Mother Empress. However, she was, after all, a pinnacle existence of the domain realm. Even when gravely wounded, her dying counterattack was terrifyingly formidable. With a piercing shriek of unbridled malice, she forcibly contracted her crumbling domain, coalescing into a thick, dark purple energy cocoon. Simultaneously, her 8 limbs flailed wildly, forsaking offense to shield her vital points, bracing against the trio's onslaught. Boom, boom, bang. Yichen's blade aura, Qingluan's wind blades, and Pancher's fist strikes converged almost simultaneously upon the energy cocoon. The cocoon quaked violently, fissures spreading across its surface. As the Mother Empress's massive body was driven back repeatedly, cracks appearing on her limbs, viscous purple-black blood spraying forth. Yet, through sheer foundational strength and tenacity, she endured this concentrated barrage. Not enough. Her core defenses were too formidable. Yichen's brow furrowed. He could sense the Mother Empress was burning her essence to stabilize her footing. If she regained her composure, the consequences would be dire. A decisive strike was necessary to utterly breach her defenses. All eyes turned in unison towards Lin Tian, the only remaining combatant with relative intact strength and the most potent ability to pierce through defenses. However, at that moment, Lin Tian found himself in an extraordinarily delicate and perilous state. At the moment when Yichen severed the connection to the earth vein and the domain of the Mother Empress collapsed, the spear in his hand, known as Weeping Blood, resonated with an unprecedented intensity. The spear's body radiated heat, and the malevolent aura that had persistently repelled him seemed to have found an outlet, surging madly into his arm. coursing through the hands Xiaoyang Sanjiao Meridian and directly assaulting his heart. Simultaneously, the profound unwillingness, resentment, and chaotic mental turmoil emanating from the dying Mother Empress crashed upon his consciousness like a tidal wave, a duality of ice and fire. Externally, the malevolent energy surged through his meridians, while internally, he faced spiritual corruption. Lin Tian felt as though darkness enveloped his vision, a buzzing echoed in his ears, and his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart, his consciousness on the brink of sinking into an abyss of darkness and madness. He could not falter. To fall meant everything would be lost. The vengeance of Teacher Wang, the lives of his classmates, the hopes of all. An overwhelming determination erupted from the depths of Lin Tian's heart. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into a moment of clarity. In this life and death moment, inspiration struck him. Rather than forcibly suppressing or guiding the weeping blood's malevolence as he usually did, he completely relinquished his mental defenses, pushing his fiery insight to its zenith, not looking outward but inward. He gazed at the malevolent energy surging within him, scrutinizing the negative forces that sought to taint his spirit. Under the scrutiny of his fiery vision, all things appeared as illusions. What of the malevolence? What of the resentment? Merely a form of energy, since he could perceive the nodes of a spider's web and uncover the weak points of a domain. Why could he not discern the essence of this malevolence and resentment? In that moment, Lin Tian's insight underwent a qualitative transformation. He progressed from mere observation to discernment. Within his introspective vision, the once chaotic malevolent energy no longer resembled an unruly torrent, but transformed into strands of dark red energy, surging with fierce combat intent. The invading spiritual resentment was no longer a chaotic impact, but twisted, shrieking fragments of purple-black energy, composed of fear and malice. He discerned that within the strands of malevolent energy, the essence belonging to Wang Fengyun shone the brightest and burned the hottest. It did not seek to harm him, but fervently conveyed an indomitable will to fight and a belief in protection. It yearned for understanding and resonance, not subjugation. Conversely, the external spiritual resentment, though seemingly powerful, was rife with cracks and weaknesses born from the Mother Empress's fear. I understand now, Lin Tian's mind cleared. It was not about domination, but about solidarity. He relinquished all resistance, actively guiding the cool, insightful primordial energy within him, like the most skillful of weavers. Not to block or disperse the malevolence, but gently entwining it with the strand of combat intent belonging to Wang Fengyun, resonating and dancing together. At the same time, he wielded his fiery vision as a blade, targeting the structural weaknesses of the external spiritual resentment with precision. A wondrous transformation occurred. The once violent malevolence, as if finding a kindred spirit, instantly became docile, merging seamlessly with Lin Tian's primordial energy, transforming into a scorching and magnificent new power, surging mightily through his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, the spiritual resentment, under the gaze of the piercing eye of truth, swiftly melted and disintegrated like ice in the sunlight. Buzz! The weeping blood spear emitted an unprecedented, joyous, and stirring hum. The gun's barrel was bathed in a vibrant crimson glow. The once chilling color transformed into a searing and life-infused hue. A profound connection surged through Lin Tian as he grasped the handle, a sensation akin to an extension of his own will. Man and weapon became one. The illusion was shattered, though it may seem lengthy to recount. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Yi Chun and his companions failed to deliver a decisive blow. The moment the Mother Empress was about to regain her composure, Lin Tian exclaimed, "Let me take this." He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intertwining gold and crimson light, as though flames danced within. With a single step, the ground cracked beneath him, his form darting forth like lightning, surpassing Qing Wan and Pan Shi, and lunging directly at the Mother Empress. With both hands tightly gripping the weeping blood, his attack evolved beyond simple thrusts and sweeps. He channeled the immense energy of his being, infused with the will to pierce through illusions, directly into the tip of the spear. The long weapon sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek akin to tearing fabric, as a concentrated point of resplendent gold and crimson light gathered at its tip, seemingly capable of penetrating all illusions and defenses of the world. This strike was named Shattering Illusions. The Mother Empress sensed a lethal threat. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in her multifaceted eyes. In a frenzy, she summoned all remaining energy to reinforce the protective cocoon before her, her limbs desperately defending. Yet, it was too late. With a soft sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting, the tip of the weeping blood pierced effortlessly through the dense dark purple energy cocoon. striking precisely at the energy core exposed at the center of her chest due to the backlash and her own terror. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The colossal form of the Mother Empress stiffened abruptly, all movements halted. She lowered her gaze in disbelief at the spear embedded in her core, the light in her multifaceted eyes dimming rapidly. Impossible, she emitted a faint, reluctant mental wave as her final thought. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. The Mother Empress's energy core detonated like a barrel of gunpowder ignited from within, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of annihilating energy that engulfed the entire lair, obliterating her form along with the throne of bones into mere dust. A violent energy storm hurled Lin Tian away, yet he clutched the weeping blood tightly, struggling to adjust his posture midair, and stumbled a few steps upon landing, using the spear to steady himself. As the storm subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the lair. The dark purple domain vanished entirely, leaving only a scene of devastation and drifting ash in its wake. The Spider Mother Empress was vanquished. Leaning on his spear, Lin Tian gasped for breath, staring at the spot where the Mother Empress had vanished, feeling the surging power coursing through him, seamlessly intertwined with the spear. A wave of indescribable excitement and a hint of daze filling his eyes. He had succeeded, not only saving himself, but having truly earned the recognition of the Weeping Blood. Taking a crucial step of his own, Yi Chen sheathed his blade and regarded Lin Tian, his gaze behind the golden-rimmed glasses deep and contemplative, revealing for the first time a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Well done, Goldeneye. Chapter 43. Aftermath and doubts. As the energy storm wrought by the Mother Empress's annihilation gradually subsided, the vast underground lair fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of burning cobweb remains and the heavy breaths of the few survivors. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred remnants, a nauseating blend of decay and the distinctive odor of ozone following energy annihilation. Coughing violently, Pancher leaned heavily on his knees. His complexion remained pallid, yet the darkness in his gaze had faded, leaving behind only a sense of profound exhaustion. "Thank you, Doctor and Jin Jing," he said, casting a complex glance at Lin Tian, a mixture of relief for surviving the ordeal and a subtle, scarcely perceptible gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Tian's timely discovery of the antidote, he would likely have become a mere puppet, controlled by parasitic forces. The doctor waved his hand dismissively, swiftly assessing Pancher's pulse before retrieving equipment to scan the surrounding environment. The toxins had been cleared, but the core was damaged, necessitating at least 2 weeks of recuperation. The environmental radiation levels were alarmingly high, and residual corrosive energy remained active, making prolonged stay inadvisable. Qing Wan flickered into action, quickly surveying the perimeter of the lair, confirming the absence of hidden spider eggs or active silk strands, before returning to Yi Chen's side and murmuring, "Captain, all visible threats have been eliminated. However, the environment here is irrevocably tainted and requires extensive purification." Yi Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the devastated lair, finally resting on the charred ground at the center, where the queen and throne had been obliterated, emitting faint tendrils of dark energy. "Execute standard purification protocols. Qing Wan, contact the logistics unit, seal the area, and initiate thorough disinfection and environmental restoration. Doctor, escort Pancher back to the division for treatment." "Understood," both replied, accepting their orders. Qing Wan began to call for support through a secure channel, while the doctor assisted the weakened Pancher towards the entrance. Only then did Yi Chen turn his attention to Lin Tian. Leaning on Qixue, Lin Tian appeared unusually pale from fatigue and mental strain. Yet his eyes shone brighter than ever, the golden-red light swirling within his pupils. The aura emanating from him had solidified and grown weighty, and the previous barrier between him and Qixue had vanished, replaced by an intrinsic harmony. "How do you feel?" Yi Chen inquired, his tone calm. Lin Tian took a deep breath, savoring the smooth flow of energy within him despite its emptiness, and the warm sensation from the spear in his grasp, responding earnestly. "I am exhausted, but I have never felt better. It seems I understand how to wield it." He lifted Qixue slightly. A flicker of barely discernible approval crossed Yi Chen's eyes, a breakthrough in combat, discerning the illusion, resonating with the warrior spirit. "You have taken a solid step forward. The potential of Huoyan extends far beyond this. Cherish the sensations of today." "Yes, Captain." Lin Tian nodded vigorously, his heart aflame with excitement. Gaining Yi Chen's recognition held profound significance. However, Yi Chen's tone shifted, his gaze returning to the site of the Queen's annihilation, his expression growing contemplative. "There are still questions regarding this matter." Lin Tian paused, following his gaze. "Captain, do you mean the spider demon? Particularly one of this caliber capable of constructing domains and siphoning energy from the earth, would not easily choose to establish such a large nest in a densely populated urban center, Yi Chun explained slowly. The risks are too high, leading to potential exposure. Even more suspicious is the web of energy it has woven. He gestured towards the remnants of webbing that, though withered, still penetrated deep into the ground and walls. These strands serve purposes beyond mere energy theft and surveillance. I harbor suspicions that it is attempting to graft itself onto, or parasitize, the city's ley lines. Grafting onto the ley lines? Lin Tian gasped in shock. The notion was utterly chilling. The ley lines serve as the foundation of the city's energy, and if such a malevolent entity were to take root, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, Yi Chun nodded, emphasizing that its choice of the old library was far from coincidental. This location not only represents a nexus of ley lines, but may also signify a weak point or intersection of some ancient energy pathways. It seeks to use this as a springboard to extend its web throughout the city. At that point, the entirety of Anan City could potentially transform into its hunting ground and breeding ground. Lin Tian recalled the spider spirit encountered earlier at the art building, as well as the Queen Mother's insatiable greed for insight into the essence, and a chill crept deeper into his heart. Its intentions may extend beyond mere predation. Yi Chun spoke gravely, suggesting that consuming humans with special talents, particularly those like you who possess insight, might help it break through its limitations, even allowing it to glimpse deeper layers of the world's rules. Moreover, parasitizing the ley lines would grant it nearly limitless energy and concealment. He paused, turning his gaze to Lin Tian. Most critically, the activities of such high-tier forbidden creatures are sometimes not entirely spontaneous. Such organized and purposeful actions may be guided by some external influence. Guided? Lin Tian's pupils constricted. Are you implying that someone, or perhaps a higher existence, is manipulating these spider spirits from behind the scenes? Connecting this to Wang Fingyun's encounter with the Ghost King that evidently pursued him, along with the numerous irrational details surrounding the spider spirit incident, a sense of an even greater conspiracy loomed over him. Of course, this remains mere speculation. Yi Chun withdrew his gaze, regaining his usual composure. The current task is to manage the scene and attend to the survivors. Jin Jing, you have made significant contributions during this mission. Upon our return, draft a detailed action report, particularly regarding your insights gained from your power breakthrough, as well as your perceptions of the Queen Mother's mental fluctuations in her final moments. Understood. Lin Tian recognized that Yi Chun was reminding him not to overlook any potential clues that might lead to the hidden puppet master behind these events. At that moment, the logistics team, clad in fully enclosed protective gear and equipped with various purification devices, began to enter the lair in an orderly fashion. Qing Luan approached to report, "Captain, reinforcements have arrived, and the outer perimeter is secured. All surviving students have been relocated to the medical point. Their vital signs are stable, but they are suffering from severe psychological trauma and will require long-term psychological intervention." Yi Chun nodded. "You are in charge of the aftermath here. Jin Jing, we shall return to the division." Exiting the dark, damp underground lair and re-emerging into the fog-shrouded surface, Lin Tian experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. Despite the air remaining tainted, the harrowing events of the past few hours, having narrowly escaped death, had nonetheless instigated a profound transformation in both his strength and mindset. As he settled into the armored vehicle heading back to the division, Lin Tian gazed at the swiftly passing, obscured outlines of the city in the thick fog. Yet he felt no sense of relief. Although the Spider Queen had been vanquished, the enigmas it left behind, coupled with the clouds of uncertainty pointed out by Yi Chun, weighed heavily upon his heart. Beneath the gray mist of Anan City, the hidden secrets appeared far more profound and dark than he had ever imagined. And he had already stepped into this vortex, unable to turn back. The vehicle descended slowly into the entrance of the division, camouflaged as a cafe. Lin Tian gripped the weeping blood tightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the forces lurking in the shadows, he would confront them with his own gaze, seeking clarity and resolution. Chapter 44. The Outsider with Golden Eyes. Upon returning to the branch of the town's secret office, the tense atmosphere did not dissipate with the demise of the Spider Queen. Rather, it grew heavier with an air of gravity. The urgent need to attend to the treatment of the surviving students, the thorough purification of the underground nest in the old library, the drafting of incident reports, and the investigation into potential masterminds was a tangled web of responsibilities demanding immediate attention. Lin Tian was taken by the doctor for a comprehensive examination. The results indicated that apart from the depletion of his mental and energy reserves, he was physically unscathed. In fact, his meridians had been widened and refined through the earlier shocks and subsequent breakthroughs, turning adversity into advantage. However, The doctor cautioned him that the rapid awakening and advancement of his fiery golden eye ability had placed an immense burden on his mental faculties, necessitating systematic consolidation and adaptive training to avoid unstable foundations and the risk of backlash. Lin Tian was acutely aware of this reality. While achieving a preliminary resonance with Weeping Blood and comprehending the essence of truth was indeed gratifying, the superficiality stemming from such forced elevation, coupled with the mental fatigue that surged like a tide after excessive use of his abilities, served as a stark reminder of the importance of a solid foundation. He dutifully accepted the arrangements and secluded himself in the designated quiet room for 2 days, focusing intently on consolidating his realm and familiarizing himself with his newfound powers. 2 days later, a communication from Yi Chen summoned him to the briefing room. As he stepped into the familiar space once more, Lin Tian's emotions had transformed drastically from his initial visit. His apprehension had diminished, replaced by a sense of composure, while a hint of steadfastness forged through trials ran deep within his gaze. Clad in the combat uniform of a reserve member, he stood tall, exuding an aura reminiscent of an elite warrior. Yi Chen stood alone before the electronic sand table, his back turned to Lin Tian, seemingly scrutinizing data. Upon hearing Lin Tian's footsteps, he turned, his calm gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses settling on him. "How is your recovery?" he inquired, maintaining a businesslike tone. Reporting to Captain Yi. "I have essentially recovered, and my realm is now stable," Lin Tian responded, standing at attention. Yi Chen nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. He himself moved to the head of the conference table, interlocking his fingers atop it as he regarded Lin Tian. "The incident at Anan No. 12 has been preliminarily reviewed by headquarters. Your performance is commendable, particularly your ability to identify the energy node of the Queen at a critical juncture and your ultimate breakthrough during the confrontation, which played a decisive role in the mission's success." Lin Tian instinctively straightened his back, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Receiving such direct affirmation from Yi Chen was the greatest encouragement he could hope for. "Based on your contributions and the potential you have demonstrated," Yi Chen continued, his tone steady and unyielding, "the branch has decided to grant you corresponding resource privileges and training permissions. Effective immediately, your authority level will be elevated to Class C, allowing you access to certain encrypted databases and the ability to exchange for higher-grade cultivation resources. Additionally, the doctor will devise a specialized training program for the enhancement of your mental faculties and control over your abilities." "Thank you, Captain Yi." "Thank you, organization." Lin Tian felt a surge of elation in his heart. This signified a far better environment for his growth. However, Yi Chen promptly shifted his tone. "Nevertheless, your application to officially join Team 026 as a combatant within the town secret service is currently denied." This declaration fell upon Lin Tian like a bucket of cold water. His earlier exhilaration swiftly solidifying into astonishment as he gazed at Yi Chen, questioning silently, why? He believed that his performance in the recent mission had sufficiently demonstrated his worth and loyalty. Why, then, was he unable to attain formal recognition? Yi Chen appeared to anticipate this reaction, his expression unwavering as he calmly elucidated. "There are 3 reasons. First, the procedures and regulations. The selection of formal members within the town secret service is exceedingly stringent, encompassing not only combat capabilities but also extensive assessments of will, background, and temperament over an extended period. Your tenure has been too brief. Although you have achieved merit, it is insufficient to bypass the necessary evaluative period. Exceptional promotions require higher-level authorizations, and your situation has yet to meet the requisite standards. Second, the uniqueness of your abilities. Your fire-eyed talent harbors immense potential, yet it also carries significant uncertainty and risk. Following a review of the reports, the expert committee at headquarters has concluded that your abilities' awakening and progression are distinct, resonating with energy weapons in an unconventional manner. The ultimate trajectory of its development and its impact on the user necessitate prolonged observation and data accumulation, until your abilities stabilize and the risks become manageable. Assigning you to the regular high-intensity tasks of a formal member would not be the optimal choice for either you or the team. Third, strategic considerations. Yi Chen adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening behind the lenses. A formally recorded fire-eyed member, as opposed to one operating outside the official framework, could serve unexpected purposes under certain circumstances. Your current status as a reserve member, in some respects, acts as a safeguard and a strategic diversion. Lin Tian fell silent. Yi Chen's explanations were logically coherent and reasonable, leaving him no grounds for rebuttal. An organization like the town secret service inevitably adheres to strict regulations and far-reaching strategic plans. It could not simply disregard established norms due to his singular outstanding performance. The notion of being instantly elevated to a high position for a singular achievement exists solely within the realm of fiction. Noticing the contemplation in Lin Tian's eyes rather than defiance, Yi Chen slightly nodded, his tone softening. The denial of your formal status does not negate your value and contributions. On the contrary, it is precisely because of the high regard for your potential that a more cautious approach to your development is warranted. You will serve as a special external member of Team 026, retaining the codename FireEye, enjoying most of the privileges and resources of the team, and participating in tasks suitable for your current capabilities. However, the core focus will be on following the doctor and designated instructors to engage in systematic learning and training, solidifying your foundation. He stood and approached Lin Tian, placing a black insignia, slightly distinct in design and adorned with faint golden patterns along its edges. Upon the table, this is your new identity badge, with updated permissions. Remember, the town secret service seeks not fleeting heroes, but those who can endure in the invisible war, ultimately illuminating the darkness as steadfast sentinels. Lin Tian gazed at the badge, took a deep breath, suppressing all feelings of discontent and loss, rose, and solemnly accepted the badge, fastening it to his chest. The badge felt cool to the touch, yet it instilled within him a profound sense of responsibility. I understand now, Captain Yi. Lin Tian lifted his head, his gaze resolute once more. I will cherish this opportunity, train diligently, and strive to earn the title of Night Watchman. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Go ahead. The doctor awaits you in the training room. Your first lesson is to learn how to utilize your eyes for an extended period without causing harm to yourself. Lin Tian rendered a precise military salute and turned to leave the briefing room. In the corridor, he traced the golden-etched badge on his chest. His heart a tumult of emotions. There was a sense of regret for unfulfilled aspirations, but more significantly, a grounded feeling and urgency that came with a newfound acceptance of reality. The road ahead was long, and there was much he needed to learn. What did it matter if he was an auxiliary member? As long as he could contribute to the fight against darkness, his identity was inconsequential. He quickened his pace towards the training room. A new beginning might just be more fitting for him than immediately becoming a full-fledged member. Chapter 45. Special Training Day. The sense of disappointment from not becoming a formal member was swiftly washed away by the high-intensity, systematic special training. Lin Tian was acutely aware that Yi Chen's decision was the right one. He felt akin to a newly forged sword that had yet to be honed. Its edge revealed, but lacking the meticulous refinement necessary to avoid self-harm or breakage in critical moments. His life had entered an unprecedented state of order and fulfillment, primarily centered in the special training area of the Underground Division. Morning training focused on physical fitness, combat, and basic firearms. The instructor was Rock, whose demeanor had noticeably softened towards Lin Tian upon returning to the team, yet during training, he spared no mercy. Weighted cross-country runs, impact resistance exercises, and close-quarters combat techniques all aimed to push Lin Tian's physical potential to its limits. Rock's combat style was robust and forceful. He taught Lin Tian not flamboyant techniques, but the most direct and effective methods of striking, dodging awareness, and controlling the rhythm of battle. Lin Tian was repeatedly thrown onto the cold alloy floor, yet time and again, he gritted his teeth and rose, his combat uniform soaked in sweat, muscles aching to the point of numbness. Nevertheless, he could feel the rapid enhancement of his coordination, explosive power, and endurance. Firearms training was relatively easier, primarily focusing on familiarizing himself with the structure, performance, and maintenance of various standard firearms, as well as precision shooting. Lin Tian discovered that when he activated his FireEye for assisted aiming, he could achieve near-perfect accuracy, leading to a new understanding of his abilities. In the morning, the focus shifted to mental fortitude and ability control. This was the doctor's domain, and it was the most arduous yet crucial aspect for Lin Tian. The training took place in a fully enclosed, soundproof chamber filled with intricate sensors and neural feedback devices. Your FireEye is a double-edged sword. The doctor's voice resonated through built-in speakers, calm and clear. Overuse can lead to mental exhaustion and even attract the gaze of unknown entities. You must learn to precisely control its activation and power. The training regimen was exceedingly rigorous. At times, it required him to maintain a precise and stable observation of a minuscule target amidst a cacophony of disruptive energy. At other times, he was called upon to instantaneously activate and deactivate his abilities to capture fleeting energy trajectories. The most arduous aspect was the anti-interference training, which simulated various forms of mental pollution and illusory impacts, honing his ability to remain steadfast in his convictions and discern truth from deception. After several sessions, Lin Tian often emerged pale, suffering from excruciating headaches, and even experiencing brief hallucinations. Yet the results were profoundly significant. His mastery over the fire eye became increasingly refined, with prolonged durations and a marked reduction in mental backlash. In the afternoon, energy theory and practical application. This segment was personally overseen by Yi Chun, conducted within the enigmatic Thousand Illusions room. Instead of imparting specific combat skills, Yi Chun guided him to a deeper understanding of his own energy's nature and how to interact more efficiently with external energies and the entity known as Weeping Blood. His energy's core attributes were insight and dispelling illusions, inclined towards the mental and regulatory dimensions, subtle yet acute. Conversely, the malevolent aura of Weeping Blood was overwhelmingly fierce and destructive. Forcing a fusion would only lead to mutual depletion. Yi Chun demonstrated, wielding his blade with an energy so finely condensed that not a trace of it escaped. Lin Tian needed to discover the interface between them, using his insight to channel the malevolence's sharpness rather than attempt to dominate it. Under Yi Chun's guidance, Lin Tian began to experiment with various methods of energy manipulation. He ceased trying to suppress Weeping Blood through brute force, instead, akin to his earlier experiences in the lair. He utilized the fire eye to discern the flow of malevolent energy, seeking resonance points to guide it with finesse. Gradually, Weeping Blood became increasingly compliant in his hands, his marksmanship displaying less ferocity and more precision and penetrative power. He even began to attempt infusing a hint of genuine illusion dispelling into his shots, albeit faintly, imparting a unique destructive effect aimed at energy structures and illusions. In the evening, cultural studies and intelligence analysis. This was an aspect Lin Tian had never envisioned. He was required to acquire extensive theoretical knowledge regarding the classification of forbidden creatures, energy lineages, ancient mythological symbols, and records of anomalous events from various locales. The instructors were sometimes Yi Chun and at other times experts from different fields within the division. Although this knowledge was dry, it was crucial for aiding him in better understanding his adversaries and identifying dangers. Additionally, he learned to read and analyze various intelligence reports, extracting valuable clues from the vast sea of information, thereby enhancing his strategic perspective and logical reasoning abilities. Day after day of intensive training proved monotonous and grueling, yet it facilitated Lin Tian's astonishing growth. His skin darkened under the sun, his musculature became more defined, and the youthful innocence in his gaze was completely supplanted by composure and sharpness. More importantly, his understanding of his own capabilities reached new heights. He no longer merely perceived, but began to comprehend the reasons behind his perceptions and how to wield them effectively. During this period, Team 026 conducted several routine patrols and low-intensity clearance missions, with Lin Tian serving as an auxiliary member, occasionally observing the team, but rarely engaging in combat directly. His primary responsibility was to utilize the fire eye for environmental reconnaissance and early warning. He executed his tasks with exceptional proficiency, gaining further recognition from his comrades. However, beneath the calm surface of training life, undercurrents continued to surge. Lin Tian had not forgotten Yi Chun's speculation regarding the potential manipulation behind the spider spirit incident. While studying intelligence analysis, he paid particular attention to reports of events that bore similarities to the characteristics of the spider spirit or involved anomalies in the Earth's veins. He harbored a vague sense that a larger web might be silently woven. That night, after finishing his cultural studies, Lin Tian returned to his dormitory, preparing for his routine meditation when his personal terminal abruptly received an encrypted message from Yi Chun. The content was succinct. Tomorrow at 0800, briefing room. There are new task clues related to your previous discoveries. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Previous discoveries? Did it pertain to the spider spirit's earth vein web? He promptly replied, received. Setting down the terminal, Lin Tian approached the window, albeit a screen simulating the view outside, gazing into the eternally gray sky with deep contemplation. The rigorous training had endowed him with strength, igniting a fervent desire for genuine combat to test his results. The new clues might signify that he would finally have the opportunity to unearth the truth concealed within the depths of the fog. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself cross-legged, commencing his nightly meditation to optimize his state. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning. Chapter 46. New recruits of the Magic City in the autumn of the XX year of the Gray Fog era in the Magic City. Once a radiant jewel of the East, now lay shrouded under an unyielding haze, revealing a cold yet resilient silhouette. Towering skyscrapers stood like a silent steel forest, their anti-corrosion coatings reflecting faint glimmers in the dim light. Magnetic levitation trains glided silently along elevated tracks, piercing through the thick fog, transporting people to various communities and units shielded by purification barriers. Deep beneath this super metropolis, the East China Command of the town's Secret Service One of the swords wielded by the Great Xia Federation against the enigmatic entities within the fog lay hidden. Its scale and stature far surpassed that of the Anan City branch. Lin Tian found himself aboard a magnetic levitation train filled with new recruits. Gazing through the specialized windows at the swiftly passing silhouettes of the city, resembling a colossal gray beast, clad in a pristine, unadorned dark green combat training uniform. With a simple duffel bag containing a few changes of clothes and a pale gold insignia representing his extramural training identity by his side, he had departed Anan City. In accordance with Yi Qin's arrangements and orders from headquarters, he had come to the town's secret services headquarters in the Magic City to participate in a year-long unified enhancement training camp for new recruits. This tradition of cultivating fresh blood was a crucial element in systematically honing and comprehensively assessing personnel, like him, who had been specially recruited. Attention, all new recruits. The train is about to arrive at the Qianlong base. Please check your personal belongings and prepare to disembark. A cold electronic prompt echoed within the carriage. The train gradually decelerated, finally coming to a halt at a completely enclosed underground platform. The platform was vast and cavernous, with a high dome. Its cold alloy walls devoid of any adornments, save for a few enormous red characters. Town Secret Service, East China Headquarters, Qianlong Base. The air was tinged with a mixture of disinfectant and machine oil, lending a somber atmosphere. As Lin Tian descended from the train amidst the throng of passengers, he beheld a platform teeming with over 100 young individuals, both male and female, all of similar age to him. Each possessed keen gazes and robust demeanors. Evidently elite candidates selected from various locales. They were being directed into formation by stern figures clad in black instructor uniforms. New recruits, look this way. A coarse voice boomed through a loudspeaker, cutting through the cacophony. The crowd turned towards the elevated platform, where a middle-aged man stood clad in instructor attire. A toothpick clenched between his teeth, his buzz cut accentuating the hawk-like sharpness of his gaze. The insignia on his shoulders indicated that he was a senior instructor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Gang, codename Violent Bear, the chief instructor for your new recruits training camp. Zhao Gang's voice resonated with an undeniable authority as he welcomed them to the Qianlong base, declaring, "Welcome to hell." His piercing gaze swept over the silent recruits. And with a cold smirk, he continued, "Do not assume that being selected as geniuses from various regions makes you exceptional. Here, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must crouch. The intelligence department seeks not the arrogant young masters and mistresses, but warriors capable of piercing enemies' throats in the darkest of places. They require fighters who can bear the weight of the sky upon their backs. For the next year, I shall utilize the most amicable methods to shed your tender exteriors and forge you into competent weapons. Do you understand?" "Understood." The recruits thundered in unison, their voices echoing throughout the vast platform. Lin Tian, standing in line, sensed the palpable energy emanating from his peers, some of which posed an unspoken threat even to him. He understood that the competition here would be far more ruthless than that in Anan City. "Now, according to the terminal's directives, proceed to your assigned dormitory. Assemble at training ground number 1 in 30 minutes. Latecomers will face the consequences." With a sweeping gesture, Zhao Gang turned and departed. Lin Tian glanced at his terminal, noting his dormitory number, Block B, Building 7, Room 413. He hoisted his luggage and followed the flow of people towards the indicated direction. The dormitory was a standard quadruple room, somewhat more modest than the single accommodations at the Anan branch, yet adequately functional. Upon entering room 413, he discovered 3 occupants already present. On the upper bunk near the door, a robust youth, resembling a bear with his dark complexion, was laboriously performing one-handed push-ups. Each muscle fiber radiating explosive strength, his energy waves steady and formidable. On the lower bunk by the window sat a bespectacled, somewhat frail-looking boy, rapidly tapping away at a tablet, complex streams of data dancing across the screen. His energy waves were exceedingly faint, yet laced with a peculiar electronic interference. Most striking, however, was the plump individual occupying the upper bunk by the window. This boy, fair-skinned with squinty eyes, perpetually wore a benign smile as he munched on a bag of chips. He donned seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally crafted casual attire, and a luxurious limited edition watch adorned his wrist, exuding an air of affluence. Most remarkably, Lin Tian felt almost no energy fluctuations emanating from him, resembling an ordinary person. "Oh, a new roommate? Come, don't be shy, have some chips." The stout figure greeted Lin Tian with enthusiasm, casually extending a bag of chips. "I'm Pang Dahai, a local from the Magic City. You can call me Fat Brother or Dahai." The robust youth, who had been doing push-ups, paused his exercise, sat up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and flashed a broad smile that revealed 2 rows of white teeth. "I'm Ming, from Beishan Fortress." His voice boomed, resonating against the windows. The bespectacled youth also lifted his gaze, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a monotone. "Chen Nua, selected for information technology specialization. Lin Tian, from Annam City." Lin Tian briefly introduced himself, waving his hand dismissively at the chips Pang Dehai offered. "Thank you, but no need." "Annam? A wonderful place. I've heard their local specialties are quite impressive." Pang Dehai continued to chat amiably, displaying no signs of the nervousness typical of a rookie entering a new environment. While Lin Tian engaged in conversation, he secretly observed. Ming was evidently a powerhouse in close combat. Chen Nua seemed to be oriented towards technical support or electronic warfare. Yet, Pang Dehai remained an enigma to him. How could an ordinary person pass the secret selection of the Bureau unless he possessed some extraordinarily unique traits or an astonishingly profound background? This made Lin Tian recall the strategic confusion mentioned by Yi Chun. Could this stout fellow also be some form of extraordinary existence? Half an hour later, the shrill sound of the assembly whistle pierced the air. Hundreds of new recruits gathered at the vast, brightly lit training ground number 1. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang stood on the platform, arms crossed, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd below. "Rookies, your training officially begins now." He pointed to the mountain of weighted backpacks and equipment stacked at the edge of the training field. "First task, extreme weight endurance cross-country. Objective, 20 laps back and forth on the Despair slope at the base's perimeter. The last 100 will go without dinner tonight. Begin." Without any warm-up, the hellish training commenced instantaneously. The new recruits surged towards the weight zone like a tidal wave. Lin Tian took a deep breath, hoisted a heavy backpack onto his back, energy flowing within him, and stepped forward with determination. Ming let out a roar, directly shouldering 2 of the largest backpacks, charging ahead like a bull. Chen Nua opted for a relatively lightweight backpack equipped with electronic jamming devices, deftly weaving through the chaos. Meanwhile, Pang Dehai astonishingly ran while retrieving energy bars from his pocket to replenish his stamina, maintaining a moderate pace. His face still adorned with a cheerful grin, as if he were on a spring outing. Lin Tian observed his retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. This stout fellow was undoubtedly extraordinary. Beneath the shrouded haze of the Magic City, a year-long ordeal of brutal training and elimination had officially commenced, unbeknownst to Lin Tian. Within this batch of recruits lay not only anomalies like Pang Dehai, but potentially some eyes with ulterior motives. His keen perception would soon unveil more truths and crises hidden within the fog on this grander stage. Chapter 47. The incipient dragon. The intensity of the new recruit training at the Qianlong base far surpassed anything Lin Tian could have imagined during his time at the Annam Division. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, known as the Violent Bear, adhered to the most primal philosophy of survival of the fittest, relentlessly pushing the limits. Each day felt like a struggle on the brink of hell. The challenges of heavy load cross-country running, extreme physical endurance, interference combat, and survival in harsh environments continuously test the physiological and psychological limits of the recruits. Within a mere fortnight, the initial cohort of over 300 recruits dwindled by a quarter. Some withdrew due to injuries, others succumbed to mental breakdowns, and a few even faced near-fatal incidents during a simulated combat exercise, only to be saved in the nick of time. The brutal attrition rate kept everyone on edge. Amidst this high-pressure environment, Lin Tian, leveraging the foundation he had built in Annan and the extraordinary insight granted by his unique ability, gradually began to stand out. He consistently identified techniques for training exercises with remarkable speed, anticipated his opponent's moves during combat, and swiftly discerned usable resources and potential dangers in complex environments. His overall performance remained among the top ranks of the newcomers, attracting the attention of instructors and several discerning individuals. Simultaneously, he began to observe his fellow recruits, particularly those in his squad with whom he frequently trained. Apart from the enigmatic Pang Dehai, the remarkably strong Ming, and the tech-savvy Chen Nua, 3 others piqued his particular interest. Each of them seemed to possess unique abilities, showcasing extraordinary potential during training. Yuan Nan, a seemingly frail and taciturn youth, rarely engaged in conversation and often secluded himself in corners, his gaze reflecting an unsettling calm and a hint of sorrow that belied his age. During an intense gas mask training session, while most recruits suffered agonizingly from simulated nerve gas, Yuan Nan exhibited an extraordinary tranquility. When Lin Tian discreetly activated his ability, he was astonished to discover a faint yet vibrant emerald green energy aura surrounding Yuan Nan, which gradually neutralized and purified the simulated toxins invading his body. What shocked Lin Tian further was the resemblance of this emerald energy to the energy fluctuations observed when his uncle Panshir was healed after poisoning. Could it be that Yuan Nan possessed the rare ability of healing or purification? Han Wei, a robust, dark-skinned youth with a simple and somewhat clumsy demeanor, appeared rather unremarkable, consistently placing in the middle tier of training results without standing out. However, during an extreme weight-bearing, deep-diving exercise, while others reached their limits due to water pressure and low temperatures, Han Wei seemed unaffected, even managing to move heavy obstacles with his bare hands at the bottom of the water. Lin Tian, observing carefully, noted that Han Wei's muscle fibers and bone density were unlike those of ordinary individuals. The energy flow within him was slow, yet extraordinarily dense, particularly forming an invisible resilient force field around him when under immense pressure. This suggested an innate ability leaning towards absolute defense and strength amplification, albeit he seemed unaware of how to actively control or harness it. Gu Qingmi, a boy with a perpetual grin, appeared somewhat carefree and even a touch mischievous. During training, he often resorted to trickery, opting to lie down when he could sit and to sit when he could stand, frequently inciting the ire of instructor Zhao Gang, resulting in extra training sessions. Many perceived him as an inept recruit who had merely leveraged connections to gain entry. However, during a complex battlefield environment simulation assessment, Gu Qingmi unexpectedly astonished everyone. He seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, effortlessly evading all simulated patrols and traps, and even utilizing seemingly inconspicuous objects, such as a small stone or a cut wire, to orchestrate astounding chain reactions, thereby incapacitating the entire simulated alert system and arriving at the target point first. When Lin Tian employed his keen insight, he noticed that within the seemingly nonchalant gaze of Gu Qingmi, there occasionally flickered an extremely sharp glimmer, indicative of an unusually high frequency of cerebral activity, as if he were conducting vast calculations and deductions in an instant. This individual likely possessed formidable analytical skills, tactical foresight, and perhaps even a certain degree of precognitive ability regarding danger. His apparent laziness might merely be a guise or an energy-conserving mode. These three new recruits, each with distinct personalities and unique abilities, along with the enigmatic Peng Dehai, the powerhouse Shi Meng, the technical support Chen Nuo, and himself, the astute observer Lin Tian, sensed that this batch of newcomers harbored an array of peculiarities. The gathering orchestrated by the town's secret department was certainly not intended solely for the cultivation of ordinary combat personnel. During a training break in the cafeteria, Peng Dehai slumped in his chair, devoid of decorum, voraciously consuming a meal meant for three, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. This bear of an instructor is simply inhumane." A beast. Shi Meng, with his head down, matched Peng Dehai's pace in his eating. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo perused the data streaming on his tablet while eating. Gu Qingmi leaned closer to Lin Tian, winking. "Hey, Lin Tian, I heard you took down that fellow Wang Kuei in combat class today? Impressive. How did you manage that? Teach me." Wang Kuei was a standout from another team, known for his arrogant demeanor and previous provocations toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian cast a casual glance at him and replied, "Anticipation and force application. It's quite simple." He preferred not to elaborate further. "How dull," Gu Qingmi scoffed, then turned to the quietly eating Yuan Nan, teasing, "Yuan Nan, you look so delicate. Did you cry in the gas chamber today? Do you need your big brother to protect you next time?" Yuan Nan merely nodded slightly without lifting his head, continuing to savor her vegetables. Han Wei, sitting at a distance, wore a goofy smile, listening to the banter without interjecting. As Lin Tian observed his eclectic teammates, he pondered the future of the town's secret department, which perhaps hinged upon how these individuals would hone their brilliance within the harsh environment of the Qianlong GD. At that moment, the cafeteria's loudspeaker crackled to life. "Attention, all new recruits. Assemble in Classroom 1 in 10 minutes for the first Joint Operations Theory and Capability Adaptation course. Latecomers will face a 50-kilometer weighted cross-country run." A new challenge was about to commence, and Lin Tian had a premonition that this course would gradually unveil the true value of these peculiar individuals. Chapter 48. The appearance of the Azure Dragon. The Joint Operations Theory and Capability Adaptation course was conducted in a lecture hall, led not by the chief instructor Zhao Gang, but by a bespectacled, refined middle-aged researcher. The content of the course was both profound and accessible, elucidating the positioning of different ability types: assault, defense, support, control, reconnaissance, healing, and so forth, within a team, alongside techniques for cooperation and the foundational principles of energy resonance. Lin Tian listened intently. This lesson systematically organized the fragmented knowledge he had previously acquired during his time with Team 026, granting him a broader understanding of teamwork in combat. He instinctively positioned himself as a scout for identifying vulnerabilities, contemplating how to better collaborate with Sherming, who excelled in offensive and defensive tactics, Chen Nua, a specialist in technical support and electronic warfare, and even that enigmatic figure, the formidable Pang Hai. Halfway through the course, the large door at the back of the classroom was silently pushed open. An intangible, frigid, and sharp aura instantaneously enveloped the room, causing all the recruits to involuntarily shudder and turn in unison. 5 figures stood quietly at the entrance, clad in dark green combat uniforms. Their attire was more fitted and streamlined, the fabric subtly glinting with a dark sheen, clearly not standard issue for the recruits. The insignia on their shoulder epaulets was distinctly different from the temporary markings of the rookie camp, bearing the official emblem of the town's secret department's combat unit. Etched with a coiling eastern dragon, its eyes adorned with tiny rubies that emanated a faint sense of pressure. At the forefront stood a tall figure, his stature as commanding as a pine, his visage handsome yet as cold as ice, with eyes so deep they seemed capable of swallowing light. He appeared to be in his early 20s, yet his gaze carried an incongruous weight of experience and absolute authority. Simply standing there, he seemed to be the epicenter of the entire space, with all light and sound collapsing towards him. Lin Tian observed silently, a chill running down his spine. He found it utterly impossible to decipher the depths of this individual. The other's energy was supremely restrained, like an unfathomable cold pool, yet it exuded an unsettling sharpness, akin to a legendary weapon concealed within its sheath. Behind him stood 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men was robust, shouldering a massive alloy shield, his presence as steady as a mountain. Another man had long fingers and various peculiar tool pouches hanging from his waist, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. The woman, though strikingly beautiful, possessed a gaze as keen as an eagle's, with a uniquely designed sniper rifle slung across her back. The final figure was completely shrouded in a wide cloak, obscuring their features and emitting an elusive presence. These 5 individuals, merely standing there, exuded an indomitable aura of seasoned elite, starkly contrasting with the still immature recruits below. The researcher leading the lecture halted upon their arrival, bowing respectfully. Captain Xiao. The stern young man at the forefront nodded slightly, his gaze akin to a cold searchlight, slowly sweeping over the hundreds of recruits gathered below. Wherever his eyes landed, the recruits felt an overwhelming pressure, instinctively lowering their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. As his eyes passed over Lin Tian's area, they seemed to linger for a fraction of a second, and Lin Tian even sensed a barely perceptible sting from his fiery eyes, as if being scrutinized by a superior insight. The Azure Dragon team, the stern young man began, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonating clearly in every ear. Imbued with a metallic quality, we are here by command to observe this cohort's potential assessment. Please continue. With that, he and the 4 behind him silently took their seats in the last row of the classroom, the entire process quiet, yet commanding the attention of all present. The atmosphere in the training camp was filled with hushed gasps and murmurs as the illustrious Songlong squad made their presence known. Was it truly the legendary team directly under headquarters, renowned for handling S-class incidents? Captain Xiao Che, rumored to possess the extraordinary ability of causal foresight and undefeated in his endeavors. How could they possibly be here at our rookie camp? Lin Tian's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He had heard Yichen speak of the Songlong squad as one of the most elite combat teams within the Department of Secret Affairs, comprised of individuals who were exceptional beyond compare, undertaking missions shrouded in utmost secrecy and peril. Their captain, Xiao Che, was hailed as the most likely prodigy among the younger generation to reach the zenith of human capability. To encounter him in person was beyond his wildest dreams. As the latter half of the class unfolded, nearly all the recruits were distracted, their eyes frequently darting to the 5 figures seated at the back of the classroom, as steadfast as a pillar in the sea. The arrival of the Songlong squad sent ripples through the tranquil waters of the training camp, creating both an invisible pressure and an alluring temptation, representing the heights they might one day aspire to achieve. When class concluded, the Songlong squad departed first. As they passed by Lin Tian, Captain Xiao Che's footsteps seemed to imperceptibly slow for a brief moment, his profound gaze sweeping over Lin Tian once more. This time, Lin Tian distinctly felt a sense of scrutiny, coupled with a faint curiosity. Xiao Che said nothing. He merely cast a glance before continuing on his way. However, one of the burly team members, who bore a massive shield, flashed a grin at Lin Tian and the nearby Sherming, revealing a set of bright white teeth, giving a thumbs up while silently mouthing the words, "Not bad." Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in shadow appeared to emit a faint, data-like blue glow as they passed Lin Tian, a fleeting glimpse that vanished as quickly as it had come. Once the Songlong squad departed, The atmosphere in the classroom relaxed significantly, erupting into fervent discussions. Did you see them looking our way? They must have been watching Shermeng. His strength is incredible. I think they were looking at Lin Tian. His performance has consistently been impressive. Pang Dehai leaned in closer to Lin Tian, squinting his small eyes and whispering, "Hey Lin, it seems you have garnered quite a bit of attention. Even the Songlong squad has noticed you." Lin Tian did not respond. Instead, he gazed at the doorway through which the Songlong squad had vanished, his brow furrowed in contemplation. That glance from Xiao Che felt more than mere admiration or assessment. It seemed to carry a more intricate significance. Was it due to his fiery eyes, or something else entirely? The emergence of the Songlong squad had undoubtedly dropped a bombshell upon the rookie training camp, galvanizing everyone to strive for loftier ambitions, while simultaneously revealing to Lin Tian that the dynamics and undercurrents within the Department of Secret Affairs were far more intricate than he had imagined. For this potential dragon to truly soar, there lay countless challenges and enigmas ahead. Chapter 49. The Ascendance of the Chenglong. The fleeting glimpse of the Songlong squad was akin to a depth charge detonating in the serene waters of the rookie training camp, the aftershocks lingering long after. In the ensuing days, all the recruits were invigorated, their training enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. Each individual yearned to showcase their best selves in the upcoming evaluations, hoping to capture the attention of that legendary squad, even if only to leave a fleeting impression. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, known as the Violent Bear, observed everything with keen eyes. A rare, almost cruel smile flickered across his weathered face. For this was precisely the effect he sought. Pressure serves as the finest catalyst for the emergence of strength. On a dawn a week later, before the sun had risen, the sharp sound of an emergency assembly whistle shattered the tranquility of the Qianlong base. The piercing wail signaled the highest state of combat readiness. All recruits were to be fully equipped within 5 minutes, rushing to gather at training ground number 1. The air was thick with tension and excitement, as everyone sensed that something significant was about to unfold. On the high platform of the training ground, Zhao Gang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as stern as iron. Beside him stood 5 figures, the members of the Songlong squad. Captain Xiao Che maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice scanning the crowd. The squad members, some standing with arms crossed, others polishing their weapons, exuded a calm, yet suffocating aura of pressure. "Newbies." Zhao Gang's voice resonated throughout the area via the loudspeaker, ringing with metallic clarity. "You have trained for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. After enduring so much punishment and shedding sweat within the base, today is the day to reveal whether you are a horse or a mule." With a grand gesture, he activated the massive holographic projection screens surrounding the training ground, illuminating a complex topographical map of an abandoned industrial district on the outskirts of the Magic City. Designated as a heavily simulated combat zone, the map marked mountains, ruins, factories, underground pipelines, and the starting points in red and blue. The exercise was codenamed Ascend to the Abyss. Zhao Gang's voice boomed. "The rules are straightforward. Blue team, you all, a total of 225 recruits, will be divided into 15 tactical groups of 15 members each, selecting your own leaders. Your mission is to survive within this 50-kilometer simulated combat zone for the next 24 hours and capture as many of the 20 scattered energy beacons as possible. Red team," Zhao Gang gestured towards the Songlong squad, "will assume the role of the hunters. They will enter the combat zone to pursue you." An uproar erupted among the audience. 225 well-trained recruits against merely 5 members of the Songlong squad? It sounded like a crushing defeat. However, Zhao Gang's next words doused everyone with cold water. "Attention," he barked. "Members of the red team will be forcibly limited to the peak of the awakening realm. They will only use energy and basic equipment equivalent to yours." The recruits sighed in slight relief at the thought of an equal confrontation, but Zhao Gang's subsequent statement plunged them into icy dread. However, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Gang's mouth. What they possess is a battle consciousness forged through relentless trials, a killing instinct honed in the crucible of life and death, and flawless team coordination. To them, you novices are akin to toddlers wielding wooden sticks. This exercise is not a game. It is the most authentic form of combat training. Those from the red team who are killed, deemed as having lost combat ability, will immediately exit the exercise. If an entire blue team is eliminated, that team's score will be reset to 0. After 24 hours, the group that survives and possesses the beacons will accumulate points based on the number of beacons and the number of survivors. The final ranking will directly influence your future resource allocation and team assignments. These are ruthless rules. This is not merely a contest of strength. It is the ultimate test of survival, wisdom, leadership, and teamwork. Now, you have 10 minutes to self-organize, select a leader, and collect basic equipment and positioning wristbands. In 10 minutes, the transport aircraft will drop you at random locations in the operational zone. The exercise officially begins. The audience erupted with excitement. The recruits frantically searched for familiar and capable teammates, creating a scene of chaos. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the crowd, quickly identifying several targets. He strode over to Shi Meng and Chen Nuo. "Shall we team up?" Shi Meng grinned and nodded vigorously. Chen Nuo adjusted his glasses, but before he could respond, Lin Tian turned to the imposing Peng Dehai, who was attempting to blend into the crowd, and firmly grasped his arm. "Fat brother, don't think about escaping." Peng Dehai grimaced. "Lin, I just want to scrape by." Lin Tian ignored him. Next, he found the quiet Yuan Nan, the earnest Han Wei, and the fidgety Gu Qingmi. "We need healing, defense, and reconnaissance. Working together will enhance our chances of survival," Lin Tian stated succinctly. Yuan Nan glanced at him and nodded gently. Han Wei scratched his head. "I'll follow your lead." Gu Qingmi grinned. Sticking with the boss means there's food to eat. Soon, a core group consisting of Lin Tian, Shi Meng, Chen Nuo, Peng Dehai, Yuan Nan, Han Wei, and Gu Qingmi formed, swiftly integrating another 8 capable recruits, thus creating the 9th tactical team. Almost unanimously, they elected the strongest and clearest-minded Lin Tian as their leader. 10 minutes flew by. As the 15 tactical teams barely took shape, the roar of the transport aircraft echoed overhead. "Boarding," Zhao Gang commanded. The recruits, filled with anxiety, excitement, and trepidation, boarded the transport aircraft in succession. The atmosphere in the cabin was tense. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the rustling of gear could be heard. Lin Tian sat by the window, watching the base buildings shrink below him, taking a deep breath. He quietly activated his fire eye, gazing at the abandoned industrial area shrouded in gray mist ahead, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. In his view, that area was chaotic with energy, emanating a perilous aura. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw Xiao Che, the captain of the Songlong team, quietly observing him from the door of a small high-speed aircraft. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Xiao Che's expression remained cold. Yet Lin Tian discerned a hint of anticipation, or perhaps an interest akin to that of a predator assessing its prey. Xiao Che gave a slight nod before turning to enter the aircraft. Lin Tian tightened his grip on the standard-issue long knife, as mandated by exercise regulations, his gaze sharpening. The performance is about to commence. The transport aircraft door slowly opened, and a powerful gust of wind rushed in. "Ninth group, prepare for airdrop," Lin Tian shouted. 15 figures leaped from the cabin, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water, plunging towards the unknown and perilous ruins below. The true test has only just begun. Chapter 50, Survival in the Ruins. 15 silhouettes plummeted toward the abandoned industrial district like shooting stars. The high-velocity air stung their faces as the gray world of crumbling walls and debris rapidly loomed below. Lin Tian shouted over the howling wind, "Check your parachute packs. Prepare to deploy." The altimeter fluctuated wildly, and at the critical threshold of 500 meters above ground, 15 parachutes blossomed almost simultaneously, decelerating their descent. Lin Tian maneuvered the parachute lines, his keen gaze scanning the terrain below. His perceptive eyes maintained a low-power operation during the rapid descent, swiftly analyzing the landing environment. 9 o'clock. That semi-collapsed factory area, relatively intact, with a broad field of vision, it would be easy to defend, Lin Tian commanded through the communication channel. The team members immediately adjusted their course, gliding toward the target zone. Moments later, Team 9 landed safely in the designated area. The members quickly cut their parachute lines and gathered around Lin Tian, using the crumbling walls to establish a rudimentary defense, vigilantly observing their surroundings. This was a long-abandoned machine shop, with colossal factory buildings resembling the skeletons of iron beasts, rusted and decaying. Silence was the only theme here. But beneath this stillness lurked an unsettling aura. Chen Nuo scanned the surrounding environment and established a short-range communication network under silence. Detect energy beacon signals and any anomalous energy sources. Lin Tian ordered immediately. Understood. Chen Nuo promptly activated his tactical tablet, his fingers flying over the screen as invisible detection waves radiated out from the Team's center. Shi Meng, Han Wei, inspect the surrounding structures and seek elevated positions for defense and escape routes. Yes, Shi Meng and Han Wei, both power-oriented members, immediately split up to carry out the task. Gu Qingmi, Peng Dehai, maintain vigilance. Lin Tian directed at the remaining 3. Gu Qingmi squinted, surveying the environment like a cunning fox, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the dilapidated wall. Peng Dehai grimaced, rummaging through his backpack for a compressed biscuit, muttering, "Not a great start." This cursed place doesn't even have a spot to shield from the wind and rain. Meanwhile, Yuan Nin stood quietly in a corner, a faint emerald glow swirling in his hands, sensing the life essence and potential toxins in the air. Before long, Chen Nuo raised his head, his brow furrowed. Captain, the situation is not looking good. I detected 3 energy beacon signals, with the closest one located 2 kilometers southeast at an underground pipeline hub. However, the signal is quite weak, and there is significant energy interference around it, resembling a man-made trap. Additionally, Chen Nuo continued, I detected multiple faint, high-speed moving signals, likely from other teams, but they are scattered. Strangely, I cannot scan any signals from the Songlong team. It's as if they vanished. Lin Tian felt a heavy weight in his heart. The Songlong team truly lived up to their reputation, able to completely cloak their presence from reconnaissance. This indicated they were entirely on the defensive, with the enemy potentially lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. We cannot remain idle. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian made his decision. They must obtain the beacon, as it was crucial for their points. However, advancing recklessly posed significant risks. Gu Qingmi, what is your perspective? He cast his gaze upon the most strategically astute member of the team. Gu Qingmi ceased his rhythmic tapping on the wall and flashed a grin. It's simple. With the relatively small number of the Songlong squad, the most effective strategy to counter our larger group is to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf, or to lie in wait for the hare. They are likely to set an ambush near the beacon or strike when we are engaged in conflict with other groups. We can create a diversion to startle the snake. Be more specific, Lin Tian urged. Gu Qingmi's eyes glimmered with cunning. We will split our forces into 2. One group will make a grand show of preparing to launch a frontal assault on the beacon to draw attention. The other group will stealthily infiltrate, poised to seize the beacon. If the Songlong squad appears, the visible group will engage to distract them, while the stealthy group will retreat immediately after securing the beacon. If they do not show up, we will successfully claim our prize. Lin Tian contemplated the feasibility of this plan. Dividing forces carries inherent risks, yet it undeniably represents the most effective means of breaking the stalemate. Very well. I will lead the stealth group, comprising myself, Chen Nuo, and Yuan Nan. Shermeng, you will lead the visible group, which includes you, Han Wei, Peng Dehai, Gu Qingmi, and others. The visible group's task is not to launch a full assault, but rather to create a ruse and conduct reconnaissance. If the Songlong squad appears, prioritize distraction and self-preservation, and retreat decisively if necessary. Lin Tian swiftly delegated tasks. Understood. Shermeng responded in a deep rumble, his eyes igniting with battle fervor. Action, with a wave of his hand. The 3 members of the stealth group melded into the shadows of the factory, stealthily advancing towards the southeast. Meanwhile, the visible group, under Shermeng's leadership, created a considerable commotion as they swaggered down the relatively open street. The ruins fell into a profound silence once more, save for the howling wind that pierced through the gaping holes. Lin Tian heightened his perceptive acuity to its utmost, meticulously avoiding potential surveillance and traps. He sensed an invisible gaze, seemingly cold and detached, observing this battlefield from some elevated vantage point. The hunt had commenced, and the identities of prey and predator might swiftly reverse. Chapter 51. Serpents and Fangs. Lin Tian, Chen Nuo, and Yuan Nin glided through the shadows and debris of the abandoned factory like wisps of smoke. Lin Tian maintained his fire eye in a low-power alert state, rendering the energy flows of the environment, subtle traces, and even disturbances in the air vividly apparent. He continuously gestured to indicate their path, steering clear of areas with anomalous energy responses that might signify that Songlong squad's microsensors or traps. On Chen Nuo's tactical tablet, the light representing the beacon pulsed steadily. Yet the surrounding interference waves grew increasingly pronounced. The interference source is intensifying, team leader. The enemy may have detected our approach, he reported. Yuan Nan, ever attuned to the nuances of life force and environmental toxins, whispered, there are faint traces of a neurotoxin in the air, recently volatilized, indicative of standard issue equipment. They have been here. Lin Tian's heart tightened. The Songlong squad had indeed laid an intricate snare. He gestured for the trio to slow their pace, seeking refuge behind a partially collapsed wall. Ahead, 100 meters away, loomed a massive, circular entrance to an underground pipe, its rusted iron door ajar. The signal source of the beacon lay just below. Scattered around the entrance were fragments of concrete and discarded metal, offering an expansive view that rendered it vulnerable to a sniper's gaze. The silence was unnerving. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Tian. His keen eyes meticulously scanned every inch of the vicinity, and suddenly, His pupils constricted as he detected a faint energy fluctuation blending almost imperceptibly with the surrounding shadows of a twisted steel beam above the entrance. It exuded a chilling patience, akin to a coiled serpent waiting to strike. A sniper was present. Lin Tian swiftly alerted Shi Meng's team via short-range communication, 9 o'clock above the entrance. In the shadow of the steel beam, exercise caution. Almost simultaneously, a barely audible whoosh sliced through the air. A pale blue energy beam, reminiscent of the kiss of death, shot forth from the shadow, targeting a frontline member of Shi Meng's group, who was brazenly strutting down the street to draw fire. Watch out! Shi Meng bellowed as his massive form lunged forward, colliding with the team member and shielding him with a heavy alloy shield. The energy beam struck the center of the shield with a resounding clang, creating a charred dent on its surface. The tremendous force sent Shi Meng staggering back 2 steps, his arm tingling from the impact. Enemy attack! Seek cover! He shouted. The team reacted swiftly, dispersing into the ruins flanking the street. The sniper is Eagle Eye Li Qing, Shen Nuo exclaimed, analyzing the energy signatures captured on the tablet. He is the long-range support specialist for the Songlong team. Lin Tian's heart sank. The sniper's exposure signified that their feigned maneuver had successfully drawn attention, yet it also indicated that the enemy might have anticipated their covert infiltration, necessitating increased caution from the dark team. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Lin Tian resolved decisively. Shen Nuo, disrupt the energy field in that area, even if only for 3 seconds. Yuan Nan, prepare to neutralize any potential toxic gases or spores. I will dash in to retrieve the beacon. Understood. Shen Nuo pressed a button on the tablet, unleashing an invisible electromagnetic pulse that radiated outward from him. While it couldn't fully interfere with the advanced equipment of the Songlong team, it was sufficient to create temporary signal disruption and energy distortion. The sniper on the steel beam, Eagle Eye, was evidently affected. His second shot was delayed by half a second, missing its mark. Now's the time, Lin Tian urged, his form darting forward like a cheetah. He heightened his perceptive capabilities to their zenith, each step placed on the weakest points of energy flow, avoiding potential traps, moving so swiftly that he left only a faint afterimage in his wake. However, just as he was about to plunge into the pipe entrance, a figure materialized silently from the shadows within, like a phantom, clad in optical camouflage that melded seamlessly with the surroundings. The figure brandished a pair of short blades crackling with azure arcs of electricity, their cold gaze as sharp as a scalpel. It was Zhao Wumian, the melee assassin of the Songlong team. I've been waiting for you. Zhao Wumian's voice was devoid of emotion as the dual blades intersected, carving out 2 lethal arcs that sealed off all of Lin Tian's avenues for advance. The speed and precision surpassed any adversary Lin Tian had encountered before. His pupils dilated in shock. In a moment of haste, he had no time to ponder. Instead, he relied solely on the extraordinary dynamic vision and instinctive reactions bestowed by his fiery eyes. His body contorted at an astonishing angle, and the standard long knife in his hand seemed to predict fate as it rose to block the incoming attack. Clang, clang. The sharp, jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Lin Tian felt a chilling, cunning force travel up the blade, causing his hand to shatter at the impact. His blood surging violently, he was propelled backward by the immense force, crashing heavily against the concrete pillar behind him. Coughing, he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his throat, spitting out a small mouthful. In a mere exchange, he had suffered a significant setback. Although his realm was suppressed to the pinnacle of awakening, the opponent's combat experience and techniques utterly overwhelmed him. Lin Tian, Yuan Nan exclaimed, her hands glowing with a vibrant green light as a wave of restorative energy enveloped Lin Tian, alleviating his injuries. Shen Nuo attempted to disrupt Zhao Wuming with electromagnetic interference, but the figure evaded the area with ghostly ease. Good reflexes, but alas, too inexperienced, Zhao Wuming remarked flatly, stepping forth from the shadows. The azure arcs of electricity crackling along his dual blades, locking onto Lin Tian with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the battle in the street escalated abruptly. As Shi Meng's group found themselves pinned down by snipers, a figure resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus burst forth from the nearby ruins, towering nearly 2.5 meters. His muscles bulged, and his skin shimmered with a bronze metallic sheen. Without a weapon, he unleashed a punch directed at Shi Meng's formation. It was Iron Wall Wang Han's Han, the heavy-armored warrior of the Songlong team. Excellent timing, Shi Meng roared, undeterred, as he met the charge with a punch of his own. Han Wei bellowed alongside him, attempting to resist the onslaught together. Boom! The 3 tremendous forces collided, producing a thunderous roar. Shi Meng and Han Wei were shockingly forced back by Wang Hanshan's single blow, their arms throbbing in agony. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Haha, you lads have some strength, but it's still far from enough. Wang Hanshan laughed maniacally, advancing like a tank, each step cracking the ground beneath him. The Ming group was immediately thrust into a dire struggle, besieged from both front and rear by the snipers and heavy-armored warriors, teetering on the brink of disaster. Meanwhile, for the dark group, Lin Tian faced an increasingly dire situation against the encroaching shadow of Zhao Wuming. His fiery eyes barely managed to catch glimpses of the opponent's movements, but his body and reactions could not keep pace. Was he to fail here? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of madness flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He could not fall here. Fixating on Zhao Wuming, he summoned the cool, insightful energy within him and the will of breaking delusion to its utmost limits. He needed clarity to discern the flow of energy within the opponent, to unveil the hidden flaws beneath the dual blades. Chapter 52. A glimmer in desperation. The blades of Zhao Wuming, like a malignant attachment, bore the chill of death as they lunged at Lin Tian once more. This time, the trajectory of the blades was even more treacherous, one aimed directly at his throat, the other slicing toward his lower body, sealing off all avenues for Lin Tian's evasion. Lin Tian's pupils erupted with golden brilliance. He had pushed his fiery eyes to their zenith, the flow of energy within Zhao Wuming, the subtle tremors of his muscles, even the frequency of the arcs of electricity dancing along the blades, all unfolded in his mind like a slow-motion film, dissected and analyzed. He had seen it. In that seemingly flawless offensive, there existed a minuscule discord. Zhao Wuming's left wrist exhibited a momentary energy delay while exerting force, seemingly a remnant of an old injury from a previous mission. In a critical moment, Lin Tian relinquished all defenses, contorting his body into an almost twisted posture as he fell backward. His long blades ceased to block and instead struck forth with the precision of a venomous serpent, aiming directly at the energy stagnation in Zhao Wuming's left wrist. This was a mutually destructive maneuver. He gambled that Zhao Wuming would not dare to confront this strike with his old wound. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Wuming's icy gaze, causing his assault to momentarily falter as his left blade spun to deflect Lin Tian's desperate thrust. However, this hesitation momentarily slowed the momentum of his right blade. With a swift slice, Lin Tian's shoulder guard was breached, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Yet, he successfully evaded a fatal blow and utilized the momentum to roll backward, creating distance once more. Oh, Zhao Wuming murmured softly, observing the wound on Lin Tian's shoulder, then glancing at his own recently slashed left blade. For the first time, a serious expression graced his countenance. Could he truly perceive my flow of shadows? Intriguing. He no longer rushed to attack, but approached slowly, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, exerting immense psychological pressure on Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Shi Ming and Han Wei struggled to withstand Wang Hanshan's ferocious onslaught. Both battered and bloodied, propped up solely by sheer willpower. Peng Dehai hid behind cover, frantically employing a specially crafted pistol, a non-lethal energy weapon permitted for the exercise, to harass. Yet the energy projectiles merely tickled Wang Hanshan. Gu Qingmi had vanished without a trace, presumably lurking somewhere. The most lethal threat still loomed from above. Although the eagle-eyed Li Qing was momentarily disrupted by Chun Nua's interference, he quickly regained his composure, methodically firing shots that continually suppressed the activities of Ming's team. One unfortunate team member was grazed by an energy beam and instantly deemed severely injured, exiting the exercise. Chun Nua, find a way to deal with that sniper, or we will all perish here. Shi Ming roared, spitting blood as he braced against one of Wang Hanshan's heavy punches. Chun Nua, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, danced his fingers over the tablet like a butterfly, gritting his teeth. He is at a high-speed, moving sniper point. My interference range is limited. We need someone to draw him out longer. I shall. Yuan and suddenly interjected. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together. An unprecedented brilliance of emerald green light radiating forth. No longer merely healing Lin Tian, he expanded the purification and life energy, creating a gentle green halo that enveloped the entire area of Ming's team. This halo lacked defensive properties, but significantly enhanced the life recovery speed and resistance to negative states of allies within its vicinity, while also being acutely sensitive to energy fluctuations. As the next energy beam shot by Li Qing pierced through this verdant halo, its trajectory experienced an almost imperceptible deviation, barely discernible to the naked eye. Although it still struck its target, the impact suffered a reduction of 1/3 for Shi Ming. I found it. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Chun Nua's eyes as he instantaneously locked onto the direction of the green halo's most intense interaction with the sniper energy atop the abandoned water tower to the right. He possesses optical camouflage. Peng Dehai. In the distance, Lin Tian, enduring excruciating pain, bellowed. Utilize your luck projectile and strike the third brick on the side of the water tower. During his recent roll, Lin Tian had glimpsed an unnatural energy reflection point on the water tower with his fiery eyes. Pang Dehai was momentarily taken aback, although the principals eluded him. He possessed a blind trust in Lin Tian and promptly redirected his firearm, pulling the trigger. The energy projectile emitted from his specially crafted handgun followed an erratic and unpredictable trajectory, often humorously dubbed as the serendipitous shooting technique. Yet this time, that crooked energy sphere seemed guided by an unseen force, deftly maneuvering around several obstacles before striking the designated brick on the water tower with a resounding crack. While it caused no damage, the impact unleashed vibrations and energy disturbances that instantly shattered the optical camouflage equilibrium meticulously maintained by Eagle Eye Li Qing. Atop the water tower, a vague silhouette abruptly came into view. Now's our chance, Chun Nuo roared, concentrating all disruptive energy into a cannon aimed at the water tower's pinnacle. With a hum, Li Qing's figure was fully exposed, disrupting the sniping rhythm. Well done. Shi Meng and Han Wei felt a weight lift from their shoulders, roaring as they launched a counterattack, momentarily forcing Wang Hanshan back a step. However, this fleeting advantage dissipated in an instant. Had enough of the games? Zhao Wumian, who had been observing coldly, lost his patience. His figure suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared before Lin Tian as if teleporting, his dual blades weaving a deadly web of light. Game over. This time, the speed was greater, and the intent to kill was more palpable. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. The rhythm he had just discovered was utterly disrupted, and even the fiery eyes could not capture all trajectories in time. He could only instinctively position his long knife in front of him, just as he appeared on the brink of being torn apart by the dual blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of subtle piercing sounds emerged from the side. A few inconspicuous pebbles shot forth at incredible angles and speeds, targeting not Zhao Wumian, but rather a loose steel plate beneath his feet, a drooping wire above him, and a partially ajar iron door to the side. Bang, clang, crash. The small stones triggered a chain reaction. The sliding steel plate caused Zhao Wumian to momentarily lose his balance. The wire obscured his vision, and the iron door blocked part of his assault. Though trivial, it afforded Lin Tian precious fractions of a second. It was ancient City Me. He finally made his move. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Tian thrust the tip of his knife to the ground and retreated hastily. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Everyone, withdraw to the abandoned warehouse in District D. Its complex structure is suited for urban combat. Chen Nuo, deploy smoke signals to notify the other teams. We can no longer afford a head-on clash. We must leverage the terrain, buy time, and seek a turning point." Trying to escape? Wang Hanshan sneered, smashing through Shi Meng with a punch and giving chase. Zhao Wumian effortlessly dispelled Ancient City Me's antics, shadowing him closely. Team 9 found themselves in an unprecedented crisis, retreating deeper into the ruins while battling on. Each member bore injuries, and Yuan Nan's healing aura had dimmed significantly, evidently drained. As Lin Tian retreated, he frantically surveyed the surroundings with fiery eyes, his mind racing. The might of the Songlong squad was beyond imagination, and direct confrontation held no promise of victory. They must uncover their weaknesses or exploit the very battlefield itself. His gaze suddenly fixed upon several other groups stealthily approaching the beacon from a distance. A bold thought arose within him. Perhaps he could exploit these competitors? Chapter 53. The Tiger Drives the Wolf Retreat. Quick, retreat! Lin Tian shouted into the communicator while fending off Zhao Wumian's relentless pursuit. The scant remaining members of Team 9 stumbled towards the abandoned warehouse in District D. Shi Meng and Han Wei, drenched in blood, took turns holding the rear. Each collision with Wang Hanshan causing them to spit blood, yet they gritted their teeth and held their ground. Yuan Nan's face was as pale as a sheet, the emerald healing aura around him flickering faintly like a candle in the wind, barely sustaining his teammates from collapsing. Chen Nuo's interference was sporadic, attempting to slow down their pursuers. Pang Dehai had exhausted all his luck and was now running alongside the team with his head cradled in his hands. Gu Qingmi vanished once more into the shadows of the ruins, plotting who knows what. The Songlong team, akin to seasoned hunters, methodically herded them, their attacks precise and lethal, clearly intent on driving them into a corner for a complete capture. Lin Tian, this cannot continue. The warehouse is a dead end. We will be trapped inside. Shi Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting in fury. Lin Tian's mind raced, his fiery gaze scanning the battlefield. He spotted it. About a kilometer to the rear, two other rookie groups, Team 3 and Team 7, had evidently been drawn by the fierce battle and were cautiously converging. hoping to take advantage of the chaos and seize the beacon or pick up the spoils. An audacious plan instantly took shape in Lin Tian's mind. Chen Nuo, immediately broadcast our location and circumstances to all channels. Tell them we are being besieged by the main force of the Songlong team and are on the verge of collapse. The beacon may be lost. Stir the waters. Lin Tian commanded sternly. What? Chen Nuo was taken aback. Was this not courting death? However, upon seeing Lin Tian's resolute expression, he complied without hesitation, his hands deftly operating the tablet, a low-level encrypted distress and intelligence message rapidly disseminating. Everyone listen. As we enter the warehouse area, do not linger. Lin Tian shouted while running. Utilize the complex terrain to disperse. Shi Ming, Han Wei, create the greatest commotion to attract Wang Hanshan and the sniper. Yuan Nan, conserve your strength for a group heal. Peng Dehai, stick with me. The rest of you, engage in free guerrilla tactics, prioritize survival. Our goal is not to clash head-on, but to create chaos, letting the other groups collide with the Songlong team. Using the tiger to swallow the wolf. Chen Nuo instantly comprehended Lin Tian's intention. This was to exploit the greed of the other groups to distract and even disrupt the formation of the Songlong team. Indeed, no matter how formidable the Songlong team, they were only 5 individuals. In the midst of a chaotic melee with multiple groups, they could not possibly manage everything. This was our only chance. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. This was a gamble, wagering on the courage of the other groups and the limits of the Songlong team's response under pressure. Less than 30 seconds after the message was sent, new energy fluctuations and indistinct shouts echoed from the rear. Team 3 and Team 7 had indeed taken the bait. They observed the faltering Group 9 and the fully mobilized Songlong squad, and believed that an opportunity had arisen, hastening their encirclement from 2 directions. Zhao Wumian, who was in pursuit, furrowed his brow, clearly sensing the stirrings on the flank. A rat was approaching. Wang Hanshan delivered a powerful punch, sending Shi Ming tumbling back, and grinned. Excellent. We can deal with them all at once. It will save us the trouble. From his vantage point, the eagle-eyed Li Qing adjusted his sniper angle, preparing for the threat from the side. The rhythm of the Songlong squad's pursuit was inevitably disrupted. Seizing this chance, Group 9 plunged into the labyrinthine expanse of abandoned warehouses in Area D, towering storage facilities, mountains of discarded containers, interwoven conveyor belts, and corroded steel frameworks created an exceedingly intricate 3-dimensional space. Scatter. With Lin Tian's command, the team members immediately split up according to plan, dissolving into the shadows and obstacles like droplets merging into the ocean. Shi Ming and Han Wei intentionally created a cacophony, toppling shelves to lure Wang Hanshan into a relatively narrow passageway. Yuan Nin concealed himself in a hidden corner, gathering his last reserves of energy. Chen Nuo swiftly sought a vantage point, attempting to establish localized communication and surveillance. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, accompanied by Peng Dehai, stealthily ascended a towering shelf and took cover. His fire-eye was activated, scanning the battlefield like a radar. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat and explosive energy reverberated at the warehouse entrance. The personnel from Groups 3 and 7 collided head-on with the Songlong squad members tasked with rearguard action and area clearance. It's the Songlong squad. Eliminate them. Seize the beacon. Although the recruits were apprehensive, the allure of points and potential opportunities spurred them into a fierce assault. Zhao Wumian and Wang Hanshan were instantly besieged by over 10 recruits. While the individual strength of these recruits paled in comparison to theirs, their numerical advantage and desperate attacks in the confined space proved troublesome. Zhao Wumian's mobility was constrained, and Wang Hanshan's impact could not be fully unleashed. To make matters worse, the eagle-eyed Li Qing's view was partially obstructed by the warehouse ceiling, rendering his precise sniper shots ineffective. Chaos was precisely what Lin Tian desired. Now was the moment. Lin Tian seized the opportunity and sharply commanded Peng Dehai, "Brother Peng, fire your last smoke grenade into the largest ventilation duct at 3 o'clock." Although Peng Dehai was perplexed, he complied. A colorful smoke grenade arced through the air, accurately landing in the duct. With a whoosh, dense, slightly energy-interfering colored smoke erupted from the duct and several vents, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the warehouse. This smoke not only obscured visibility, but also caused some disruption to energy sensing and communication. Chen Nuo, maximize the interference. Target the Songlong squad's communications. Lin Tian ordered once more. Understood. Chen Nuo pushed the interference power to its limits. Under the dual effects of smoke and interference, battlefield visibility plummeted, and communication became sporadic. The coordination among the Songlong squad members experienced a momentary lag. An opportunity had arisen. The ancient city of Mi emerged like a specter, as he triggered several rudimentary traps previously laid with small stones, causing shells to topple and steel beams to loosen, further sowing chaos and hindering the actions of the Songlong team. Shi, Hanwei, countercharge. Target, the beacon. The rest provide cover fire. Lin Tian seized this fleeting opportunity and issued the final command. With a fierce roar, Shi and Hanwei surged forth like wounded beasts, unleashing their last reserves of strength to charge from their hiding place, disregarding Wang Hanshan behind them, and launched a desperate assault towards the entrance of the pipeline. The remaining members of Team 9 also opened fire from their concealed positions, using energy guns to create a diversion. The entire warehouse area devolved into utter chaos. The Songlong team was temporarily segmented and restrained by smoke, distractions, and the melee of multiple groups. Lin Tian leaped down from the shelves and called out to Pang Dahai. "Fat brother, follow me. We are going for the beacon." The two, shrouded in the cover of smoke, darted like shadows towards the original target, the entrance to the underground pipeline. Would this meticulously orchestrated chaos grant them a glimmer of hope? And was the beacon still in its place? Chapter 54. Confrontation before the beacon. Dense, colorful smoke enveloped the warehouse, mingling with the hissing sounds of energy interference and the echoes of combat and collisions, creating a chaotic symphony of battle. Lin Tian and Pang Dahai moved like phantoms, leveraging the cover of the smoke and their familiarity with the terrain, thanks to Lin Tian's prior scanning with his fiery eye, to swiftly approach the entrance of the underground pipeline. "Lin, can we really do this?" "That's the captain of the Songlong team." Pang Dahai gasped, his face trembling with every step, anxiously glancing back, fearing that terrifying figure would emerge from the mist. "Shut up and keep up." Lin Tian snapped, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the shadowy entrance ahead. His fiery eye pierced through the smoke, revealing the steady glow of energy emanating from the beacon at the entrance, yet simultaneously, an icy, suffocating aura loomed nearby, as if waiting for something. It was Xiao Che. He was indeed guarding that spot. Just then, a muffled groan of pain escaped Shi from the side, followed by the hearty laughter of Wang Hanshan, indicating that Shi and Hanwei's counterattack had been forcibly halted. On the other side, Zhao Wumian flitted through the smoke like a wraith, occasionally accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through flesh and brief cries of agony, as he swiftly dispatched the foot soldiers of other teams. The gunfire from above had become sparse, but each shot was inevitably followed by the announcement of a new recruit being declared dead and exiting the exercise. The chaos was rapidly being quelled. The Songlong team was regaining control with astonishing efficiency. Time was running out for Lin Tian, with determination flashing in his eyes. Lin Tian increased his speed and was the first to reach the entrance of the pipeline. However, just as he was about to step into the opening, the chilling aura stirred. The smoke parted to the sides, and Xiao Che's figure coalesced from the void, standing quietly before the entrance. He still wore that impeccably tailored dark green combat uniform, unblemished, and even his breathing was utterly undisturbed. Behind the golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze remained calm and undisturbed, merely observing Lin Tian and Pang Dahai as they charged towards him, akin to two moths drawn to a flame. There were no words exchanged, no eruption of force. Yet an invisible, suffocating pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming both individuals. Pang Dahai let out a gasp, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Tian too felt his breath catch, as though he had collided with an unseen barrier, halting his advance abruptly. "Captain, it has been a long time." Pang Dahai managed to force out a smile that resembled more of a grimace, attempting to establish camaraderie. However, Xiao Che paid him no mind. His gaze fixated on Lin Tian, before finally speaking, his tone devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "This is where it ends. Your strategy was commendable, creating chaos to seize the opportunity, but that is all it amounts to." He slowly raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers coming together, a faint grayish-white aura swirling at his fingertips, directing it towards Lin Tian with a gentle motion. Whoosh! A subtle sound of air being sliced open resonated. The grayish essence, upon leaving his body, instantaneously transformed into a concentrated gust of energy, its speed surpassing the limits of visual perception, aimed directly at Lin Tian's chest. This seemingly casual gesture concealed a terrifying power capable of piercing stone and obliterating energy. It was an absolute domination of realm and skill. Lin Tian's body was instantly bristling with alarm. A lethal sense of crisis washed over him like ice water. His fiery gaze alerted him to the destructive energy embedded within that gust, making it clear that confronting it head-on was impossible. To evade? The murderous intent from his opponent had already locked onto him, and under such oppressive pressure, even the simple act of moving his feet felt insurmountable. What to do? In this moment of dire peril, Lin Tian executed an action that astonished everyone. Instead of attempting to dodge or block, he abruptly shoved the stunned Pang Dehai aside, using the momentum to awkwardly lean back. Simultaneously, the long knife he had clutched tightly was not raised to meet the incoming force, but rather plunged fiercely into a rusted, partially buried metal pipe beside him. Clang! Whoosh! The gust grazed past Lin Tian's nose, creating a deep, bottomless hole in the ground behind him. Meanwhile, his long knife found its mark within the crack of the metal pipe. His intention was not to attack, but to conduct. Under the fiery gaze, he had already discerned the faint, yet highly unstable remnants of chemical energy within the pipe. He channeled a sharp, penetrating force through the long knife into the pipe. Boom! The metal pipe shuddered violently, the residual chemical substances ignited by Lin Tian's energy, resulting in a fierce explosion. Scorching airwaves and shards of metal scattered everywhere. Although not an immensely powerful blast, the shockwave and billowing clouds of smoke instantaneously obscured the small area in front of them, interrupting Xiao Chei's subsequent actions. Go! Lin Tian seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the explosion, yanking up the toppled Pang Dehai and recklessly plunging into the dark entrance of the pipe. He did not even spare a moment to check the beacon, solely focused on evading Xiao Chei's pursuit. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Xiao Chei stood motionless, surrounded by an invisible force field that repelled all splatters, not even causing the hem of his garment to flutter. He cast a glance at the exploded pipeline, then turned his gaze to the darkened entrance, where a hint of astonishment flickered behind his golden-rimmed glasses. His instinctive adaptability, capable of manipulating external elements to outsmart raw power, was commendable, yet he murmured to himself in a tone devoid of elation or ire. Alas, still too inexperienced. Instead of immediately pursuing, he seemed to be awaiting something, as if the beacon was unmistakably his, impervious to theft. This exercise appeared more as a test of these fledgling recruits for him. Within the pipeline, Lin Tian and Pang Dehai raced through the darkness, pursued by an oppressive silence that was more stifling than any chase. Lin Tian's heart sank as he realized that their previous escape had merely been a stroke of luck, a fleeting illusion rather than a true counter to Xiao Chei's onslaught. The real trial was only just beginning. The beacon lay tantalizingly close, yet guarding it was an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 55. The Eye of Illusion. First encounter with the principals. The underground pipeline was dark and damp, permeated by the acrid scent of rust and sewage. Lin Tian, panting heavily, dragged the exhausted Pang Dehai through the narrow, slippery passage, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. The suffocating silence emanating from the entrance behind them was far more oppressive than any pursuer. Xiao Chei had not yet given chase, which only reinforced his absolute control. He was confident his prey had nowhere to flee. After running approximately several dozen meters, they stumbled upon a relatively spacious maintenance room, where faint light trickled through a broken grid overhead, illuminating a metal pillar of energy, an alluring beacon, standing at half-human height, radiating a soft blue glow. The beacon was within reach. Yet, Lin Tian abruptly halted, pulling Pang Dehai behind him, his eyes fixed intently on the seemingly empty shadow ahead of the beacon. His keen perception screamed warnings. The space there exhibited an almost imperceptible distortion, an invisible force field, cold and viscous, akin to a spider's web, enveloping the beacon within a few meters. Is it a trap? Pang Dehai's voice trembled. It's a domain. Lin Tian replied hoarsely, uttering two words. Even in Xiao Chei's absence, the residual power he had left behind had transformed into an invisible cage, isolating the beacon. This was not a barrier to be breached by sheer strength or energy. It was a manifestation of an understanding and application of rules, a testament to an absolute disparity in realms. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from the passage behind them, each step seemingly in sync with their racing heartbeats. To perceive the stasis field, your insight is indeed remarkable. Xiao Chei's figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor like a specter, his golden-rimmed glasses reflecting the beacon's dim light, obscuring his gaze. He still emitted no formidable aura. Yet the very air in the maintenance room felt as if it had solidified, causing Pang Dehai to collapse to the ground, struggling to breathe. Lin Tian tightened his grip on his long knife, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his entire body taut with tension. To flee? There was no escape. To fight? That would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Xiao Chei's gaze swept over Lin Tian, ultimately resting upon the beacon radiating a cerulean glow, as if admiring a forthcoming masterpiece. Strategy, courage, and adaptability. Each trait you have exhibited with commendable potential. Yet, potential requires time to cultivate. Now he slowly raised his hand, directing his finger at Lin Tian. Your exercise has concluded. There was no earth-shattering aura, merely a casual flick of his finger. Buzz. A condensed gust of grayish-white energy materialized once more, yet this time it moved with a languid pace, exuding an uncanny sensation of inevitability. One that could neither be evaded nor blocked. It seemed to lock onto the very space Lin Tian occupied, rather than impersonally. Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his fiery gaze igniting to its utmost intensity. Within his sight, that gust was no longer a mere energy impact, but rather an assault that distorted the intricate rules of space along its path. As it traversed, the particles of energy in the air were compelled to yield, light bent around it, and even the flow of time appeared to manifest subtle divergences. This was not a mere display of force, it was dominion over the fundamental rules of existence. There was no escape, no defense. The shadow of death instantly loomed over him. Lin Tian's mind went blank. The combat skills and energy manipulation he had honed seemed utterly futile in this moment. No, I cannot fall here. A fierce and unyielding desire to survive erupted from the depths of his soul, like a volcano. He refused to end his journey thus. He had yet to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, to discern the essence of this enigmatic world, and to fulfill his promise to Wang Fengyun to carry on. Under this immense pressure, in the fleeting moment between life and death, Lin Tian's fiery gaze, which had long been stymied, erupted with unprecedented fervor. The golden threads swirling in his eyes began to spin and coalesce at an extraordinary speed, ultimately sketching two intricate, ethereal runes of pale gold deep within his pupils. Break the illusion, not only to perceive the flow of energy and the ephemeral facade, but to comprehend the fundamental rules governing all existence. Show me clearly. Lin Tian's heart resounded with a silent roar, channeling all his spirit, will, and even the latent potential of his life into these transforming eyes. Buzz. The world around him underwent a profound metamorphosis. The slow approaching grayish gust, in his perception, transformed from an incomprehensible entity into something discernible. The internal rules that forcefully warped the local space became vividly clear. Though still intricate and mysterious, he could perceive the numerous rule lines, identifying several relatively slender nodes that moved with a slight hesitation, just as even the most complex of machines possesses its most vulnerable connection points. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, Lin Tian appeared frozen in place, his pupils ablaze with blinding golden light. As if rendered speechless by fear, for the first time, a clear expression of astonishment flickered in Xiao Chei's eyes. Is this the awakening of the origin of the eye technique? Just as the gust was about to strike Lin Tian's brow, he finally moved. He did not flinch or block. Instead, he extended the long blade in his hand at an angle that appeared chaotic and somewhat clumsy. Yet the tip unwaveringly targeted the most vulnerable node among the meticulously drawn lines. This strike bore no potent energy, only the culmination of his resolute will to shatter illusions. A crisp sound, akin to glass beads colliding, resonated. At the point of contact between the blade tip and the finger wind, a visible ripple of space erupted. In the next instant, the seemingly invincible gray-white finger wind quivered, akin to a burst bubble, before dissipating into nothingness. There was no explosion, no shock. It simply vanished silently into the void. With a thud, Lin Tian felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer to the chest. Abruptly spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash against the wall, the long blade in his grasp fracturing into fragments. The audacious attempt to pry into and disrupt the rules, even with the slightest intrusion, brought forth a dreadful backlash. Blood streamed from his eyes, his vision blurred, and his brain throbbed with excruciating pain as if it had been torn asunder. Yet he accepted the strike. He embraced the confrontation with the force that had transcended the confines of his realm. In the repair chamber, silence reigned supreme. Peng Dehai stood dumbfounded, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Xiao Chei slowly lowered his hand, gazing quietly at Lin Tian, who lay slumped against the wall, drenched in blood. His breath faint, but his eyes still ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, Xiao Chei's gaze was filled with an ineffable complexity, astonishment, admiration, and even a rare gravity. The insight into the realm of rules, Xiao Chei murmured to himself. The fiery eyes could reach such depths? It seems the headquarters' assessment of you was overly conservative. He refrained from striking again, simply standing there, as if re-evaluating this rookie, who continuously surpassed his expectations. Lin Tian struggled to rise, but was beset by excruciating pain, leaning weakly against the wall, his willpower the only thing keeping his eyelids from surrendering to darkness. He understood that had Xiao Chei wished him dead, he would have already perished after that previous strike. This was not a victory. It was merely an opportunity to catch his breath. This glimpse, paid for with his life, had opened a door to a brand new world, the realm of rules revealed. For the first time, a mere glimpse of its icy summit. Chapter 56. Aftermath and evaluation. Within the repair chamber, time seemed to freeze. Only Lin Tian's labored, pained breaths and the faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground disrupted the profound silence. Peng Dehai slumped in the corner, mouth agape, alternating his gaze between Lin Tian. Collapsed in a pool of blood, and the unmoving Xiao Che, his mind utterly paralyzed, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Did Lin Tian block Captain Zhao's strike? How could that be possible? Xiao Che paid no mind to Peng Dehai. His attention remained steadfastly on Lin Tian. Within his calm, unruffled gaze, it was as though countless streams of data raced past, engaging in complex calculations and evaluations. He had witnessed the emergence of faint golden runes in Lin Tian's pupils, and the seemingly clumsy yet astonishingly accurate strike that had shattered the finger wind imbued with a hint of spatial confinement. This is not mere luck, nor is it simply a sudden burst of power. It is an insight and intervention that penetrates the very fabric of rules, though exceedingly faint and crude. With potentially devastating repercussions, its essence has transcended the realm of ordinary superhuman abilities. This signifies an immeasurable potential for growth. The awakening of the rule-based ocular technique stirred within Xiao Che's heart as he silently contemplated, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. According to the records in the headquarters database, the last individual to exhibit such a talent for rules at the awakening stage was the master in his youth. Lin Tian, who had initially come merely to observe and deliver a subtle shock to the proud new recruits, had far exceeded the expectations of a mere rookie, even capturing the genuine interest and attention of the esteemed captain of the Songlong team. At that moment, a slight vibration emanated from Xiao Che's miniature communicator, followed by the calm voice of Dr. Li Qing. Captain, the exercise time has concluded. All surviving group coordinates have been locked, and the beacon assignments have been determined. The medical team is in position. Xiao Che glanced at Lin Tian, who lay slumped on the ground, his consciousness beginning to blur, and replied coolly into the communicator, received. Exercise concluded. Notify the medical team to prioritize Group 9, Lin Tian. He requires the highest level of mental stabilization and treatment for rule backlash. Understood. Xiao Che cast a final, deep gaze at Lin Tian, as if to etch his current state into his memory, before turning away, his figure melding seamlessly into the shadows, vanishing silently at the entrance of the corridor. Throughout this, he did not cast another glance at the nearby energy beacon. To him, the beacon's affiliation had long ceased to matter. He had discovered an anomaly of far greater significance. Less than a minute after Xiao Che departed, hurried footsteps echoed. As a team of medical personnel clad in white protective suits and equipped with advanced medical apparatus rushed into the maintenance room, they expertly assessed Lin Tian's condition. And upon witnessing the blood streaming from his eyes and the chaos in his vital signs, particularly noting the residual signs of rule conflict within his mental sea, their expressions shifted to one of grave concern. Rule backlash. Quickly, administer the mental stabilizer. Prepare the soul-soothing apparatus. The lead doctor commanded urgently. Lin Tian was carefully lifted onto a stretcher and swiftly transported away. The imposing Hai was also assisted by other medical staff for routine checks and psychological reassurance. The exercise has concluded. Repeat, the exercise has concluded. All participants, proceed immediately to the designated assembly point. The announcement reverberated throughout the operational area. The remaining, battle-worn recruits emerged from various corners, supporting one another as they stepped out, their faces marked by fatigue, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment at their narrow escape. Upon witnessing Lin Tian being urgently taken away by the medical team with the highest priority, a myriad of complex gazes were cast his way, some filled with shock, others with confusion and a deep sense of apprehension. Shi Meng, Han Wei, and others hobbled over to support one another, their eyes reddening at the sight of Lin Tian's dire state, their fists clenched tightly. Chen Nuo, pale-faced, silently recorded data. Yuan Nan, disregarding his own exhaustion, attempted to assist with the treatment, but was politely, yet firmly stopped by the medical personnel. Gu Chengmi appeared from an unknown corner, observing the departing stretcher. His small eyes narrowed, lost in thought. At the assembly point, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, known as the Savage Bear, surveyed the returning contingent of new recruits, nearly half of whom had been reduced, and each bore injuries. His countenance was ashen, yet within the depths of his gaze lay a subtle satisfaction that was difficult to discern. The brutality of this exercise far surpassed previous encounters. But those who survived exhibited a newfound sharpness, tempered by the fires of hardship. Upon receiving an urgent report from the medical team concerning Lin Tian, his rugged brow furrowed sharply. A backlash of the rules? Had that young man stirred such commotion? He promptly connected with Xiao Che. On the other end, Xiao Che's voice remained composed. Instructor Zhao, I have sealed the data from this exercise, which will be reported directly to headquarters. The key focus is Lin Tian. I recommend elevating his danger level and potential assessment to the highest priority. Zhao Gang inhaled sharply. The highest priority? That was an evaluation level associated with the pinnacle of human potential. Xiao Che had bestowed such a high appraisal upon Lin Tian. Understanding dawned upon him. Zhao Gang replied gravely, his mind a tempest of thoughts. He realized that within this batch of recruits, there was likely a prodigious talent emerging from the depths. Shortly thereafter, the preliminary results of the exercise were announced. Team 9 garnered additional points for successfully distracting the main force and creating chaos, culminating in Lin Tian making contact with the beacon's defensive rules before Captain Songlong, an act deemed to possess immense tactical value, thereby securing the second highest score. The beacon itself was claimed by another team that had fortuitously evaded encounters with Songlong's squad. Yet, this outcome was met with indifference. All discussions revolved around Lin Tian's astonishing final strike and the uncertainty surrounding his fate. Lin Tian was swiftly transported to the deepest tier of the secret headquarters Advanced Medical Center for closed treatment. News of his bloodied eyes and his defiance against Xiao Che's directive spread like wildfire within the upper echelons, creating an uproar. An exercise meant for new recruits had erupted into deeper turmoil due to the unforeseen incident involving a young boy. For the first time, the name Lin Tian had genuinely entered the purview of the highest levels of the secret agency. Meanwhile, Lin Tian found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness and excruciating pain, his consciousness adrift in the ocean of the rules backlash. With only the faint golden runes deep within his pupils flickering weakly, yet resolutely, like a candle in the wind. Chapter 57, Lin Tian vs. Xiao Che, Part 1. In the repair chamber, the air was thick and heavy as lead. Lin Tian lay slumped in the corner, drenched in blood. Each breath he took was a tormenting reminder of his agony, the world before him shrouded in a crimson haze. Only the golden runes. Weeping tears of blood from his eyes, flickered uncertainly like a candle in the wind. The forceful attempt to glimpse and touch the rules had nearly shattered his mental realm. Xiao Che stood before the beacon, his gaze behind the golden-rimmed glasses no longer merely tranquil, but imbued with an unprecedented scrutiny and curiosity. He regarded Lin Tian as one might observe an ancient relic freshly unearthed, challenging the very fabric of understanding. Insights into the realm of rules, Xiao Che murmured, his voice reverberating through the silent corridor, referencing rare accounts found in ancient texts at the edges of awakened realms. Lin Tian, what exactly are you? He slowly raised his hand, this time not to attack, but to reach out toward Lin Tian in an ethereal grasp. Buzz, an invisible, gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Lin Tian in an instant, gradually lifting him from the corner and suspending him in midair. This power was not harmful. Rather, it functioned like the most sophisticated scanner, meticulously probing the chaotic energy flow within him, the damaged meridians, and the pair of eyes undergoing a transformation. Lin Tian felt powerless to resist, surrendering to the examination as agonizing pain threatened to scatter his consciousness. Yet, he gritted his teeth, bolstered by an indomitable will, striving to keep the newly manifested golden runes from extinguishing completely. He sensed that Xiao Che's gaze was akin to a scalpel, dissecting his deepest secrets. The energy core held insights and illusions. Its essence was pure, yet it resonated forcibly with a weapon of malevolence. Within this malevolence, there lay a trace of an indomitable warrior's spirit. Indeed, it was Wang Fingyun's weeping blood. Xiao Che appeared to be speaking to himself, or perhaps explaining to Lin Tian. You do not control it. Instead, you resonate with its obsession. A peculiar path. His gaze ultimately fixed upon Lin Tian's eyes, where the pale golden runes seemed to sense a stronger scrutiny, flickering in a desperate struggle. These runes were not innate nor mere imprints of training. They resembled the awakening of a dormant bloodline or a blessing of rules from a higher existence. Xiao Che's brow furrowed slightly, a rare expression for him, shrouded in mystery. You are enveloped in fog. The examination lasted about a minute before Xiao Che slowly withdrew his power. Lin Tian fell back to the ground, coughing up a few mouthfuls of congealed blood. However, he felt the tumultuous energy within him had been somewhat calmed by that force. Though his injuries remained grave, the immediate threat of collapse had receded. Considering you survived my single finger and possess remarkable potential, Xiao Che looked down at Lin Tian, his tone returning to its usual indifference, yet imbued with an ineffable significance. I offer you a choice. With great difficulty, Lin Tian lifted his head, his blurred vision straining to focus on Xiao Che's face. Choice 1. Xiao Che extended his index finger. I shall take you away at this moment. to the deepest recesses of the headquarters rules silence chamber, where the highest level experts will consult to stabilize your ocular technique's backlash and guide its proper development. The cost, however, is that you will lose your freedom, becoming a focal research subject, with your future entirely planned until you are deemed completely safe and controllable. Choice 2. He extended a second finger. I will allow you to fend for yourself here, enduring the backlash on your own. If you survive, you will continue your training and tasks as an external personnel, enjoying relative freedom, but the headquarters will impose the highest level of covert surveillance upon you. Every instance of your growth and anomalies will be recorded and analyzed. Should you exhibit any signs of losing control or any dangerous tendencies again, the elimination protocol will be initiated immediately. 2 choices lay before him. 1. A seemingly safe path of confinement that would rob him of his identity. The other, a thorny road fraught with unknown risks and the specter of death. Lin Tian hesitated not for a moment, summoning all his strength to rasp. I choose the second option, freedom. He yearned for the liberty to grow stronger, to seek the truth, rather than to become a caged specimen of research. Even if the road ahead was a bottomless abyss, he would walk it on his own. Xiao Che seemed to have anticipated his answer, his expression devoid of surprise. Merely nodding slightly, very well. Remember your choice today, and also the awe you felt when you brushed against the rules. He did not cast another glance at Lin Tian, turning instead to step forward, his figure dissolving into the void, vanishing into the depths of the conduit. The beacon continued to emit a faint blue glow, as if the harrowing duel that had just transpired had never occurred. In the maintenance room, only the heavy breaths of Lin Tian and the muffled sobs of Pang Dehai, who had survived the ordeal, remained. Lin, brother Lin, are you all right? You scared me to death. Pang Dehai scrambled over, wanting to assist Lin Tian yet hesitating to touch him. Lin Tian remained silent, closing his eyes, summoning the last remnants of the cool, insightful energy within him, cautiously nurturing his nearly shattered meridians and the flickering runes of his ocular technique. Waves of excruciating pain crashed over him like a tide. Yet within his heart burned a fierce flame. He had touched it, that higher plane of power. Though the cost was grave, he had glimpsed the path forward. Xiao Che. Lin Tian silently repeated the name in his mind, the defeat and humiliation of today forever etched in his memory. One day, he would stand before his opponent with dignity, using these eyes that could pierce through illusions to unveil all obscurities. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from outside, announcing the conclusion of the drill, medical personnel finally arrived, whisking the severely injured Lin Tian and the frightened Pang Dehai away from the underground ruins. The first clash between Lin Tian and Xiao Che ended in Lin Tian's devastating defeat and grave injury. Yet, amidst this unbalanced confrontation, a seed that touched the realm of rules had been quietly sown. The horn of the Qianlong, hidden dragon, had begun to reveal its brilliance. The true contest had only just begun. Chapter 58, Lin Tian vs. Xiao Che, Part 2. Lin Tian was urgently transported to the innermost rules-silencing chamber of the Headquarters Medical Center for rescue. This room was entirely isolated from external energy interactions, its walls crafted from a special energy-absorbing material, designed to minimize outside interference and stabilize the energy cycle within him, which was on the brink of collapse due to rule backlash. The medical team consisted of several elite ability doctors and neuroscientists, led by the venerable Dr. Chun, who had previously participated in the rescue of Wang Fengyun. They employed the most advanced instruments, meticulously guiding Lin Tian's erratic energy, repairing damaged meridians, and soothing his turbulent mental sea with a gentle mental energy field. The process was exceedingly perilous. Lin Tian teetered on the edge of his energy core, shattering several times, sustained only by his indomitable will to survive and the spontaneous protective instinct of his faint golden runes at the critical moments, barely clinging to life. Treatment persisted for a full 3 days and nights. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lin Tian finally awoke from a deep coma. His body felt as though it had been crushed and reassembled, yet his consciousness was remarkably clear. He found himself lying on a soft hospital bed, surrounded by a gentle, milky white light, with the air imbued with the calming fragrance of herbal remedies. Yuan Nen sat by his bedside, her hands radiating a soft emerald glow as she continued her gentle treatment. "You're awake?" Yuan Nan exclaimed, relief washing over her face as she noticed his eyes open, a weary smile gracing her features. "How do you feel?" Dr. Chin remarked that fate was on your side. You managed to endure even the backlash of the rules. Lin Tian attempted to move his fingers, feeling a sharp pain that made him grimace. "I'm not dead yet," he thought. Upon introspection, he discovered that the cool, insightful energy flowing through his meridians, though faint, was exceptionally pure and seemed to possess an inexplicable resilience. Deep within his pupils, the faint golden runes, although dim, had stabilized, etched into the depths of his soul like an indelible brand. "How long have I been unconscious?" Lin Tian inquired. 3 days, Yuan Nan replied, retracting the healing aura and offering a cup of warm water. "Your group finished with the second highest score, which is commendable. The entire base is buzzing about how you withstood Captain Zhao's finger. You've become quite renowned." Lin Tian forced a bitter smile. Renowned? He would rather forego such notoriety. The overwhelming force he encountered, the terrifying brush with the rules, still sent shivers down his spine. "What about Captain Zhao?" Lin Tian hesitated before asking. "Did he say anything afterward?" Yuan Nan shook his head. "After he brought you back, he left, only discussing a few treatment plans with Dr. Chen. However, he paused. Lowering his voice, "I heard that the higher-ups at headquarters are taking this matter very seriously. It seems to have attracted attention from above." A chill ran down Lin Tian's spine. He realized that he had stirred a considerable storm, likely drawing the attention of the highest echelons of the secret department. With fortune comes peril. The path ahead would surely be fraught with challenges. At that moment, the door to the silent room opened soundlessly. A figure entered. Neither a doctor nor a nurse. Clad in a simple white research uniform, tall and handsome, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and a calm demeanor. It was Xiao Che. Yuan Nan immediately stood, respectfully greeting, "Captain Xiao." Lin Tian's heart raced, and he instinctively tensed, warily watching him. What business did this man have here? Xiao Che nodded slightly to Yuan Nan. "Thank you for your efforts. Please leave us alone for a moment. I need to speak with Lin Tian privately." Yuan Nan cast a concerned glance at Lin Tian, but complied, exiting the room as the door closed silently behind him. The atmosphere in the room thickened, leaving only Lin Tian and Xiao Che. Xiao Che approached the bedside, pulled up a chair, and scrutinized Lin Tian with a calm gaze, as though examining a rare experimental specimen. He remained silent for a lengthy moment, the unspoken pressure making it difficult for Lin Tian to breathe. "You've recovered faster than expected," Xiao Che finally spoke, his tone still neutral. "The imprint of the rule's backlash has begun to merge with your essence. It seems your aptitude is even more extraordinary than I had anticipated." Lin Tian pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. He understood that in the presence of someone like Xiao Che, any word could divulge more than intended. Xiao Che appeared unfazed by his silence, continuing, "Do you know why I chose not to kill you in the end, and even allowed you to make your own choice?" Lin Tian met his gaze, replying, "Because I still hold research value? That is part of the reason." Xiao Che adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "But more importantly, I see something familiar in you." "Familiar?" Lin Tian furrowed his brow. "A chosen mark." Xiao Che's tone carried an imperceptible ethereality, a nascent form of authority that resonated with the fundamental rules of the world. Lin Tian felt a tremendous shock within. Chosen? Authority? Was he alluding to divine representatives? Xiao Che seemed to pierce through his thoughts. The gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses suddenly sharpened, an aura far deeper and more ancient than before, as if it emanated from the very essence of the universe, slowly awakening like a slumbering dragon from within him. Buzz. The energy field of the silent chamber became instantly chaotic. The energy-absorbing materials on the walls emitted a burdensome hum. Lin Tian's pupils constricted within his fiery vision. Xiao Che transcended the realm of a mere human warrior. Behind him, a vast and boundless void emerged, woven from the trajectories of countless stars and threads of fate, forming an ethereal starry sky. A terrifying pressure, which governed order and discerned causality, descended upon him like the firmament. "It appears you have begun to touch upon the secrets of that realm." Xiao Che's voice resonated throughout the space, vibrating with significance. "Indeed, like you, I am also a representative." He slowly raised his right hand, palm upwards, a radiant brilliance coalescing at his fingertips. A purple light that seemed to encapsulate the essence of an entire galaxy, dancing. "My codename is ZY." As Xiao Che observed the purple glow at his fingertip, his tone bore an ageless indifference, embodying the power of the Star Lord who governs order and destiny. ZY Star, Imperial Star, Master of Order and Fate. Lin Tian felt as though struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He finally comprehended why Xiao Che was so formidable, why he could effortlessly manipulate the rules. It turned out that he was not an ordinary cultivator, but a representative, much like himself, harboring the slumbering power of divinity within. Furthermore, he represented a being of such high stature. Lin Tian's voice was hoarse, nearly incomprehensible. No need for astonishment. Xiao Che dissipated the purple glow from his fingertip, and the extraordinary phenomena within the room faded away. He returned to his usual calm demeanor. In this shrouded era of gray mist, ancient divinity awakens in various forms. seeking a master. You and I are but two frail vessels adrift in the torrent. He rose and approached the window, though it was merely a screen simulating the outside scenery, gazing at the eternal gray mist that enveloped the sky. Lin Tian, your fiery eyes, if I am not mistaken, point towards the path of the defiant and indomitable Buddha of battle. To perceive the illusory and shatter the rules is to embody the variables. Xiaoqie stood with his back to Lin Tian, his voice calm, yet weighed with gravity. While my ZY represents the constants, upholding the existing order and equilibrium. He turned to face Lin Tian once more, his gaze now imbued with complex meaning, variables and constants. Inherently at odds, yet capable of coexisting. Your growth is destined to stir the winds and clouds, disrupting the balance. Perhaps this is precisely what certain entities above anticipate or fear. Lin Tian grasped the full extent of the revelation. Xiaoqie's restraint was not solely due to research value. He recognized the potential within Lin Tian as a representative of the Buddha of battle. Their relationship was far from a mere hierarchy or rivalry. It entailed a more profound contention involving divine power on a higher plane. What is the purpose of revealing this to me? Lin Tian took a deep breath, compelling himself to calm down. In order to recognize his own position and discern the path ahead, Xiaoqie remarked indifferently that the Internal Affairs Bureau was not a monolith. There existed divergences in attitudes towards the divine representatives. Some sought to control, others to exploit, and yet others aimed to eliminate. He paused at the doorway and concluded, "Take good care of your injuries. Your trials have only just begun. When you can truly harness that power, perhaps we shall have a day of genuine confrontation. I hope that by then, you will not disappoint me." With that, Xiaoqie's figure vanished beyond the door. Alone on the hospital bed, Lin Tian gazed at the milky white ceiling, tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Xiaoqie's words acted as a key, unlocking the door to a broader and more perilous world. The intricate games among divine representatives, the undercurrents within the Internal Affairs Bureau, and the truth of his own power bombarded his consciousness with a myriad of revelations. He clenched his fists, the pale golden runes in his eyes flickering softly. Regardless of what lay ahead, he had no retreat. Now that he was ensnared in this divine chess game, he resolved to use his fiery eyes to discern all the players and pieces, ultimately transcending the chessboard to become the master of the game. The second confrontation with Xiaoqie had quietly concluded on the level of words and information. Yet a true tempest was brewing. Chapter 59, Lin Tian vs. Xiaoqie, Part 2. After Xiaoqie's departure, Lin Tian lay on the hospital bed in the quiet room, unable to find peace for an extended period. The notions of divine representatives, the Purple Star Lord, and the interplay of order and chaos surged through him like tumultuous waves, challenging his previously held worldview. He had believed his fiery eyes to be merely a unique superpower. Yet he had not anticipated that it was entangled with legendary entities such as the victorious Fighting Buddha, nor that it formed a fateful opposition and connection with the Purple Star Lord represented by Xiaoqie. Under the continuous treatment from Yuan Nan and the tranquil environment of the quiet room, his injuries stabilized and began to heal. Lin Tian was no longer passively recuperating. He began to introspectively explore, attempting to comprehend and communicate with the pale golden runes deep within his pupils, to sense the primordial power derived from insight and the breaking of illusions within him. He recalled the mystical sensation of touching the barriers of rules during his encounter with Xiaoqie. Although it was painful, it was akin to splitting a gap in the darkness, allowing him a glimpse into an entirely new realm. A week later, Lin Tian's physical condition had largely recovered. Yet the imprints of rules on a mental level remained fragile. He was granted permission to leave the quiet room and return to the new recruits camp for restorative training. Upon reappearing on the training grounds, he could distinctly feel the complex gazes directed towards him, filled with awe, curiosity, apprehension, and an undercurrent of rejection. He had risen to fame with one battle, yet had also become an anomaly, a potential source of uncertainty. The chief instructor, Zhao Gang, the violent bear, displayed a subtly altered demeanor towards him. While training demands remained stringent, he occasionally offered Lin Tian personalized guidance, elucidating advanced techniques regarding energy control and mental fortitude, even alluding to the concept of rule adaptability. Lin Tian understood that this was the influence of Xiaoqie, or rather, the higher-ups at headquarters. They were guiding him while also observing him. In the depths of night, Lin Tian concluded his extra training and took a solitary stroll along the outskirts of the simulated ecological zone, seeking to adjust his mood. The night sky was shrouded in an eternal gray mist, obscuring the stars, with only the artificial moonlight of the base casting a cold glow. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within, halting his steps. Not far ahead, a figure stood with hands clasped behind, gazing up at the illusory moon. It was Xiaoqie. A tightness gripped Lin Tian's heart, and he instinctively braced himself. Xiao Che, without turning, spoke as if to himself. This moon is ultimately a fabrication. The true starry sky has been concealed by the fog for far too long. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian responded, Captain Xiao, are you lamenting or imparting a warning? Xiao Che turned to face him, his gaze calm and unwavering beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. Your wounds have nearly healed. Thanks to the captain, I am still alive. Lin Tian's tone carried a subtle sharpness. Xiao Che seemed unfazed by his demeanor and continued, what I shared with you last time was not to intimidate, but to make you realize that your future adversaries may not solely be the forbidden creatures lurking in the mist, but also beings of your own kind, and even entities of a higher order, including yourself. Lin Tian met his gaze directly. It depends on your choices and the pace of your growth. Xiao Che's reply was ambiguous, hinting that uncontrolled variables could pose threats even greater than the known chaos. Maintaining balance is one of my responsibilities. So, you are a potential enemy? Lin Tian pressed further. I am a supervisor, an examiner, and possibly a rival. Xiao Che took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them to merely 3 meters, an invisible pressure beginning to envelop the air. Lin Tian, I am curious to know at what stage you currently stand. Having brushed against the edges of the rules. Before his words faded, a fleeting purple glint flashed in Xiao Che's eyes. This was not an attack, but a deeper, more obscure mental pressure, descending upon Lin Tian like an unseen tide. This pressure was not directed at the body, but acted directly upon the mind, carrying a terrifying force that scrutinized the essence of the soul and traced the roots of causality. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if his consciousness was plunged into the depths of the ocean, surrounded by frigid, suffocating darkness and immense pressure, as if it sought to extract all his secrets. His fire eye activated uncontrollably, pale golden runes swirling rapidly in his pupils, attempting to pierce through the essence of this intangible pressure. Through the vision granted by the fire eye, he no longer perceived mere energy flow, but a vast web woven from countless intricate, complex purple threads imbued with the essence of order and fate. This net was converging from all directions, seeking to bind him tightly and dissect his very being. A roar erupted. A defiance and rebellious spirit, originating from the depths of his bloodline, surged forth. Lin Tian let out a low, guttural growl from his throat, no longer a sound of humanity, but imbued with a primal ferocity. His eyes blazed with golden light, the pale golden runes seemingly animated, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. An indomitable will, capable of seeing through all illusions and breaking all shackles, soared skyward, forcefully tearing a minute fissure in the great purple web of laws. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass reverberated through the realm of the mind. Xiao Che's mental pressure suddenly faltered, the intricate web of laws momentarily pausing. A genuine surprise flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the spirit of combat only grows stronger in the face of adversity. Xiao Che gradually withdrew his oppressive aura, and the surrounding tension dissipated in an instant. Lin Tian staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The recent confrontation had nearly exhausted his meager reserves of mental energy. Yet, he stood firm, the fire in his gaze burning more fiercely than ever. Your insight has begun to touch upon the realm of reality, Xiao Che remarked. But it remains too crude and overly emotional. The power of the rules demands absolute calmness and control, not reckless collision. Otherwise, you may harm yourself before you can harm your enemy. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke solemnly. I will learn to master it. I hope so, Xiao Che replied, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he paused and, with his back to Lin Tian, continued. The headquarters has decided that after the new recruit training camp concludes, you shall serve as a special observer, incorporated into the Songlong team reserves, accompanying missions to gain experience. Lin Tian was taken aback. Incorporated into the Songlong team? Under Xiao Che's watchful eye? Is this surveillance? He furrowed his brow. It is protection, as well as a trial. Xiao Che's voice echoed. Before you truly possess the strength to safeguard yourself and influence the board, remaining within the purview of the rules is far safer than drifting outside. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to keep pace with the Songlong. With that, Xiao Che's figure melded into the night, vanishing from sight. Lin Tian stood alone, reflecting on Xiao Che's words. Surveillance? Protection? Trials? Perhaps it encompasses all. He understood that from this moment onward, the trajectory of his life had irrevocably altered. He was no longer merely a youth seeking the truth behind his parents' disappearance, nor just an aspiring soldier yearning for strength. He had become a pawn thrust into the divine game of chess, with the players, including the enigmatic Ziwei Star Lord beside him. The path ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns, yet he had no alternative. Lin Tian lifted his gaze to the illusory moon. The faint golden runes in his pupils slowly fading, yet his resolve had never been more unwavering. Songlong team, he murmured to himself. Let me see what this so-called rules and destiny can truly do to me. Under the moonlight, the young man's silhouette stood tall like a pine. A nascent will to confront the divine, quietly coalescing. The third confrontation between Lin Tian and Xiao Che concluded, marking a tentative exploration of the mental realm. No victor emerged. Only a deeper mutual understanding and positioning. Their story, as Lin Tian was about to step through the gates of the Songlong team, was only beginning its new chapter. Chapter 60. Blood Feast. Lin Tian observed the medical center for 3 days, confirming that the backlash of the rules had stabilized before being approved to return to the new recruit training camp. As he stepped into the base cafeteria, dragging his still somewhat weakened body, a potent, primal, nauseating odor assaulted him. It was not the familiar aroma of nutritious meals, but rather a vile mix of raw meat stench, the metallic scent of blood, and an indescribable air of decay. The scene in the cafeteria made his pupils contract. The long metallic dining tables were devoid of familiar trays and hot meals. In place of a meal, there lay chunks of raw, bloodied beef, still quivering slightly, carelessly piled upon a cold metal tray. Beside it, a large barrel brimmed with a dark red, viscous liquid, exuding a pungent metallic scent. Even more unsettling, at each seat, a small dish contained several processed yet unmistakably intact mouse corpses, their hollow eyes and damp fur clumped together. Some new recruits, already present, sat huddled around the table in silence, their faces ashen, eyes either vacant or wrestling with despair. One individual tore into the raw meat like a wild beast, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. Another, eyes shut tight, gulped down the blood from the barrel only to erupt in a fit of violent coughs. Yet another, confronted by the dish of dead mice, felt his stomach churn and could not help but rush outside to retch. In a corner, Shermeng, a robust man, faced a mountain of raw meat, chewing with an expressionless demeanor as if fulfilling a grim task. Han Wei, with a look of agony etched upon his earnest face, closed his eyes and forced the blood down, his throat struggling to swallow. Chen Nuo, fixated on the dish of mice, turned pale, nearly crushing the tablet in his grip. Pang Dehai wore a mournful expression, holding a piece of raw meat, unable to bring himself to take a bite. Yuan Nin sat quietly, staring blankly at the food before him, lost in thought. Gu Qingmi seemed to have employed some trick, for while the food in front of him appeared untouched, his fingers subtly twitched beneath the table, his eyes flickering. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, known as the Iron Bear, loomed like a tower at the front of the cafeteria, observing the scene with a cold gaze, his voice booming like thunder. What? Is this too much for you? Humph. Let me tell you, rookies, this is your true sustenance from now on. He gestured towards the raw meat and the blood barrel. High-energy compressed raw meat, sourced from purified low-tier corrosive beasts. It contains the most primal, ferocious energy. This blood, mixed with anticoagulants and stimulants from the corrosive beasts, will replenish your strength with utmost speed and awaken your bloodline potential. He then pointed to the dish of dead mice. And this, the most common, rapidly breeding, and adaptable mutant gray rats in the city. Consuming this will acclimatize you to the taste of corrosive energy. You must adapt. In the future, on the battlefield, when supplies run low, these will be your sustenance for survival. Even certain forbidden creatures possess parts that can be utilized. Eat it all, Zhao Gang bellowed. Within 10 minutes. Finish everything in front of you. What you cannot consume will double your training tonight. If you vomit, lick it clean and eat it again. Here. You are not pampered student soldiers. You are warriors. You are beasts. To survive in the fog, you must first become a wolf more ferocious than those wretched things. Lin Tian felt his stomach churn violently. Though he had faced life and death, this most primal and savage method of sustenance still tested his physical limits. Yet, he hesitated not. Approaching his assigned seat, he gazed at the blood-dripping raw meat, the thick beast blood, and the stiff dead mice. He recalled Xiao Che's unfathomable strength, the agony of the rules backlash, and the brutality of this world. To gain power, one must pay the price. Even this minor hurdle was insurmountable. How could one possibly contend with those indescribable entities? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the wave of nausea rising in his throat. A faint golden glimmer flashed in his eyes as his instinctive perception scanned the food before him. In his line of sight, the raw meat contained a chaotic torrent of energy particles. The beast's blood simmered with caustic substances, and within the dead mouse, there lingered an almost imperceptible, discomforting residue of corrosive energy. Understand it, adapt to it, and then conquer it, Lin Tian silently chanted in his mind. He extended his hand, grasping the cold slab of raw beef. Unlike the others, who tore into it ravenously, he delicately scored the surface with his nails before lowering his head like a silent cub, commencing to chew slowly and methodically. The metallic tang and slickness of the raw meat flooded his mouth, sending his stomach into violent contractions. Yet he compelled himself to swallow, simultaneously channeling the cool insight energy within him, striving to deconstruct and acclimate to the ferocious foreign energy. Next, he lifted the beast's blood, held his breath, and downed it in one swift motion. A searing sensation coursed from his throat to his stomach, igniting a fiery sting. Yet a faint warmth began to radiate through his limbs. Finally, he turned his gaze to the dead mouse, the most formidable psychological challenge yet. Closing his eyes, images of Wang Fingyun's desperate struggle and the students ensnared in the spider's lair flashed through his mind. He reached out, seized one, and placed it in his mouth, summoning all his strength to bite down. The subtle crunch of splintering bones erupted, followed by an indescribable explosion of rancid and putrid flavors. Heaving, Lin Tian could no longer contain himself. He bent over, retching, tears streaming from his eyes. Yet he clamped his mouth shut, refusing to expel it, and forcibly swallowed the mixture of meat and faint corrosive energy. The cafeteria echoed with a symphony of oppressive chewing, swallowing, and the sporadic sounds of gagging and vomiting. This was a dual torment of body and mind, a brutal rite shedding the veneer of civilization in favor of a primal transformation. After finishing the last morsel, Lin Tian's face was as pale as parchment, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. He surveyed his surroundings. Sherming had already finished and was now meditating to aid digestion. Han Wei continued to struggle with the mouse. Chen Nuo had finally begun to try, his complexion paling with each bite, and Pang Dehai was simultaneously sobbing while shoving food into his mouth. Yuan Nan, meanwhile, had inexplicably finished and was quietly gazing out the window. Zhao Gang's eyes swept across the room, pausing momentarily on Lin Tian's seat before imperceptibly nodding in approval. Excellent. It seems you are not yet beyond redemption, Zhao Gang bellowed. Now, everyone assemble at the training ground. Today's objective, a 50-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Extract every ounce of energy from what you have consumed. The hellish training had only just begun. Lin Tian understood that from this day forth, every bite of bloodied sustenance they consumed would transform into the currency for survival in this merciless world. Chapter 61. Energy devouring, training. The blood food regimen became the daily routine of the recruits. Each day, each meal, was a brutal test of their will and physiological limits. Raw meat, beast's blood, and dead mice. These cold, bloody offerings, brimming with chaotic energy and faint remnants of corrosive power, were forcibly ingested by each recruit. Nausea, spasms, and even brief fainting spells are commonplace in the cafeteria. The medical team stands ready at all times, employing potent sedatives and nutritional fluids to revive those on the brink of collapse, only to command them to continue eating. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, known as the Violent Bear, patrols the tables like a merciless overseer. Any hesitation or waste incurs terrifying punitive training. Lin Tian sits cross-legged on his bunk, his complexion pale and his forehead beaded with cold sweat. His stomach is in turmoil, the raw meat and beast's blood he had forcibly swallowed raging violently within him. As the ferocious energy of the devouring beast slices through his meridians like countless tiny blades, the faint residual corrosive energy from the dead rat clings to him like a festering sore, attempting to taint his core of energy. He groans softly, pressing his hands firmly against his abdomen, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He cannot vomit. To do so would mean the loss of all his efforts, the onset of harsher punishments, and a submission to this savagery. Gritting his teeth, he delves deep within, summoning the cool energy of insight with all his might. This time, he does not attempt to guide or soothe gently, but embarks on an audacious, even reckless endeavor to actively channel the power of his keen sight inward. Buzz. Deep within his pupils, the faint golden runes flicker to life. Lin Tian's gaze suddenly narrows inward, penetrating skin and muscle to directly observe his own stomach and meridians. The sight before him sends shivers down his spine. Within his inner vision, the ingested food transforms into a chaotic mass. A violent dark red energy flow interspersed with countless gray-black threads of corrosive energy, rampaging through his digestive system, wreaking havoc on the tissue and attempting to delve deeper. His own cool energy of insight appears insignificantly small and powerless in the face of this torrent. He cannot confront it head-on. He must see it clearly and then deconstruct it. Lin Tian's resolve hardens as he pushes the inside of his keen sight to its utmost limits, locking onto those erratically surging dark red energies and gray-black threads. Gradually, under his intense focus, The chaotic energy flow seems to slow down. He discerns the bulkier main currents of the dark red energy from the finer tributaries, as well as the gray-black threads entwined at the nodes along the energy flow. Like dismantling a complex lock, Lin Tian, with a stroke of profound intuition, carefully separates a strand of insight energy, finer than a hair. Akin to the most precise surgical scalpel, and accurately pierces a relatively vulnerable tributary node of a dark red energy flow. A barely audible sound resonates in his perception. The dark red energy flow quivers slightly, and a portion is indeed severed. The severed part of the energy instantly becomes somewhat gentler, though still fierce. Its destructive capacity diminishes significantly, with a small amount of pure energy dissipating and merging into his meridians. Effective. Lin Tian's spirits soar. Although this process demands an immense expenditure of mental energy and the control required is extraordinarily stringent, it offers a feasible path. Not merely enduring passively, but actively consuming, deconstructing, and transforming. He endures the dizziness in his brain and the cramping in his stomach, embarking on repeated attempts. Each incision is made with utmost caution. Every disassembly is a heart-pounding endeavor. Failure is a commonplace occurrence. With a slight lapse in control, one may inadvertently unleash a greater surge of energy backlash, leading to profound anguish. Yet, the instances of success are gradually on the rise. He no longer perceives the sanguinary sustenance as an agonizing ordeal to endure, but regards it as a whetstone for honing his fiery vision and mastery over energy. Days pass. 1, 2, 3. His dormitory mate, Shermang, relies on his robust physique to withstand the ordeal, emerging from each meal as though utterly spent. Han Wei, embodying a steadfast resilience, silently endures the trials. Chen Nuo endeavors to employ technical means to analyze the energy components in search of patterns, but to little effect. Peng Dehai laments his fate. Yet curiously, he always manages to find a way to scrape by. Yuan Nan seems to possess an intrinsic affinity and purifying capability regarding energy erosion, adapting the quickest among them. Gu Qingmi remains elusive and mysterious, with no one privy to his methods. Meanwhile, Lin Tian immerses himself in a near-masochistic journey of introspective cultivation. His complexion remains pallid, yet his gaze grows increasingly luminous. The golden runes within his pupils flow with greater fluidity during introspection. His perception and control over the internal energy are escalating at an astonishing pace. In the deep hours of the night a week later, after completing yet another arduous session of introspective disassembly, Lin Tian slowly opens his eyes. Though fatigued, the searing pain in his stomach has significantly subsided, replaced by a subtle yet palpable warmth coursing through his limbs, imparting a sense of strength. Instinctively, he gazes out into the thick darkness beyond the window, where a fleeting glimmer of golden light flickers in his pupils. In the next instant, he is jolted. Within his fiery vision, the eternally dense gray fog outside seems to have lightened ever so slightly. No, it is not the fog that has thinned. Rather, his eyes have gained the clarity to penetrate the mist with greater acuity. He can even faintly discern the energy flows of buildings in the distance, and, hidden within the depths of the fog, a few exceedingly faint points of light that signify life or energy activity. His range of vision and the resolution with which he distinguishes energy details have enhanced. This is the natural evolution of his fiery vision under extreme pressure and relentless introspective honing. Moreover, upon further introspection, he discovers that the cool, insightful energy within his meridians seems to have acquired a hint of subtle resilience and vitality, as if it too has undergone a form of tempering. Thus, it becomes clear that this sanguinary sustenance is not merely torment, but a catalyst that forces the eruption of latent potential in an extreme environment. Lin Tian's heart is enlightened. The secret department employs this brutal method to sift and forge true monsters capable of surviving and fighting in apocalyptic conditions. He clenches his fists, feeling the nascent power within and the clarity of his vision. This path is fraught with pain and loneliness, yet it undeniably strengthens him. At that moment, a shrill emergency assembly whistle rends the night sky once more. All recruits, fully armed, assemble at Training Ground 1. 5 minutes. Zhao Gang's roar blares through the loudspeaker. Lin Tian takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and swiftly rises to don his gear. He knows that a new, harsher trial is imminent. Yet this time, he feels less confusion and more conviction. To consume the sanguinary sustenance and temper his being. This is the path to strength he has chosen. Chapter 62. Braised beef and military salute. The brutal trials of blood and life relentlessly forged the will and stomachs of the new recruits day after day. As everyone gradually adapted to the savage manner of consuming their meals, the atmosphere in one corner of the cafeteria suddenly shifted. That evening, when Lin Tian and the members of Team 9 approached their usual corner, their trays overflowing with raw meat and dark crimson beast blood, they discovered it was already occupied. It was the Songlong team, Xiao Che, accompanied by his 4 teammates, the formidable Wang Hanshan, the enigmatic Zhao Wumian, the keen-eyed Li Qing, and the ever-mysterious cloaked figure. The 5 of them sat around a table, starkly contrasting with the surrounding primal bloodshed. Before them lay not raw meat, nor beast blood, nor dead rodents, but several steaming white porcelain plates. They were filled with enticing braised beef, stir-fried vegetables, fried eggs, and a large basin of fragrant seaweed and egg soup. There were even bowls of fluffy white rice. It was normal, cooked food, meals that ordinary people would consume before disaster struck. The rich, long-forgotten aroma of food wafted through the air, creating a glaring contrast with the cafeteria's inherent stench of blood. All the new recruits, struggling to swallow their raw fare, involuntarily froze, their gazes drawn to that table, throats unconsciously constricting, eyes brimming with unmistakable longing, envy, and even a hint of humiliation. This was the chasm that separated them. While they grappled at the bottom, stripped of the trappings of civilization, learning to survive like beasts, the true strong maintained a semblance of normalcy and order. Xiao Che leisurely picked up a tender piece of braised beef with his chopsticks, placing it in his mouth with a graceful demeanor, as if he were in a high-end restaurant rather than this blood-soaked training camp cafeteria. He didn't even glance at the new recruits who were watching him. Lin Tian, holding his tray, paused for a second, then expressionlessly walked towards an empty table nearby. Shi Meng, Han Wei, and the others silently followed suit. Just as Lin Tian sat down, preparing to confront the cold, bloody food on his plate, a calm voice resonated. Lin Tian, come here. It was Xiao Che. He set down his chopsticks, took a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze traversed several tables before settling on Lin Tian. The entire cafeteria fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. Lin Tian raised his head, meeting Xiao Che's emotionless eyes concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses. After a moment of silence, he set down the raw meat in his hand, stood up, and walked over to stand before the Songlong team's table. Sit. Xiao Che indicated an empty seat beside him. Wang Hanshan flashed him a grin. Zhao Wumian remained expressionless. Li Qing nodded slightly, while the cloaked figure showed no reaction. Lin Tian did not sit. He stood calmly and inquired, Captain Xiao, is there something you need? Xiao Che did not insist, merely gesturing to the plate of braised beef on the table with his chopsticks. Would you like to try? The cooks prepared this special, and it tastes quite good. More suitable for recovery than those cold items. The words were plain, yet they pierced the hearts of all the new recruits like a needle. This is a privilege reserved for the strong, serving as an intangible reminder of their own frailty. Lin Tian gazed at the beautifully aromatic braised beef, and to his surprise, the aversion born from long-term adaptation to raw food lessened somewhat, stirring a long-forgotten appetite within him. Yet, he merely shook his head and spoke clearly. Thank you, Captain Xiao. But I shall decline. Rules are rules. I can adapt to the rations of the new recruits camp. His refusal elicited a raised eyebrow from Wang Hanshan and a flicker of mild astonishment in Zhao Wumian's eyes. To turn down an invitation from Xiao Che, especially in such a starkly contrasting environment, required considerable courage and composure. Xiao Che appeared unfazed. He adjusted his glasses and resumed his meal, his tone remaining unperturbed. As you wish. The reason for your summons is to inform you of an important matter. He paused, his voice neither loud nor soft. Yet it resonated clearly throughout the suddenly hushed mess hall. We have received orders to depart at dawn tomorrow for the Deep Guang region to execute a mission. Deep Guang, that perilous area adjacent to the South China Sea, rumored to be rife with misty activities, and where incidents involving giant marine erosion beasts had occurred. According to urgent reports from the frontline observation station, there are suspected signs of enhanced activity from forbidden creatures of the Ocean King class along the coastal region of Deep Guang. Xiao Che's tone grew more serious. The threat level is tentatively classified as S. We need to confirm the situation and respond accordingly. Ocean King, S-level mission. These words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Such a catastrophic threat could only be countered by the elite Songlong squad. The new recruits held their breath, forgetting even to chew. What they typically faced were merely wandering shadow devourers and decaying demons, while the Songlong squad confronted forces capable of unleashing tumultuous waves and razing cities. After delivering this news, Xiao Che no longer glanced at Lin Tian, resuming his dinner as if he had merely outlined a routine work assignment. Lin Tian remained rooted in place, acutely aware of the mixed gazes of shock, reverence, and complex emotions directed at him by the other recruits. He understood that Xiao Che's words served not only as a notification, but also as an intangible spur and demonstration. revealing the true nature of the battlefield and the vast chasm separating them from the pinnacle of combat prowess. After a brief silence, Lin Tian took a deep breath, refraining from further words. Instead, he stepped back, faced the 5 members of the Songlong squad, straightened his spine, and raised his right arm, executing an impeccably standard and solemn military salute. His action seemed to signal a collective response. In an instant, the entire mess hall, whether seated or standing, whether chewing on raw meat or lost in thought, reacted instinctively, rising abruptly. Everyone faced the Songlong squad's table, raising their right arms in their most precise military salute. There were no commands, no directives, yet the movements synchronized perfectly. Even the typically carefree Pang Dehai and the mischievous Gu Qingmi wore solemn expressions. Shi Ming's eyes sparkled with fervor, Han Wei's honest face radiated respect, Chen Nua adjusted his glasses, and Yuan Nin slightly bowed his head. In that moment, the canteen was devoid of the metallic stench of blood, stripped of the disparities of rank. It was permeated solely by a profound, silent reverence belonging to the warriors. This was a farewell to the seasoned veterans who were about to venture into genuine peril, safeguarding these fledgling recruits. The members of the Azure Dragon squad halted their activities. Wang Hanshan retracted his smile, Zhao Wumian straightened slightly in his seat, and Li Qing nodded subtly, the figure beneath the cloak seeming to stir. Xiao Che set down his chopsticks, meticulously wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then gradually rose to his feet. His gaze, calm and composed, traversed the assembly of saluting newcomers before finally resting upon Lin Tian for 2 lingering seconds. He then brought his fingers together, raised his hand, and returned a crisp, precise military salute. No words were exchanged. Everything was conveyed in silence. Once the formalities concluded, Xiao Che lowered his hand and gestured to his comrades. The 5 members of the Azure Dragon squad rose silently and departed the canteen, leaving behind a table laden with exquisitely untouched dishes and a group of new recruits. Their spirits stirred. Lin Tian slowly lowered his arms, observing the doorway through which the Azure Dragon squad had vanished. He then glanced at the cold, blood-stained food on his plate and silently resumed his seat, picking up the raw meat to continue chewing. The taste remained unbearably metallic and acrid. Yet this time, as he swallowed, it seemed to bear an entirely different weight. He understood that the destination of Xiao Che and the Azure Dragon squad was the battlefield he would inevitably confront in the future. Each bite of bloodied food and every moment of training were a preparation for that day, when he would be deemed worthy to stand at the same height and face those terrifying entities known as the Sea Kings. The canteen remained hushed, filled only with the muffled sounds of chewing and heavy breaths. Yet an intangible flame had been ignited within the hearts of every new recruit. Chapter 63. The Eternal Divine Sect. After the departure of the Azure Dragon squad, the days at the new recruit training camp seemed to revert to their previous rhythm, with relentless daily drills and tests of blood and survival. However, that silent farewell in the canteen had sparked a fire within each individual's heart, making the atmosphere of training increasingly intense and focused. Everyone was holding onto a fervent desire to grow stronger, yearning for the day they could confront real threats like the Azure Dragon squad. Lin Tian felt this more keenly than anyone else. He understood the gravity of the Sea King level. It was a calamity significant enough to be marked as a city-destroying disaster in the headquarters risk assessments. Xiao Che's glance before his departure served as both motivation and an invisible pressure. He had to grow more swiftly. That afternoon featured a rare theoretical class, led by a senior officer from the Intelligence Analysis Department at headquarters. The topic centered on the known hostile organizations posing a significant threat to the surviving human society on a global scale. In summary, the phenomenon of corrosion tide was not an isolated incident, but rather a global aberration of rules. In this context, aside from our town's secret office, which openly defends against forbidden entities and maintains order, there exist hidden forces lurking in the shadows, some of which exploit corroded energy or worship the forbidden, their dangers rivaling those of the monsters themselves. The officer's voice was grave, as the holographic projection screen behind him began to cycle through a series of blurred images, symbols, and document snapshots. Today, we shall highlight an organization whose activities have surged in frequency in recent years, with its threat level escalated to the highest alert, the Church of Eternal Truth. Upon the holographic screen, a distorted and intricate emblem emerged, a colossal eye, devoid of pupils, entwined by countless tendrils, hovering above a shattered, complex structure reminiscent of gears or the inner workings of a clock. The entire symbol emanated an eerie, chaotic, and unsettling aura. The Church of Eternal Truth, the advisor amplified the image, is an exceedingly enigmatic and tightly knit cult. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Although evidence suggests that they may have existed long before the cataclysm, foreseeing the arrival of the gray mist. The deities they venerate do not belong to any known mythological pantheon, but rather to what they term the eternal reality, the primordial chaos. They perceive the emergence of the gray mist and the corrosive energy not as calamity, but as a grand process of the world returning to its true form, purging the inferior order. A wave of suppressed unrest rippled through the audience. To regard the world-destroying gray mist as a return to truth, such a mad ideology sent chills down the spines of most new recruits. The core tenet of this cult is the embrace of chaos and the transcendence of evolution. The advisor continued, stating that they spare no effort in collecting, studying, and even actively cultivating various forbidden creatures, seeking the key to evolution within them. They wield a peculiar technology that allows them to guide and even control the actions of corrosive energies and low-tier forbidden entities to orchestrate large-scale attacks. The holographic screen displayed several harrowing images, a survivor base overrun by a tide of low-tier corrosive spirits, records of a small town's residents succumbing to madness and turning on one another, and several exceedingly blurred images, seemingly of artificially bred, grotesquely deformed chimeras. In recent years, the Church of Eternal Truth has become increasingly rampant. They infiltrate various survivor strongholds, spreading panic, luring, and even abducting individuals with special talents for inhumane live experiments, striving to create more formidable servants or vessels of their deities. The advisor's gaze swept over all the new recruits, momentarily pausing on those like Lin Tian and Yuan Nan, who exhibited exceptional abilities. According to reliable intelligence, within the church, there may exist true devotees or priests who have mastered advanced applications of corrosive energy. Their power system profoundly different from ours, shrouded in enigma and extreme danger. Lin Tian's heart sank. Actively cultivating forbidden creatures? Abducting the gifted for experimentation? This instantly conjured memories of the Spider Queen from Anan City and its aberrant behavior along with the web of ley lines. Was there a shadow of the Church of Eternal Truth lurking behind it? Moreover, the disappearance of Senior Wang weighed heavily on his mind. More importantly, the advisor's voice anchored his thoughts. We have reason to believe that the Church of Eternal Truth is closely linked to the recent anomalous surges of high concentrations of corrosive tides worldwide, as well as the heightened activity of certain formidable forbidden creatures, such as those of the King of the Sea class. They seem to be systematically orchestrating some form of ultimate descent ritual. Ultimate descent? To allow the gray mist to completely engulf the world? A chill permeated the entire classroom. The primary adversary of the town's secret keeper is the forbidden creatures lurking within the mist. The eternal cult, a malignant tumor within humanity, represents a foe more cunning and perilous than any monstrous entity. The advisor declared with conviction, their members conceal themselves deeply, capable of masquerading as anyone. Henceforth, during your missions, should you encounter any symbols, rituals, or individuals associated with this cult, you must report immediately. Private actions are strictly prohibited. Remember, the struggle against them transcends mere physical confrontation. It is an insidious battle of will and belief. The session concluded in a somber atmosphere. As the recruits exited the classroom, each wore a solemn expression, as if a great weight had been placed upon their hearts. They had initially believed the enemy to be merely the visible monsters, only to discover that lurking in the shadows were far more bizarre and deranged human adversaries. Lin Tian traversed the path back to his dormitory, his brow furrowed. The cult's eyeless, tentacled gaze seemed to orchestrate the encroaching tide, hinting at a deeper, more profound darkness. He sensed that his extraordinary ability, along with the identity as a divine representative mentioned by Xiao Che, might render him a focal point of the cult's attention, or even a target for extermination. Clearly, future troubles would not merely arise from the mists. A voice emerged beside him. It was Gu Chengmi. He had approached unnoticed, his small eyes squinting, the usual mirth absent from his face. Lin Tian glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. I seem to have encountered a similar graffiti of that tentacled eye somewhere. Gu Chengmi whispered mysteriously, then whistled and slipped away before Lin Tian could respond. Lin Tian halted, staring at the vanishing figure of Gu Chengmi, his mind racing with alarm. Had the eternal cult extended its reach so far? Even within this purportedly secure training base, could traces of them be present? He gazed up at the sky shrouded in gray mist, feeling an invisible net slowly tightening around him. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with hidden perils and overt threats.